Hello. Hello, folks. This is great to see such a great turnout, and we know that the tickets are sold out today. So I expect that people will be kind of trickling in and out for the different talks. That's fine. Nobody's going to be stopped at the door. So now I have to read the official speech here. So hello and welcome everyone to Lights, Camera, Access, from script to screen, wherever you are. We have a very exciting programme ahead today. This morning we'll kick off with the Wexford Screen Writers Masterclass series, beginning with a practical and insightful session on demystifying funding applications, which is delivered by the brilliant Chenade O'Brien. Oh, there she is, right there. Who is an award-winning director, writer, producer, and she's worked with Screen Ireland, Sky Arts, Northern Ireland Screen, and TG Carr. And that'll be followed by a panel discussion featuring the wonderful Colin Bateman, who's a novelist, screenwriter of Dead and Buried, Murphy's Law, Divorcing Jack, and Predict a Riot. Cormac Fox, who's also going to be joining us on the panel, is the executive producer and co-founder of Vico Films, who you'll know from the Young Offenders, I'm sure you've all seen before. And then we'll have Eddie Doyle, who is the senior head of content commissioning at BBC Northern Ireland, known for Once Upon a Time in Northern Ireland, Teen Predator Online Killer, Hope Street, Video Nasty, Craw and Fun Boys. And so this afternoon we're proud to hand over to Women in Film and Television Ireland for the third instalment of their dynamic industry series, Producing Beyond the Pale, which will focus on building sustainable film and TV production outside of urban centres, celebrating regional voices and industry development across Ireland, and Fiona will be telling us more about that in a few minutes. A core part of today's programme has grown from the work of the Wexford Screen Writers Academy, and that was a professional development initiative created by Bodisi Film and Screen Wexford in collaboration with Paul Walker, who's a story producer, writer and showrunner of Red Rock and Stardust, and many, many more things. And head of production at Tile Media and board member of Women in Film and Television, also a member of Screen Wexford Steering Committee and Jumper Productions is Fiona Kinsella. And, you know, we devised this programme not just as training, but as a jobs pathway, and one where writers are paid to develop their craft and contribute to a fully realised television series. So our writers have taken part in masterclasses with industry leaders like John York, formerly head of BBC Drama, and then also, what was the name of his book? Into the Woods, which is a very famous book, and David David Kavanagh, and many, many, many more people that have kind of joined us on our masterclass series, and participated in live script readings here in the Jerome Hines Theatre with professional actors including Gary Lydon, Tierna Messa-Green, and through panel discussions, writers' rooms, industry shadowing, and intensive one-on-one development sessions. They've each written an episode of an original anthology TV series, Menapia. And the result, a lot of Wexford people know the meaning of Menapia. The result is a complete 8-part original series developed in Wexford and for Wexford, which myself, Paul and Fiona recently submitted for development funding to Screen Ireland. So I wish Screen Ireland here. Which was a pretty hefty... I'd say we had to do a lot of heavy lifting on that particular funding, on that particular funding application. So we're delighted that Chenade's here with us today to kind of demystify that stuff for us a little bit. So every writer on the course has stayed with us through the process, and that is a true testament to their talent and their commitment and their belief in this community. And I'd like just our writers to stand up for the moment. I know not all 8 are here today, but if some of you can stand up, that would be great. So I'd like to give them a little clap for all their work. So today we're not just celebrating what's been achieved, we're also looking ahead to what's possible with Menapia, and we're moving into phase 3, which is kind of funding, development funding. So fingers crossed, our journey towards full production of a regionally made homegrown TV drama series will be realised. Suzanne will be talking to you about Screen Wexford, which was founded a number of years ago by Liz Burns, the arts officer, Elizabeth Hoare, who is our Director of Services in Wexford County Council, and myself. And it's designed to support our filmmakers in Wexford. All our courses are free, and Suzanne McKenzie, our fantastic coordinator, will tell you more about that in a few minutes. So thank you guys for listening and for all coming here today, and I'm going to hand you over to Fiona now. Thanks.
Hi everyone, and thank you again for coming this morning. I just wanted to welcome you here today on behalf of Women in Film and Television Ireland as well as. So Women in Film and Television Ireland is a voluntary body run by film and TV professionals representing the creative, business and technical divisions of the Irish audiovisual sector. We promote greater representation of women on screen and behind the camera, and they are part of the initiative this afternoon. Producing from Beyond the Pale 3 is run by Screen Wexford and Women in Film and Television Ireland. So today's panel is the third panel in the series, Producing Beyond the Pale. The first one was actually run here 3 years ago as part of our series of masterclasses. The first one we did focused on producers. The second one we did had a bit more of a crew focus. And today's one, we want to focus on commissioners, funders, and initiatives, training initiatives outside of Dublin to support emerging filmmakers and filmmakers who are working in the regions. As the title suggests, it's a focus on filmmakers and filmmaking outside of Dublin. It's a celebration and an examination of the work that we are doing here and on a nationwide level. The last few years have seen a rise of number of filmmakers moving away from Dublin and other urban centres, either for economical reasons or for a better life. I'm one of those filmmakers, and I can say it was an absolute game changer for me to be able to move home. And other filmmakers like Laura Way have been working successfully from outside Dublin for a number of years. This panel will focus on the obstacles and opportunities for filmmakers working outside of urban centres, celebrating filmmakers who have been working successfully in this environment and looking at the new incentives in place to facilitate them. We would also like to examine what other steps can be taken to increase access to the industry for talented filmmakers based outside of the Pale. But ultimately, we want this to be a celebration of what can and what has been achieved in the industry on a nationwide level. The afternoon's going to begin with a case study on Feed, a feature which we shot in Wexford last November. The production company was Ripple World, and Dominic and Jack will be down here to talk about the process there and how it came about and how we came to Wexford. And it was funded by the Nationwide Additional Production Fund, which is a new initiative by Screen Ireland. And that will be followed by a panel, which will have Cian McElhone from Screen Ireland, Eddie Doyle from BBC Northern Ireland, Gar O'Brien Collins from the RAP Fund, Lorraine Higgins from Crew Academy West, Derval Ní Corrigan from TG Cahir, and Stephen Aideen from West Cork Film Studios. So thank you again for coming. Before I hand you over to Suzanne McKenzie, who's going to talk a little bit about Screen Wexford, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Martha O'Neill, who was a producer who passed away last weekend. Her funeral is this morning, but I felt it was appropriate to acknowledge her today and to celebrate her too, because she's married to Gary Hines, and just given the place where we are this morning, so I just wanted to take a moment to celebrate her.
Thanks, Fiona. Hi everyone, I'm Suzanne, the coordinator for Screen Wexford. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking Screen Island, who have funded today, and it's able for everyone to be here free of charge, which is pretty incredible. So thanks to Screen Island for that. A little bit about Screen Wexford. It's a job I really love doing. To start with, it's brilliant. Been here in Wexford, obviously, I've got a Kiwi accent but I've been here in Ireland a long time. I love Wexford, and I love promoting Wexford as a location to film. And one of the things that we've just been shortlisted for, which is very exciting, is applied for a global award at the Cannes Film Festival, and County Wexford was shortlisted as an emerging location. So, yes, so we're trying to really put Wexford on the map more internationally and try and get the bigger films back here. As you know, we've obviously had Saving Private Ryan, Brooklyn, and small things like these. But hopefully by applying for awards like the emerging location, that we get Wexford on the map more, and going to Cannes, we get to promote Wexford. And we have an amazing crew here in Wexford. We have a crew database, and if you're not on it and you're part of crew, being a researcher, a script writer, a writer, director, please add your name and your details on through the Screen Wexford website. We also promote crew networking once a month in different locations around County Wexford, just to try and get everybody. New people arrive, people get to collaborate, they get to meet people, and I know once Michael Benson had messaged me and said he wasn't able to come because he was working on a short film. And everyone he had on that short film, he had met through the crew networking. So I just wanted to let you know that by coming and attending these things, that you actually can get work and get to work with the local filmmakers like Michael. We have a New Voices short film bursary, which we give out once a year, thanks to the Wexford County Council, and that is up to 2 or 3 people making a short film. So 2 films have been made this year, and a 3rd one is about to be shot, and if we'll be doing a preview of those later in the year. We also have started a professional film development fund, and that is up to €500. We're doing that every quarter. There's 2 people we get chosen. Now that could be for film festival funding, it could be to help you write a script, or it could be to pay for some camera equipment. So that funding is available for everyone, and that's advertised through all our social media and on our website. So the whole ethos of Screen Wexford is basically promoting the local crew, being there, we're on the phone, we're available to take your calls, put you in touch with different people, encourage you to film here in Wexford, and to bring other productions down here as well. Thank you. Chenade.
Yes. Oh, am I going up next? Thank you. Very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Chenade O'Brien. I did say when I arrived I'd need 3 hands for this job, but I'll see how I get on with the 2. I've worked in film for the guts of 30 years now, film and television. I started at the kind of very bottom as a runner and assistant director, and I've moved into documentary making. I do non-fiction writing, and I've also just moved into drama, which is great. I'm loving that. And firstly, I'd like to thank Fiona and Laura for inviting me here today. I actually didn't realise that this was such an incredible project, and there was so much going on. And I normally do talks in Dublin, so it's great to actually get outside of Dublin and see what's happening around the country. So I'm here today really to talk to you as, my brief is, emerging screenwriters who don't know the application process or want to understand the application process, and also, just move my mic to this hand, just realising that's easier, and also to talk to you about, I suppose, you know, the entry level of meeting producers and stuff like that. So what I'm going to start off is basically, I'm going to start with the producer kind of pitch, okay, because that's quite different from your application funding. And there are loads of different places you can apply to as an emerging filmmaker. first of all, there's Screen Ireland. There's Virgin Media Discovers, which is like for a 20 to 30 minute short. There's Storyland, which is RTE Storyland, which is actually, they have literally just announced, I think yesterday, that they're going ahead again. That's a massive budget. Like for 30 minutes, you get €225,000. And they do it as a kind of a concept thing. So if you have a TV series that you want to get off the ground, they'll let you do a concept, you know, a pilot for that. Around the country, you've got the County Council Film Awards. There's Ardan. There's National Talent Academies. So there's plenty of places that you can apply to. Now, the application that I'm going to focus on at the end of this is going to be the Screen Ireland application. So basically, you have your script, but you just need to know what to do next. And I think what you need to find out is the importance of how you can kind of, as a writer, you've spent like 6 months in a room writing your script or your TV series. And it's really hard to get anybody to read your script or TV series unless you're a well-known name. So what you have to do is, in Ireland, there's funding places that you can go to, like Screen Ireland, but the gatekeepers for funding are generally the producers. And you have to be able to pitch to producers. To pitch to producers, you have to be quick, you have to be smart, and you have to be able to tell them very quickly what your story is about. And that all takes practice. So once you've kind of moved out of the creative world, you kind of have to move into, this isn't the course I'm doing today, but I do a course called The Business of Being a Creative. And you do have to turn yourself into a business person. Because at the end of the day, being creative is wonderful, but putting yourself out there is a different art. It's being a business person. It's letting people understand who you are. And it's those early stages that you need to kind of like, it's how you present yourself at those early stages will determine whether people want to work with you, both creatively and as a business, because we've now moved into an arena where, you know, the days of being difficult, the days of being artistic, the days of being creative and not able to kind of integrate yourself into the whole kind of arena of producing, they're kind of gone. Producers will now only work with people who are easy and good to work with. It's kind of, the times have changed. And I think that's a really good thing. It's opening the doors to a lot more people. But I think everybody has to prepare themselves for this world. So imagine that you have your script, your short, it's finished. What do you do now? What we're going to go through is how to make your film, TV series pitch ready for producers first, okay? And then we'll get into the dreaded funding applications. And the fourth thing that I do is a thing called another course that I do, which I'm not doing today, but I'm going to do a snippet of it, because I think it's really, really important for anybody coming into the industry. I think in any creative industry, whether you're a singer, whether you're a writer, the biggest thing that you're going to face is rejection. And if you don't learn how to deal with rejection, you're not going to go far in this industry. So building resilience is as important as being a creative or being a business person. Because if you fall down at every time that you get a rejection, your career is not going to happen. So you have to kind of build up this ability to move on. And this all comes as you're kind of doing these applications, as you're kind of putting yourself out there. It kind of comes naturally, but it's like the quicker you get it, the faster you will move up the industry. And, you know, one of the reasons I do these building resilience courses is because when I started in the industry like 25, 30 years ago, I would have seen people who were much more talented than me, to be quite honest with you. I've seen actors who are incredibly talented. I've seen singers who are incredibly talented, but they fall by the wayside because they don't have the resilience to keep going. It's like in sport as well. It's like they say it's 50-50. Your talent gets you so far, but it's your actual resilience that gets you all the way. So you just need to start thinking of yourself like that. Now, this is just a very quick brief, and I'll say this to anybody who's an emerging writer. First of all, figure out, is your idea right for TV or feature? Like, do know that before you kind of jump into kind of application phase. And this is definitely kind of based on if you have an idea or a concept. I know if you fully finish your feature film. But do think about that very carefully, because a lot of the time, especially nowadays, where TV has become so popular, there's often this kind of issue if you finish a feature film and everybody kind of goes, I think that could really work as a TV series. Or else you do a whole TV series and people go, I think that could really work as a feature film. So know yourself what you're aiming for. Another thing that I say to people, and this is kind of like, this is something that I've seen so many times over the years, where people fire ahead and they write something without knowing have they fully got the rights. And it can be devastating. And it often happens in documentary makers, with documentary makers, but more so with filmmakers now and TV makers as well. Because nowadays there's a huge demand for true life material. And somebody will go, oh my God, that is an amazing story. Like, I'll give you an example. I made a documentary about the Dunnes Stores strike, I think in about 2015. It was called Blood Fruit. And at the same time, there was about 4 people writing scripts, and only one of them had the rights. And I actually couldn't believe that they had sat down and write this, but they were like, well, why do I need the rights? Because you go to a funder and you go to a producer, the first question they're going to ask you is, have you got the rights to tell this story? It also gives you a much more personal knowledge of the story, and that is deeply kind of like important nowadays to producers and funders, to be fully involved in the story that you are telling. So this is kind of like for your producer pitch, okay? If I'm going to a producer and I've got a pitch for something, whether it's a documentary, whether it's a short, whether it's a feature film, I make sure that I'm sending one very short letter, like 2 paragraphs long, at the absolute maximum. I always think that if a producer sees a letter and it's a big, long letter, the impression they're going to get is, oh God, that person's very complicated already. I don't know whether I want to deal with them. So keep it simple, keep it clear. Present the person that you want them to see. That's your first port of call to producers. And always remember that the producers in Ireland are kind of the gateway to your funding. So you need to network with those producers as writers to get your career going. So imagery nowadays is hugely important. And sometimes people say, oh, you don't need a pitch deck, it's all about the writing. I'm afraid that's just not true anymore. People want to see imagery. So I would always say, if you're sending even a 1-page or a 2-page pitch, involve one key image in that. Now, I've just picked 2 images here, and the reason why I picked them is to explain what a key image could be. Now, some people might be able to create their own key image, and some people use a key image from a series or a film that's already been successful. The reason why I picked Succession, obviously because it's massively successful, but you have to remember it didn't start off as successful, and it wasn't a massive budget the first time around. There wasn't any major stars in it apart from Brian Cox, who at that point wasn't even A-list, okay? So when you look at that picture, which actually looks very bad on the screen, but basically what you see is the word succession first. Behind it you see it's a family, there's a patriarch, it's not a matriarch. Behind that you see a painting. There's wealth going on here. The word succession is telling you this is something to do with inheritance. It's something to do with kind of like a very, very rich family. It's got wealth oozing from it. But it's also got power and it's got family dynamics. And you can tell that by the way the children are all standing behind their father. So this was the first key image that they used. And to me, that's kind of telling you everything. So when you are trying to sell, just think, this is my story and I want to sell it. This is the best way to sell. Every single thing that you do in your pitch matters for you to sell your story, because you haven't even got to speak to these people yet. So it's getting to speak to them. You want to drag them in. You want to reel them in. Now, I actually didn't even like the film I Am Legend, right? Which is, I think, unusual, because I think a lot of people did. But I absolutely love this poster. Now, I know this is an after poster, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like you can use imagery from other films to kind of display your own film. But the reason why I think it really works is because you instantly know I Am Legend. You don't know what that means, but it's got a man and a dog. You've got a city. Sorry, the picture isn't very clear here, but you've actually got plantation all around what is probably New York. And you're instantly going, okay, we're in dystopia here. We're into kind of, it's either in the future or it's in the past, but it's one simple image of a man and a dog and buildings and plants that is telling you exactly what's going on. So if you can get a key image that really reels people in, well, not if you can, you have to. This is just key information for funders and producers, especially if it's at idea stage. Be really, really clear about what you're doing. I've kind of mentioned this before. Feature film, TV series, limited TV series, short film or concept short. I also think that you should know yourself at the beginning. Like I would have often started something as a documentary, then I've turned it into a book because I've realized the documentary couldn't get funded. So you can morph your stories into different things. Like if they don't work one way, don't be fearful of moving them into another. Like especially if you have a very strong story. I mean, if I find a story that's really, really strong, I keep it with me until I find a way to make it. And that sometimes means that you could have something in development for 5 or 6 years. But that doesn't mean that's the only thing that you're doing. But something that could work as, like one of the books I wrote was basically about the Fastnet disaster. And I picked up the documentary rights on that. And we just could not get it made. Couldn't get it made because I think somebody had just brought a documentary out the year beforehand about the Australian race, some race in Australia, and it just didn't go down that well. It didn't make the money it was supposed to make. And then I was like, okay, what are we going to do? So we just wrote a book. Then the book became very successful. We never actually made a documentary out of it, but it has been picked up over the years continuously, options, you know, film options and TV options, so you make money out of that too. So, and basically the other thing is that you always want to be making money. Don't be coming into this industry thinking this is a really nice thing to do for the rest of my life. Mortgages need to be paid, children need to be brought up, all that kind of thing. So that's the business side of my course. Okay, another thing that's hugely important for your 2-page pitch or your 1-page pitch, whatever you choose it to be, is know your genre and know it clearly. A really quick way to find out a genre for your film is firstly you can ask, I mean, I know there's 8 writers working together. You could ask each other what your genres are. What I generally do is that I look up films that are the same as the film that I'm making and see what their genre is, because that's kind of it's a shortcut to telling a producer. But be very clear, and also don't be afraid to do the hybrid genres. You know, if it's a horror, fantasy, action, comedy, like some people kind of go, do I have to just have one genre? No, you don't. And especially nowadays when there's so many hybrids in films. But do be very clear about that and just state that. Like you only need to write genre and write down what it is. You don't need to get into big details, nothing like that. It's just short, brief information. Now, the tagline and logline, and this will feed into applications too. It's actually funny now when you're doing this work. Now, I always find with applications for any project I have, the first application or the first pitch that you do feeds into everything else that you do. So your work becomes less as you go along. So the tagline and the logline that you're creating now for your pitch is something that you will use for every application that you're doing. Job done after this one, unless you come up with a different one, okay, a better one. So I just want to go through the difference between a tagline and a logline. I personally prefer taglines because you just want to get the producer interested really fast. Loglines are kind of a bit longer. They're like they can be 2 lines. They can be kind of go into a bit more detail. So I'm just going to go through Succession again. I've just used these 2 as samples. The tagline for the season 1 of Succession is take what's yours. And to me, it's brilliant because it lends itself straight into their picture, their key image. You know instantly that they're all after something and probably after something from their father, okay? He's the wealth, he's the center, he's the power. So take what's yours. Now, the reason why I put up season 2 and season 3 is because season 2 tagline would never have worked for season 1. And you as writers have to make sure that your tagline works. It has to grab the reader, it has to grab the producer, it has to grab the funder. If they had put every family has its traditions along with that key image, you'd be kind of thinking, oh, this may be a gentle kind of program. It's about traditions, it's about family life. It's takes on a totally different meaning when you know what's in season 1. It takes on a much darker meaning, but you have to know what's happened in season 1. Whatever you are promoting or whatever you are putting out at the moment is your first thing. So it's obviously it's going to be read. It's not season 2. It's not like a sequel or anything like that. So the tagline has to tell everything. I'm just going to move on. And the reason why I don't, this is just me, I might be completely wrong. And I know that Screen Ireland like a good old log line. But I think that underneath it all, they want to be sold something. So if you read the log line for I Am Legend is based on scientist Robert Neville, who is the last human survivor after a majority of mankind is wiped out due to a lethal illness. A lot of words, very long. You know, remember, these people are reading so much stuff. They're kind of reading it going, oh God, that's a lot of words. Just make their life easy. Make it just uncomplicated. The last man on earth is not alone. Much more thrilling, much more eerie, much more of the actual film. So it's kind of like you can make a decision on this yourselves, but I would always say the tagline, if you're going for the quick sell, works much better. Okay, so when we go into the funders thing, there's 2 different types of synopsises that you can write. You can write the long one or the short one. When you're writing to a producer, write a short one, okay, and make it 3 paragraphs. Like, keep everything nice and short. I always say to people, try and just have 1 cover letter with your 2 paragraphs, and then have 1 page or a page and a half pitch, okay, with these key things on, okay? So for your paragraphs, it's really, really, really simple. Beginning, middle, and end. It doesn't matter what way they come. You can do the end at the beginning. The middle should probably be in the middle. You can do the beginning at the end. It doesn't matter what way it comes. But imagine that you are selling something to somebody. Do you know what I mean? Make every single word count. And keep it short. And like with everything, I'll write it and I'll put it to one side and I'll go back to it like a week later. Don't rush into sending anything out because you just kind of have one bite of the cherry on these things. And it's kind of important that you just make sure that it is as strong as it possibly can be. The synopsis, if they get past your cover letter and all your other details about genre, your key image, your log line, and they get to here, you want this to really matter because this is what's going to make them want to read your script or read your TV series. Now, comparables is a funny thing. Some people say everybody hates, people hate comparables. People don't. I disagree, and I may be completely wrong. I think everybody loves a comparable. We live in a visual world. We live in a world that's full of chaos and people want information and they want it simply and they want it straight in front of them. So if you have a film that has a comparable or a TV series that has a comparable, and there's very rarely a TV series or a film that's being made that does not have a comparable. And I would always suggest go for something that has had a recent buzz about it, okay? Now, if you kind of look at the ones I've picked here. Shogun, because won every award last year. It was kind of different as well. Like there was something incredibly new about it, even though it kind of delved into that kind of Viking, Game of Thrones, battles kind of thing. There was something more intellectual about it. Great comparison, huge ratings. Nosferatu, again, like if you have a horror series, I would like go with your genre. You know, use a comparable within your own genre. I would say that with Nosferatu, you know, it was successful last year, I mean, it may not, but there may be a more recent film that's come out in the last few months, so maybe it's something that comes out in the next few months. But use something that's very recent that titillates the producer and goes, oh, okay, yeah, that could work. Anora, a breakthrough film. You could just say the comparison is, this is a breakthrough film. It ended up winning all the, did it, oh no, Anora, which one? Did it win all the Oscars? Yes, it did. Thank you. Breakthrough film, everybody likes a breakthrough film. All the producers want to be the producer who gets up at the Oscars and wins something. Severance, I think, is a great comparison because it's got legs. It's one of those series that just, it'll keep on going. It's a bit like Succession, it's a bit like Game of Thrones, it'll just keep on going. And you can also make it comparable to a very successful film from the past. So, like, if you're going into a pitch or something like that, and you say you want to shoot something like, with the same tension as Psycho, as Alfred Hitchcock, that's a seller too. So don't be fearful of kind of just choose it carefully and make sure that it actually is a genuine comparable. Now, your production plan. This is the kind of thing that producers love to know. Have you got any of these things in place? Now, have you filmed any footage already? A lot of that would actually to do with documentary, but it would also to be, have you shot a short film? Have you got a concept film? Have you shot a scene? Have you got anything that they can see that will portray your idea of how this film could turn out? People do sizzles, which work very well, or very badly, so be careful how you do a sizzle. But if you have anything at all, that's a good selling point. Is there any funding in place already? A lot of emerging film writers might have private funding. If you have anything that's in place already, let the funders know. If you have any interest, if you've spoken to anybody who said, that sounds interesting, let the producer know. Having any sorts of funding in place is always beneficial, and it gets the producer much more excited. Any talent secured, cast or crew. I mean, I would generally never go to any producer or funder without having some form of talent secured. And securing talent is a lot easier than you would think. Now, obviously not A-list, but there's a lot of Irish actors around. Most of them are contactable. Most of them are happy and willing to be attached to things. I would also secure a crew if I was you. I think that gives a kind of a feeling of what you're doing. If you have a director attached, if you want to be the director as well, have you got a DOP attached? Have you got people that can give you a vision for your short? So really what you're presenting to a producer is you are a person who is moving forward with this project, and do they want to get on that train with you? So you just kind of be ahead, be knowledgeable. I mean, to be honest with you, in this day and age, I don't think it's acceptable anymore for writers to walk into a room and not really know their own industry. So know your industry, know what people do, know what executive producers do, know what producers do, know what DOPs do, know what all the heads of department do. I think the days of not knowing this information has kind of gone a bit, and kind of going, oh, well, that's not my department. It's up to you. This is a bit of a business, so it's up to you to actually know these things. And it's really easy information to find out. There's plenty of courses that you can do. Find a call sheet, look at a call sheet, speak to a producer, try and shadow somebody. There's all sorts of different ways. Back in the day, it was there wasn't the kind of access that there is nowadays. Again, I am just saying to you, keep saying to this, make sure you have your rights completely secured. All doors will close entirely unless you don't have your rights completely secured. And I just want to tell you something. Rights can be very easily secured. I would secure rights with people with one letter to start with, and that would be just a 2 or 3 line letter signed by both parties. You can get into contract phase if you get funding or if you get a producer on board. But don't, as I've said, get on with any work. Don't do anything until you have your rights secured. Know who your audience is. And that's quite simply all producers. It'll be one of their questions, funders, one of their questions. Who is your audience? It's like such a key thing nowadays to know exactly who your audience is. So Has anybody got any questions after that before I move into the application process?
Just very quickly.
Yeah, of course.
On securing, say that letter you were just talking about for the rights on something, and you said about Dunn's that there was something being done and there was 3 scripts written by one person. So who do you need to go for? Like if something happens in the public, who do you need to go to secure rights to tell your story from that point of view from? Sorry.
Okay, that's a very good question. So generally on everything I do, I secure rights on, because a lot of it would be non-fiction stuff. So you need to know, who do you want to tell the story about? Like, you know the Post situation in the UK, there was a series called Mr. Bates, was it called? Okay. The person who was writing that story chose to tell it about that guy, okay? And so therefore he got the rights from that guy, I would say. And then they make up fictitious characters around that, or they use real characters of also those characters, but you need the key character. Now, another production company could have gone in from another point of view and decided to tell it on a much broader level, or from the point of view of the government, or from the point of view of another survivor or something like that. It's all different. It's knowing your story. What story do I want to tell? Who do I need to secure? So I would always go, okay, who do I, like at the moment I'm making a documentary about, which will also be a book, about George and Kensho. He was shot by the Gardaí in 2020. And I just went straight to the family. As soon as, like within 4 months of it happening, I went straight to the family, secured the rights with them. Now, about 5 other productions company did it. It's always highly competitive as well. So you need to kind of know your stuff and how to do it. If it's a good story, it's competitive. But this is why I'm saying to you, is like, I could have gone off and gone, oh, I'll just make a documentary about George and Kensho and, you know, Black Lives Matters and far right and all that kind of thing. And then I could have found out 6 months later that somebody has the rights. So you just don't do that. Secure the rights before you go anywhere on that. Anybody else? Yes? Yeah, you see, I'll tell you what really happens is in a situation like that. So you clear your key person. That's him, okay? You'll generally find that other people want to be in the series, but the whole series was driven by him, okay? It's like with stuff I've done before. I know who's driving the story. I know whose rights I need. Then what happens is that secondary characters can either come on board or not. If somebody says, I do not want to be in the series, you change their name. And that's simply it. But you need your lead. If you're basing it on a true life story or close to true life story, get the key character. It also gets rid of every other production company. You know, nobody will chase it. If you have the story, nobody else will chase it. Yes, generally. No, it depends. It depends. Generally, yeah. I mean, you'll pay something for them, and you should pay something for them. I mean, on occasion, I've paid €1 for them because the person really wants to work with me. But something like the Kensho family, no, you pay for it. But you also know you're going to get a funded project. Do you know what I mean? So if you know you're going to get funding, you pay out for it. Anybody else? Yes? And is your story based on your own personal experience? Well, I'd say be safe there if it's your own story. It's your own rights. Yeah. But if you're doing something defamatory about somebody, just change their name. There's always ways around it. Unless it's true what you're saying about them. You know what I mean? So it's a kind of very broad kind of thing. I mean, with something like that, that's a little bit more vague, but I would say to you that I think that possibly you'd be fine because it's a story about yourself. Anything else?
Just on building your pitch deck and your key would you recommend making mock-ups of your own concept to go along with your comparisons of previously produced things to go into your pitch deck?
Okay, if I was writing to a producer, I wouldn't get into a big pitch deck situation just yet. I do think that you do need to send pitch decks to funders, though, because I think nowadays, even if they're not asking for them, they actually really want them. But if you're sending a 2-page thing, I wouldn't, I'd be smart about what you're doing. Just pick key images that sell your story. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't get anything that seems complicated, don't do it, because what's complicated to you will be complicated to the reader. You know what I mean? Keep it sharp, keep it simple. It's called a pitch for a reason, because pitches are short and they're very to the point, and they're to sell something. So, for me, I would just keep everything really simple. You are selling, and that's it. Anybody else? Yes? You can shout down. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that, but you're not actually telling their life story. And you're not actually getting into, like something like Mr. Bates or something like, you know, a survivor story, or if you're doing a story, if you're doing a film about somebody that's fully based on fact or very close to fact, you need to clear the rights on that. But actually, I don't know about the Trump thing, but I mean, I would imagine. Yeah, but I'm also just thinking, I'm sure that they had something at the end of the film that where basically they just say, where you can actually say this is based on, yeah, it's not really, I mean, listen, believe me, nobody goes in to make a film that's going to get sued. Like, no funders will fund a film.
I will say that we made Maxine, and it would not have been that was a true story based on the Soul murders. And Maxine Carr and Ian Huntley would have been kind of, you know, they would not have been painted in a very nice way, but we had weekly meetings. We had weekly meetings with lawyers, so that we could justify every single line of dialogue based on our research. So yeah, it was just really, really researched really well so that you could justify what you were saying, I think.
You go back to source all the time. And it's like you don't use the internet. It's so correct. You basically have to go back to source every time. You have to find reliable truth, don't you?
So you're not just getting your research from your books, you're also getting it from interviews. So we would have interviewed maybe like 20 different people from all different parts of, you know, as from the murder investigation to people that lived in the community. And,
you can go back to a source and say, well, that is correct because of that.
Yes, and also then all of the articles and all of the, exactly.
So it's already been said, yes,
It's already been said, but like a lot of those conversations are fictionalized that we have in the show. So we could still, based on the transcripts through our conversations, transcripts in particular, we were able to really justify what we were saying, even though it was fictional conversations.
Yeah, and by the amount of questions, I'm kind of thinking a lot of people in the room must have true life kind of stories that they're working on. And I think that Laura is saying something that's quite important there. It's kind of like, do be aware that you need to probably get your rights, but also you need to lawyer up. Don't you?
Yeah, actually, I just got Eddie Doyle is here from BBC Northern Ireland, so he can answer some of this.
Eddie Doyle.
Sorry.
Hello, Eddie.
Hiya, just over here.
Eddie, somebody else waving at me.
Sorry, just to add a wee bit of value to that. Often, as you're alluding to, like it's a law of defamation is the big one to kind of watch out for. So if you're changing the names and you can avoid defaming anyone, that's one route. If you're saying something fairly heavily negative about an individual, like the Trump piece or in other projects, it's always useful to be able to rely on something that's been ventilated in court. If there's a legal proceeding where that allegation has been made in some shape or form and hopefully substantiated, or at least if there's that's the legal pass, certainly for us at the BBC and previously when I was at RTE, you know, it's a conversation with the lawyers. You know, so generally when you're making a charge about once you're, you know, once you're putting a fictional piece, something about a real negative bit of behaviour by someone which is fairly damaging, then the best thing to rely on is where there's, you know, the lawyers will be looking for some kind of something to hold on to. When you get the letter of complaint or fax of complaint back in the day when I started this, when the fax comes in or the email comes in, what are you going to say and what are you going to say to your lawyers? The best thing to have is to hang on to something to have in your hand, a piece of paper, some kind of legal ruling or transcripts from courts or something legal that's definitive will be one of the more useful things to have.
Yeah. I think you kind of, I think, you know, in writing, certainly, I think there's kind of, it's good if you have a journalistic background because that involves a huge amount of research and going back to source material. And I think now that you mentioned that, Eddie, that's how I would have put a lot of my documentaries together when I'm defaming people. Oh, I know that sounds awful. Like somebody like Ben Dunn, who was just really horrific. Like, I mean, I would have had to jigsaw together how I could tell the events. He was in the documentary. He agreed to be in the documentary. I couldn't believe it. But he did, and he did an interview, and he said the most unbelievable things. But then I had to get other people to say stuff about him. But every single thing that was said about him, I had to make sure that it had been said somewhere else beforehand. Because I'm quite sure he would have had lawyers looking at it afterwards, and they would have said, no, you can't. I mean, we got no complaints in. A lot of the time also people don't bother complaining because that actually creates more of a fuss around it and actually gives more fire to a project than some people would want. But so anybody else? I feel like we've gone down a little bit of a rabbit hole here. Go on.
Hello, Chenade, how are you? Just a quick question. I don't know if you're the right person, but to get your rights back on something that you may have already signed over, how difficult is that? Who is it you approach, or what advice would you give?
Has your contract run out?
No.
You wait for your contract to run out. Unless the producer is willing to give them back. That's kind of the way it goes.
Yeah, that's a legal battle though, is it? Yeah.
Well, no. Well, I mean, no, there's nothing legal about it. If you are in contract with somebody, when that contract runs out, unless they have got a right to renew, the rights either go back to you or they renew with you. So you'd need to look at your own contract there. But once you sign, and that's an important thing, guys, do remember that be happy with the producers that you're signing with because you are signing your project up to them. Make sure you know them and that you are happy with them because once they're with them, you're generally signing over for 18 months, 3 years. It depends on the project. I know people have signed over for 5 years. So you need to know that you like them, you're happy with them. Just a very quick note. What time are we there now? 11 How much time have I got left? Well, I mean, I could do 15 more minutes. Yeah, sure. Is that enough, or will I? 10 minutes would be great. 10 minutes. I just wanted to say something, because this is all very quick. This is just the Screen Ireland application. I think when you're going to a producer, another thing that's really important is that, and this is all about being a business person. You know, stop being the writer for a while and turn into a business person. Know who the producers are. Know who the funders are. Know what they're looking for. Like, never do a blanket kind of like, I'll just send my project to everybody. Never send your project to an info at. You know, that's just lazy, lazy, lazy. What you need to do is you need to sit down, you need to go, right, I have my project, put that there. What genre is my project? If it's horror, look up every company in Ireland that does horror. There's no point in sending a horror project to a company like, say, Element, who don't do horror. Do you know what I mean? You send it to Fantastic Films, who do horror. So know your genres. You know, if you've got a project that kind of very much would deal with like human rights or diversity or something like that, maybe Keeper Films, Katie Holly. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know the people that you're sending it to. Also, do your research. Don't just blanket send to like, if I had a project, I wouldn't be going, oh, I'm just going to send this into Ed Guiney at Element. He's never going to read it. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to find out who the development executive is. Who am I sending this to? if I'm at a film festival, I'll see if I can bump into that person and say, look, I have this project, I have a one-pager, can I send it to you? You know, and then move away from them very quickly, because there's nothing more annoying than people coming. I get this a lot because I do documentaries. People come up and go, I have a great idea for a documentary, and then they never breathe, and you can never get away. Don't be that person. Be a person who's clear, like very kind of like precise. I've got this project, because how you present yourself also presents your project before they've even seen it. It also lets them know, I'm an easy person to deal with. I'm not going to turn into an asshole. I'm not going to be a really boring person. I'm not going to be phoning you up about niggly little things. Everybody wants somebody who's easy to work with. They want talented people, but they want people who are good, precise, get on with their jobs. That's our market nowadays, you know what I mean? We've got so much content going out there. But that is your job, is to get on the internet and start searching every company in Ireland and the UK. See what their genre is. See if they do TV series. See if they work outside of Ireland. Is your project from outside Ireland? See what they do, and they are the companies that you target. Blanket targeting will get you nowhere. It's like sending your crime fiction book to Mills and Boon. Do you know what I mean? It'll never get published. So just know who you're sending it to. Also, look up what people are looking for. Like I just said to you, Storyland has come out. I mean, that's something that all of you should be applying for. They're doing, I think, a talk day on the 29th of April, which I will be going to. Or if not, I'll get all the notes from somebody else who's going to it. But basically, find out. They will give a clear indication. Like last year, they wanted comedy. They'll give a clear indication. Give people what they want. Give people what they need. Give them what they're asking for. Because if you're not, you're just wasting your own time. And your time has to be valuable. You have to look after your time. You have to look after yourself like you are a business. And, you know, that's how you succeed. I remember I was doing I was at Catalyst Film Festival, and I was talking to the Kieran Cassidy, who did that Housewife of the Year thing, and he said something really interesting about the industry. And he said, you know, I find it hard to believe that they call the Irish film industry an industry, because not everybody is making money. You know what I mean? Like, you call the tech industry an industry, you call, you know, pharmaceutical an industry. And there's so many people who work in TV and film, and they're not actually making money. You're starting your career. Make it your business to earn money. Like, I've worked in film for 30 years, and I make money because I make it my business to earn money. You know what I mean? I'm just not interested in not earning money. I don't earn millions, but I earned enough to live on, and that should be your aim for all of you. Turn yourself into businesses. And also keep writing. Oh God, will I do this thing now? This is, okay. Basically, I'm just going to go through this really quickly with you. This is what Screen Ireland wants. It's kind of a lot of what we've done already, so I'm going to fly through it. When you're applying for development funding, now this is, you generally have to have your producer on board, because they are the gateway to Screen Ireland. You need your log line. They're saying, this is directly from Screen Ireland. They're saying elevator pitch there. And that's what I'm saying to you. Don't do the boring long log line. An elevator pitch. This is the first thing that they read, okay? Synopsis. The short synopsis, if you've already done that for your producer, you have that done, okay? If you need to do the 2 to 3 page thing, that is a much bigger job, okay? Because basically you're only allowed, even if you have a full script, you're only allowed to send 20 to 30 pages. So you need to really tell your story in your 2 to 3 page synopsis that gives the whole story of the script, and don't put any, like, no spoilers, or sorry, they want spoilers. Just basically tell them everything. Any surprises, they want to know everything. They want to know the ending. Don't leave them with any guessing to do. Your treatment, if you're writing a treatment, again, have many of you, did you guys write treatments on your course? Do most people understand what a treatment is? Basically, a treatment would be, and you do them for documentary, you do them for books, you do them for everything. You need to, it's like an outline of what my film is going to be, okay? And it's the beginning, the middle, and the end. A lot of people will do these things called step outlines, where you'll do it in 7 parts or 9 parts. But this is, I mean, if you don't have a script, this is massively important. And it's also, actually, I noticed, I was reading this last night, and it can be much easier to interrogate the story in terms of character journeys and structure. Treatments are actually really hard to write. They're funny things. Like, it's sometimes easier to write a script than write a treatment, but it makes you work really hard at your story. So invest the time in doing the treatments. They say 10 pages, and the thing about Screen Ireland is that they like their, well, I don't understand this because if anybody's from Screen Ireland here, they'll probably kill me, but they take so long to get back to you. I'm kind of like, you'd think they'd want less writing, but they actually like more writing, so make it the 10 pages. Your character descriptions, again, this is making you work hard to know your script. And it's good work for you guys to be doing, because sometimes you'll write a character description and you'll realize you're actually missing a couple of beats in your script. So, as it says here, do the character descriptions, but also the arcs. You don't do them for every single character. You just do that for your main character if you've got 2 main characters or 3 main characters, but you're only doing that for your leads, because your lead or your leads will be the arc of the story anyway. Writer notes, I've actually only highlighted writer and director notes here, and the reason being is that this is more about writers. I think they're the most important, one of the most important parts of any application, because if somebody reads your story and they read your they've read everything, they've read your pitch, they've read your script, they've read your treatment, they've read whatever. They then want to know, who are you? And this is your opportunity not to just talk about what you're going to do with the script. With this place, this is basically, you've got an opportunity to let them know that you have the ability to proceed with this script. You know where it's going, and you're able to tell them this. But also, what is hugely important is that you can write in this personal motivation, which is so huge for funders and producers nowadays. Have you got a personal motivation for this project? Is it something that you knew about in the past? Is it something that happened to you that you heard about when you were a kid? Do you know a person this happened to? What is your personal motivation? Is this something that has interested you your whole life? So make sure that you get that in, because you're making a connection with either the funder, the reader, or the producer, because they know that you are part of your story, and anybody who's part of their story is probably going to write it better. And being part of your story doesn't mean it has to be about you, it just means it has to be something about something that is very kind of, you're passionate about. Director's notes, I'm only mentioning these because a lot of people are writer-directors. If you are a writer-director, again, it just gives you more time to express yourself. I love writing director's notes because it also makes you know more about your script, how you want to visualize it. If you have a director attached, make sure that they work really hard at these, and make sure that you make them as concise as possible and also as clear as possible, and make sure that you as the writer and director, you're aligned on everything, on the vision. You know, you've written the words, is my director feeling correctly about this? If you're a first-time director, get somebody else to read your director's notes, because it's really important that you are visually telling the story properly. You know, as a writer, you can get away with writing. As a director, you have to really, really show, not tell. You have to show people how you're going to express this visually. And that's the time when you can talk about comparables. Okay. Really quickly, development budget, not your job, excellente. Move on swiftly. And I'll tell you why I left that in there, because it actually shows you how little the producer has to do comparatively to the writer, especially at the development phase. It does, sorry producers, it does all change, and the producers then have to do lots and lots of work, but at this point it's really down to the writer. And back to the evidence of it, we won't go back there again, okay? I think we've dealt with that. So, will I finish up? No, I want to keep going till about 1 o'clock. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chenade. That was really fantastic. Yeah, I think you've all found that very useful. Can we take a 10-minute break? And yeah, see you back here in 10 minutes, and then we'll have our panel discussion. Okay. Chenade, thank you so much. Amazing. wonder if we can kind of wrangle people. Oh, we need to get Cormac and all them. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hey, we're back. Everybody take their seats, including Cormac Fox here. And he's just disrupting things, as always. So we have an amazing panel here. I had the great honour of directing a 4-part TV series for BBC Northern Ireland and Virgin Media earlier in the year, and last year actually. Jesus, sometimes going by. Written by the fantastic Colin Bateman, who I'm not sure if you guys know about Colin, but I remember many years ago, well, not that many years ago, but watching Murphy's Law, and we really loved that show.
It was only 25 years ago.
Yeah, so I was just a fetus or something like that.
You were very, very young.
You know, you can look at everyone's bios. I'm going to get everyone to just talk a little bit about themselves first. We have Cormac Fox, who is the lovely Cormac Fox, I would like to describe him as, who's our executive producer on Dead and Buried. And then we have Eddie Doyle, who is the head of commissioning in BBC Northern Ireland, is that?
The lovely
The
head of commissioning.
the lovely head on him is what I'd say.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm head of commissioning for BBC Northern Ireland.
BBC Northern
Thank you, Nora.
Sorry about that. I wasn't saying head of commissioning at BBC Northern Ireland. It wasn't, sorry. I should have looked at my cues. So I just want each of you to, so really why we're here is to try and kind of demystify a lot of like how this all works. And as you can see, we all have really bad relationship with each other and it all went terribly wrong. So I have to say this is one of the most beautiful experiences of working on a show, and you know there's always like challenges with budget and time and the usual kind of stuff, but it really makes really we're here because we're really passionate about what we do, and I think all these guys are too, and they made this just one of the best experiences that I had personally as a director ever. So I hope no one else is listening from any other shows. So listen, I'm just going to hand it over to Colin because really I want to know like what was the origin of the idea, where it came from, because there's a lot of history attached to this.
Yeah, there is. Actually, it goes back maybe 15 years, possibly, in fact, it ended up on the BBC, but started at the BBC as a Radio 4 short story called The Gaining of Wisdom. And whenever I write something, I always have an eye on how can I use this in a different way, or how can it fit into a different medium. So I wrote the short story, and then three or four years later, the Playhouse in Derry asked me, if I had any ideas for a play. So I was able to turn the short story into a one-woman play, which went on in Derry. Now that would have been 2016, and that did very well. But then you go again 3 or 4 years later, a producer, in fact Ben McGrath of 3 River Fiction. I keep saying 2 River or 3 River. Is it 3?
I think it's 5. No, it's 3 Rivers.
3. Yeah, well, they may grow to more. Again, I'd been working with him on a different project, and he was asking if I had any other ideas, and I sent him the one-woman show, and he really liked it. But you can't obviously do it as a one-woman show for TV, so you've got to look at the material and then expand that out into your 4 episodes, create a lot more characters, and really sort of do a deep dive into what the story's about. So it's like a 15-year journey, really, to get to. Yeah,
and 15 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, but
between that you were making other shows.
They're not all like, and I think that's very important if you're a writer, that it's not just having one script and it's that or nothing. You need to have multiple things on the go at once, because you never know what one is going to catch someone's eye. Yeah. You just have no idea whatsoever. I know way back, in fact in 2015, I went over to meet a well-known actress in London to discuss a possible TV series, and just as an afterthought, almost my agent said, "Will you go and meet this director? He wants to make a movie about Ian Paisley and Martin McGuinness."
Right.
And in my head, I was going, well, I'm quite keen to do the actress meeting, but she's got a good track record. I suppose I can go. No one's ever going to want a film about Ian Paisley and Martin McGuinness, but I thought I'll go and meet him. And within like 3 months of meeting that director, I was sitting in Liam Neeson's apartment in New York with him and Kenneth Branagh discussing what the project would be. As it was, they dropped out and we got a different cast. And that film was made within about 18 months of that meeting.
Yeah, and so it's like this evolution of these conversations and these meetings and what else.
So if you have 4 or 5 different projects on the go at once, I mean, I always have 4 or 5, 7 or 8, 9 or 10. You just never know.
Yeah. Okay, great. So actually, do you mind, first of all, because I meant to say, could you just tell the whole audience about yourself and give us a little bit of the bio that I didn't read out?
You don't want to know all that stuff. I'm from Bangor in Northern Ireland. I was a journalist in a local newspaper, started when I was 17, but always wanted to be a writer. I wrote my first book, or published my first book, Divorcing Jack, in 1995, which is a long time ago. And I've written 30 or 40 novels since then. And luckily, whenever Divorcing Jack got made into a movie, and they came to me and said, do you want to write the screenplay for it? The producers came to me, and I said no, because even though I was a huge movie fan, I thought I wouldn't know how to do that. And that's quite a Northern Irish thing to say no. But it's only whenever they brought a different writer in, and it's only when I saw his script that I realized, actually, I do know how to make this, because he hadn't done it the way I thought it should be done.
Yeah.
And so I was able to do the screenplay for that film, and that sort of launched me into writing screenplays. And now I say yes to everything, basically.
Yeah. Say yes until you have to say no.
Yeah.
But and so then tell us a little bit about, I think everybody here, particularly writers, would be interested to know how that relationship started between yourself and Ben, and then how that relationship then evolved into, Vico Films coming on board. And
yeah, well, I suppose really as a writer, my job is to do the script, get the script in the best possible shape, and then hand it over to Ben, who does the deal making and makes the connections. I sort of stay well out of that. I'm an executive producer on the show, but I'm still not quite sure what an executive producer does.
Cormac can answer that in a minute. He doesn't need it.
I know you get a little bit extra money for it, but I'm not sure. But the good thing is, I think that you're consulted about things. In some. If I give you an example, I've written a movie about Fidel Castro, which is due to come out later this year. Al Pacino stars in it. I know nothing about it.
Yeah. It can be very isolating as well, right?
Yeah,
because as everything is, all these kind of cogs are turning and everyone's all excited about it. For the writer themselves, how do you deal with that?
The thing is, I think because the UK and Ireland are quite smallish compared to America, quite smallish industries. It's not often that writers get replaced on projects. I think if you're hired to do a project, you sort of stick with it. But in America and in films, it's quite a regular thing to be replaced as a writer. So this Fidel Castro film, I wrote maybe 8 or 9 or 10 drafts of it, and I came up with the original idea. But it was then, it couldn't be made in that form at that time, and it was sold from that company to a different company in America, and they brought in their own writers. Right. So to this day, I don't know if I've got one line in it or it's 85% mine. Right. Wow. So it can be a very strange industry.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the origin, where the idea came from for Dead and Buried. What was it called originally?
It was called The Gaining of Wisdom. and you know, I can't even remember where it came from. It's I know I was commissioned to write a short story. It was about a woman who quite literally bumps into the man who killed her brother in the local supermarket, and that was the seed of the idea. And I think the original short story took the story up to a certain point, and then the play expanded that into more like the loose structure of what the TV series became. But even within that, you're meeting so many creative people along the way, and your ideas change, and suggestions are made to you. You go along with some of them you really resist. Sometimes you resist the really, really small changes and don't mind the big changes. It's a strange sort of experience. And also writing is a very solitary experience. Certainly writing novels writing scripts is very solitary, but it's nice then to become part of a team as a project moves towards production.
And the play was called A Bag for Life, because we had quite a few discussions about the title, right?
Yeah, it was called Bag for Life. And what I was told was the reason we couldn't call it Bag for Life, I think there was two. I think there was two reasons that I think Tesco's had copyright of like the expression "bag for life."
Yeah, that's right.
And also, apparently, there's no direct German translation for "bag for life." And so, if they want to sell it to Germany,
that's right. Wasn't that it?
So I don't know if that's true, but that's what
there was something about internationally people would know that term "bag for life" and the association.
Yeah. But I mean, I remember reading the play first.
Yeah.
And reading I think episode 1, and just thinking, I was like, oh, it's so, and there was so much contained in the play. It was really superb. And then it was like, how are you gonna expand that world? And you really did it in such. I just thought it was fascinating, just when you were talking about characters of Sullivan, and actually the world that I was so unfamiliar with in Northern Ireland, that we had to kind of familiarise ourselves with. Just from talking to you, I was like, wow, these are really, really interesting characters and telling us a lot about our history as well.
Well, I think it's important to me that a director or a producer or whoever's involved understands my style of writing, because nearly everything I write they can be quite dark, but they would also always have a lot of humour in it, and it's getting that mix well and doing that properly, because it's very easy, or it's quite. It happens all the time here that programs get put into a box, or writers get put into a box. For years I was the comedy crime guy, because I would do crime with bits of comedy in it, and that's a hard sell sometimes, because broadcasters tend to like, well, it's crime or it's comedy, and I think Americans do it very well. They sort of mix
genres.
It's not so regular over here, so it was such a delight to be able to make it with you and the whole team that preserved the humour in it. And also
juicy. It was so juicy. We when we were in the, of course we were reading in the script, but then when you take to the floor and the actors are bringing it to life, and then you're in the edit room, and we were like, fuck, that's all we could say is like, it's really juicy story, isn't it? It's like really. It was so fun to make, and it was like your humour just came through, and the darkness. And all the layers that were in your writing.
And also, it's good to be. I mean, it's good to collaborate and good to be open. I'm not too precious about the script. If someone has a good idea or a good line, I mean, the fun.
As long as we're holding on to the heart of what that story is and what it's about.
Yeah. I mean, I think the funniest line in the whole 4 episodes is Colin Morgan saying about. There's a line about the Black Eyed Peas. Yeah, and. He came up with that, but I'm taking all the credit for it.
Yeah. It's like everyone laughs at it.
Yeah,
so. Just like, but yeah, Colin, that's all yours. At this stage, actually, I won't show the trailer just yet. I want to talk to you guys first, and then we'll show the trailer. So tell us about your experience and how you came to know Mr. Colin Bateman and to make the show.
Sure. For us, it kind of happened quite quickly, because Ben had been, I don't know how long Ben was developing it with you before we got involved, but I think I only knew Ben maybe 4 or 5 months before he actually approached us with the project.
And how did you know Ben? We got to talk about Ben because he was really
Yeah.
wonderful to work
He should be
with,
here
and
in
he
this.
should be here today, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. But
It was just one of those weird connections because it's such a small industry here. Ailish Bracken, a line producer we'd worked with on a previous project, had worked with Ben's company on another project, and they were looking for recommendations of Irish producers, so that was the connection. And we just had a couple of general chats in London and Dublin, and then it wasn't.
what was it
wasn't
about Ben that you wanted
specifically-
to work with Ben?
What about him?
Yeah. Well, I mean, because this whole industry is about relationships.
Well, he was a
right?
lovely
So it's
guy.
like-
That really helped, actually. He's so personable.
Yeah.
It was their first drama project because they're more documentary. But I think it was, and I think when he actually approached us with the project, we were just talking about it before, but I think Eddie and Virgin were already involved. So from a purely business, or as Chenade spoke about, industry point of view, you know, it made a lot of sense knowing that there was already two broadcasters involved with the project.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that's one of the reasons I think why it did happen so quickly from our point of view. It all really did come together.
And what struck me about Ben as well was his sensitivity towards his relationships with his writers. You know, like so the people that he works with, and I really admired that because he was just always so respectful of that process and working with you. Just so you know, behind the scenes, no one was giving out about you at all. No, really was like it was. No, truly though. I mean, like you know.
You can tell me the truth later.
No. No. I mean, I think that was kind of a joyous experience because you know we're working in TV and it's not always like that, and and he kind of set that tone as well.
Yeah,
you know.
he's very focused on the script. That was his background.
Yes.
I think he worked in
ITV, I think before.
yeah, or was he on Coronation Street or EastEnders? Doing a lot of script work. So because he was a really a good complementary piece to Jonathan Drake, who's the other exec, who was more the business side of, and he comes from a distribution background. So, you know, he was really useful in terms of bringing on distributor, All3Media.
Yeah, so and this was a co-production. So it's very interesting because it's a co-production as well as that there were some requirements that we had to. So we had to do half the casting from the Republic, half the casting from Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
That's all to do. So just so you know as well, is that when you're in TV, sometimes depending on who's funding the project, then they will have requirements. We did all our post-production in Belfast, and then we did we were shooting in the north as well, but we did the majority of the shoot was shot in Wicklow.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. Yeah, I mean, Eddie can speak more on that, but yeah, we were trying to strike a balance between the Virgin audience and the BBC Northern Irish audience and have it, you know, it's set on a border county town.
So just tell us very quickly about yourself. And go on,
sorry,
come on,
I'm
sing your own praises there, will you?
I have a company called Vico Films. We set up about 20 years ago now. We started off more in the film side of things, and then we did a film called Young Offenders in 2016, and that kind of brought us into the TV world. And BBC commissioned the series, so we're doing season 5 of that next month. And then, so we're kind of balancing TV and about half TV, half TV drama, and just starting out in our first documentary now as well.
Okay, cool. So, Eddie, where did you come in?
Where did I come in? Quite relatively late in the game. So I suppose where we come into it is it's straight into the really boring bit of it. The fun part of the chat's over. As the guys are alluding to, as Cormac says, for this sort of project, you end up putting together a coalition of funders with everybody so you're divvying up a kind of a pizza pie of the overall cost of the thing with various people in the mix. So it's brilliant when you know, as you say, Laura, it's all about relationships between all those different partners, and everybody needs to get along swimmingly, but everybody needs to get it's sort of transactional at its core. While we're all kind of great guys and gals, it's important that people get what they get out of it, what they, you know, it's something that justifies the investment, since everybody's bringing money to the table. So for a project like. So I used to work in RTE and commissioning in various kind of jobs, bopping around the place, you know, ballsing up in different genre areas over a period of years. So don't Google Eddie Doyle RTE ever. So there's a lot of kind of classic telly out there that we're not going to talk about today. So
You also had a hand in Young Offenders.
jeez. So I know. So myself and Cormac would have known each other from that era, and yeah, we came in as co-funders when I was at RT on Young Offenders, and we worked on other bits and pieces, Bridget and Eamon as well, and we know some of that cool gang from the Republic of Telly. So that was, and there was a bit of a skite there, like I suppose generally a key thing about my period in RTE and in the BBC for me as a commissioner is. Probably the great thing about me is that I generally don't know what I'm doing, but I'm stupidly optimistic. So you kind of end up wandering into things going, geez, this looks like it's fun. Let's see if this will work. Often it doesn't. Sometimes it does. But I think that sort of approach, in a weird way, is sort of fit for purpose for this world where you walk, where our game is changing at what the BBC has to do, what BBC Northern Ireland have to do. The game's changing quite dramatically. These sorts of projects where, so in the past we would have been the 100% funder of a project, of a small project. But never going anywhere near scripted. We would have done a bit of kind of local satire. So you've got the Give My Head Peace gang, or I've been there for, great guys, and the local panel show, The Blame Game. But that was the closest we ever got to anything like comedy or entertainment-y or even drama-ish as BBC Northern Ireland. But we were the 100% funder of that. So what we're doing now is we're sort of pivoting out of that space of shows which are almost local shows for local people to the exclusion of everybody else in the world almost. It's stuff that only people in Northern Ireland would get, to a model where you want kind of we want to be a supporter for Northern Irish voices and the identity and the really dark, unsavoury, sick comic talent of Colin Bateman. So that unusual worldview and the kind of humour and the darkness and the insight there. We want to be a supporter for projects which can take that voice and take it outside of Northern Ireland to kind of to rest of UK, around these islands, and then to the rest of the world, to infinity and beyond. But the logic of what we do now is that we're not in for 100% of a small show where like a weatherman walks around and talks to a sheep about kind of like how brilliant the Jan's Causeway is. We've done a lot of that historically. Now you
can do the reruns of them, right?
Exactly. There's an omnibus edition at the weekend if anybody's interested. Whereas now we want to be kind of part of these coalitions of the willing, where we're in for a percentage of a budget on a more ambitious project, which has more ambition. It wants to be seen by more people around the world and enjoyed by more people around the world, but has that authenticity and the integrity of the core voice. So it's that distinctiveness and that truth of Colin's voice, but helping being a partner to take it around the world. So, and answering your question, which I think everyone's forgotten at this stage, we come in late in the day. So we essentially it was our second drama ever. We did a thing called Hope Street, which sort of landed in our lap, which is a daytime, gentle, sort of pastoral, cozy crime thing out of Donaghadee in Northern Ireland. And then off the back of that, I met Bill Malone, who I knew from RTE, and said, look, I know they're already ahead in that game, having done a lot of co-commissioned drama with Channel 5 in the UK. So I said to him, look, take out the Channel 5 bit and put in a wee kind of Eddie Doyle-sized hole there, and plug me in there. And we're interested in projects that can be high quality projects. So we had a general conversation about high quality scripted projects with kind of global ambition, and if we can have a Northern Irish voice to it, then we're in. So then he came back to me and said, look, we're talking to these dudes about Bag for Life, as was at that stage. So then we came in. So it started with that sort of boring conversation about this beautiful pie chart, and so you're having these two conversations at the same time. You want really high quality, beautiful projects, but then there's also a bit of like, right, what's the maths on this? So it's kind of like It's like, you know, what's the 3 hours reading, writing, and arithmetic? You know, it's great to have a project that you can, that's well written and kind of is with quality writers, but the maths have to be right on it. You have to put together a coalition of people who are getting enough out of it to put their money in. And then also it has to kind of have enough probability of getting made, which often, you know, think there's so much attrition in this business. There's so many great unmade projects that it can be sort of unforgiving in that respect. So once we were on board, I'll finish the sentence imminently. Don't worry. Once we came on board, it was again we attempt to be relatively low maintenance. You know, first do no harm partners, and just be clear about what we endeavour to be very clear about what the transaction is for us. If we're shopping local, if we've got a strong support in the best of Northern Irish writing talent, if there's enough of a Northern Irish portrayal component in it, and Colin's voice and the humour gives you a lot of that, and it can turn into a piece of television that will play both locally but pan UK, then that's sort of it. You know, that's if it's high quality and entertaining, we try and be clear from the off that these are the deliverables for us, and then thereafter I attempt to keep my mouth shut, which I'm clearly not very good at.
Well, I'm intrigued by it all anyway. What I wanted to ask was, Cormac, then, what was that like for you? Because I know, you know, it's different as a director because you're kind of being explained how the funding works and how you kind of have to satisfy, you know, different funding bodies. So, like, what was that like for you behind the scenes? Because I think there was a few funders.
So as Eddie said, he came on quite late, but we came on even later because I think we came on pretty much after you. So it all came together quite quickly because there was a deadline approaching in, I think, December of 22, December. So we were, because we were basically commissioned a man who are funded by the license and Screen Ireland both had a deadline in December, and we didn't have very much time to get the application in, but we were really keen to get it in because commissioned a man especially takes quite a long time to make a decision. So we put it in, and at that stage, I think we might have had a different distributor on board.
Right. Just explain what, you know, about the distributors a little bit for anybody that doesn't know.
Yeah, so in the end we had All Three Media, who are one of the biggest distributors in the world, and they will come on and I mean, it depends. Sometimes you need them basically to come in and help finance your finance plan. We're grateful on Young Offenders. We do have a distributor, but they don't put money in, which is in some way the ideal, because then, you know, when the TV series sells, you're straight away getting money in. But often, because of the way it's so hard to finance co-productions and TV shows, that you need an advance from distributors. So they'll pay you in advance. Like on this, it was probably about 25% of the budget. So they'll put that money in. So it's a significant piece of the puzzle. So we would have had that, and then commissioned a man we were successful with, but Screen Ireland we weren't actually the first time we applied. They wanted us, and I think you weren't necessarily on board at that stage. And then we reapplied when you were involved and you'd input on the script and everything like that. So so we were successful the second time, but I think originally we wanted to shoot a little bit earlier, but we ended up shooting January 24.
Yeah, because I was shooting
January
the other
24.
show, and then that kind of the dates
That's
kind
right,
of pushing back then.
Yeah.
Which I really appreciate, actually, that you pushed back the dates.
And then we had Northern Ireland Screen Money, because they had also helped co-develop the project as well. So they were on quite early. But they have quite a high spend ratio limit, so they have an 8-to-1. So if they give you, say, 100,000, you have to spend 800,000 up north. So there was, it's quite a high spend, whereas in Screen Ireland's only 150%. So it's not as it's much easier to hit that ratio from Screen Ireland's point of view. But it made sense obviously because there was a lot of Northern Irish elements to it. Obviously with Colin, we decided to post up north in Yellow Moon, and we shot some up north as well. So
yeah, Yellow Moon was fantastic. Belfast is an amazing city. I'd never really, I think it maybe years before that I'd been up there, so it was great for me to be there.
Yeah, so it was interesting. It was we hadn't done something with so many pieces of the puzzle previously. So cause we had the 2 tax credits, and we had Commission of Man, we had Screen Ireland, Northern Ireland Screen, 2 commissioners. So it was quite a lot to put it all together.
Yeah.
But, you know, it worked. And like less and less the streamers are commissioning outright. So it seems to be the way the world's sort of going, in a sense, more of a kind of co-production and potentially like, you know, licensing to different specific territories for streamers, but not really getting the full commission from a streamer. So yeah, it was kind of a nice model, and it's interesting having so many different parties involved, because you don't have one dominant party kind of dictating creatively or maybe taking control. You know, you can kind of play them all off each other slightly. Oh no, he said that was okay. Oh, well, he said that was okay. So a bit of that.
Yeah, okay. But I think one of the things that from our perspective, I suppose, like on the ground, is that then the casting was a very interesting process, because we had to cast, like say we would have Northern Irish actors, but I had just worked with Annabelle Scully, who is a very well-known British actress, and I was talking to her. I hadn't signed an NDA, so I think that was okay. But I was talking to her about, this is this kind of exciting show set in Northern Ireland. She was like, I want to work with you. And I was like, I want to work with you again. And she said she would audition, because a lot of the time you end up like offering the roles to very well-established actors. And you know, that was a little scary, because, you know, you don't know if those actors can do the accent. And like, it doesn't matter how established they are they right for the role? It's very difficult when you're not auditioning them, you know. But because I had worked with Annabelle, then she volunteered to send us, and she said, I worked so hard on that accent, I'll work so hard. And I mean, really, when you watch the show, I don't think you can tell at all. She's just incredible.
Yeah, she was brilliant. I mean, really delivered on the accent, and that was, to say, that was something that would, in terms of the our relationship in it, that's a key element for us. Is we want that Northern Irishness, you know, on screen. You know, where the story or the portrayal or the editorial bit is Northern Irish. Another partner like Northern Ireland Screen are interested in sectoral development in Northern Ireland first and foremost, so their investment they'll want to see kind of use of the edit facilities, Yellow Moon, stuff like that. But Annabelle and Colin, you know, gave us in the BBC something really interesting, in that it had you know, Annabelle's accent was really on point, you know, and really read as a very Northern Irish story, but not kind of offensively so, if you can say that. But very contemporary and kind of, while sort of informed by the backwash of recent troubled history, it sort of takes things further in a very kind of contemporary way. The storytelling is really super appealing and universal. And then also, again, a very pragmatic level, because we're sort of essentially getting out of linear telly, where, you know, and into the BBC iPlayer, which is meant to be, that's our big play. You know, it's all about the iPlayer now. You know, we're trying to compete with Netflix and kind of Disney and Amazon, etc. So, and the rules of that are that, you know, you've got, when you open the iPlayer, it's the same as opening in Netflix. You've just got this parade or a carousel of little images. So you need an image that just pops off the screen. So when you've got talent or recognizable faces like Annabelle and Colin in the mix, that really, it's immediately, you're kind of, it's grabby, and then that, so
and they both happen to be very good-looking people as well.
Yes,
so that's
exactly.
Colin Morgan, not me.
Sorry, Colin Morgan. Yes. Well, no, sorry, I was talking about you, of course, as well.
Yes, that didn't test quite so well with our. No, we didn't do that. But we'll revisit that, Colin. But like, I mean, that immediately, every project that we commission now has to sort of sing for its supper. It has to kind of like, you know, be quite noisy and grabby, and the image has to, it's like, so the title, again, you know, the move from Bag for Life to Dead and Buried sort of happened again without us. We were sort of informed about it rather than kind of being in it, but actually it played for us, because it's quite a sort of that's quite a poppy title. Yeah. And you sort of know what it is immediately. And then when you see the faces, you go, right, and the you know, a lot of work went into the signature image, you know, to make it grabby. And once you're in, then people came in and sampled it, and as a consequence, it did great business for us. So
You do get sent a list of about 64 possible titles for it, and then they all vote for your favourite, so it could be anything, really.
exactly, yeah.
I think Hate Love was in there at one stage.
Hate love.
Never worked.
Are you serious? Really?
I don't want to mention who suggested it. It wasn't Eddie.
Yeah, but even when we were doing the titles, you know, it was like getting that, you know, when we were talking about like getting the title image and you know, how that was related back to the film noir elements.
Yeah.
So it would be like Coffee and Crime was the name of the restaurant. That was, who was that? That was Colin Morgan's wife was running.
Yeah.
What's that character's name again? Jeez. Who's that?
You
can
can't remember now.
So, so it was all based on, you know, like then the title had this like kind of, it's a broken sign, so it's kind of twitching and the sound effects. So we spent quite a bit of time in the, you know, in sound design as well, getting that right. And I think it's really catchy. It really works. So on that note, why don't we look at the trailer? Yeah? Okay.
I saw someone today.
Who did you see?
Michael McAllister. He killed my brother. How does all this make you feel? Like he's gotten away with it? I just wanted to see all the things he has that my brother never had.
You know what happens when you open a can of worms?
What are you gonna get out of this?
Revenge.
A lot of inch. You get sucked into things. And you don't always get to see the wider picture. You murdered someone, I give you a second chance.
How does it end?
His wife throws him out.
Anything you want to tell me?
Loses his job.
Michael, you are a sinner.
Loses everything.
What more do you want him to do? It's like you're hoping he's still out there killing people.
An eye for an eye. He served a sentence. While I keep serving mine.
Now, that says Virgin Media there. But that's the very long trailer. So we had actually a number of different trailers, didn't we? So tell us a little bit about that, Cormac. So how many different trailers we had going around?
Yeah, we must have had a BBC Northern Ireland trailer.
We
as
did,
well.
yeah.
And then we had the
Even
Virgin,
better
and
than
then
that,
of course.
It was way better, but it was shorter. So we wanted to show the long one.
All three had different versions as well. Some with tracks that were cleared for UK use.
That's right,
and
yeah.
for Ireland, and some that we could use internationally. And of course, the ones we really loved were the international versions with the tracks they couldn't clear, or vice
That's
versa.
right,
Yeah. So.
yeah.
And
And it's interesting because BBC, then I remember when I was working at EastEnders, then you kind of have access to way more music, right?
On that
So
show.
it's like, yeah.
Well,
But then you couldn't have it for the rights, kind of any worldwide rights. It just works for the UK, is that right?
Well, yeah, I guess like I suppose it's probably more of a business efficiency thing in that like you want to make the program once, but it has to be sold.
Yes.
You know, essentially your rights package is divvying up the entire world. You know, we like Virgin will take Republic of Ireland, we'll take Northern Ireland and Britain. And then the rest of the world is sort of essentially open for all three to sell it wherever you want. So so the sky's the limit. It has to work for all those audiences, and everyone has to kind of make you know. So the rights, so the music blanket agreement that we would have in the BBC would cover you for your BBC transmission, but then you'd have to go back and break it open and recut and layer in other music to sell around the world. So, so it's not our fault; it's somebody else's fault.
No,
I suppose this is really what I'm saying, Laura.
Yeah.
That was only for the trailer, though.
What?
That was only for the trailer, though.
Yes,
that wasn't
yeah,
for
yeah.
the actual series.
Right, yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure. Did we use the Lancome track on our trailer?
The Lancome track is amazing on it.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to show the one? Maybe we'll cue up our Lancome track because we all love Lancome.
Yes.
So if that, I don't know if it's that. We don't have that one. Oh no, where's that one gone?
But sure, it works well. I mean, but at the same time, there's so much richness in the story, like the directing. Sorry, hats off, outstanding. But you didn't mention that en route. Thanks, amazing job, well done, wonderfully well directed. It was fantastic, and there's so much. It's such a beautiful, classy show with so much in it. It's kind of like the thriller bit, the kind of the gritty bit, the kind of the Northern Irish bit. The dark humour, the kind of racy relationship. The sort of sexiness of their kind of flirtatious relationship. There's so many things you can play with there, and there's so many different sells to the audience, and you can amp different ones up and down in terms of whatever you're trailing or however you're promoting this. And say that's the thing is we're playing it local. We've got one sell almost to a local linear audience. Then a kind of like almost a different, you'd lean into different points for the pan-UK sell, again, in the sort of like the racy sort of criminess and the Colin and Annabelle sort of, recognisable faces things, you're leaning into that as well. But you've got a real compendium of like great, it's a marketer's kind of dream, this sort of project.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear. So tell us a little bit, how did it do? Like for you, like, were you happy?
Yeah, it was kind of like probably one of the most successful things we've ever done.
Hey, cool.
So thank you again. I probably should have mentioned that previously. So, and we, as I say, we kind of live we're sort of schizophrenic, the Northern Irish thing, as you know, Colin. So we live in kind of two worlds. We live in that small world, which is the Northern Ireland, local shows for local people stuff. And we're also and the show needs to read in both worlds. Both kind of, it needs to feel authentic and not like you're pretending, you're not sanitizing the Northern Irish voice. You really want the richness of that kind of, that sort of mordant humour and kind of comfort with kind of like darkness, and the stuff that, some of the stuff that's in Colin's writing. You want that authenticity so people don't go, oh, geez, you're pretending Northern Ireland is nicer than it really is. Or like, or that it's not, you don't recognise it. So it needs to read for local audiences, but also feel kind of universal and appealing enough for audiences in Scotland and Wales and England. So, and that's where, I suppose, the digital space, the streamer is... So we'll play it on BBC One Northern Ireland in a prominent linear slot, but then the rest of UK sort of offer is more iPlayer-y. So you wanted to sit on the front page and grab people's attention. So it worked in both worlds, but the iPlayer numbers in particular really kind of went off like a rocket, Yeah. So it was great.
Well, speaking about like kind of preserving that Northern Irish distinctive kind of Northern Irish voice as well was. It's interesting because, of course, you come up against. I don't really understand what they're saying there. Colin Morgan is authentically from Northern Ireland, and I think we really try to hold on to that. We'd be very selective about what we would ADR and what we wouldn't, and that was just part of it. I think that's important that you heard that voice coming through and not try to sanitize it, as you say, really. And fair play to Colin. I think. I mean, Colin did an amazing job as well. He's such a super actor,
Well, like I say, I mean, we're increasingly living in this iPlayer world that behaves a bit like a streamer world, and the rules, the game's changed. So Dead and Buried was enormously successful for us. We've done a co-pro drama with T.G. Cahir called Craw, which has also done extraordinarily well on the iPlayer, and people are watching it. It went on BBC 4, and it reads as almost like a Northern Irish version of Scandi Noir. So everybody watches it with the subtitles on, and they just luxuriate in the quality of the stories. That wasn't meant to be funny.
It's an Irish language show.
It's my business.
It's not just the accent.
Yes, exactly. So people, and sure, my kids never take the subtitles off the telly. So I think things. So people are very
changing and evolving, and we're used to seeing lots of shows come from other countries and loving them, and and Young Offenders. Did you ever have to put the subtitles on there? Or?
Myself.
You've been a Dunleary boy, yeah. So
yeah.
But interestingly, that's like, look, we're talking about like filming in the regions and like taking our stories outside of that and having like a very distinct voice. And Young Offenders is such a huge success. And you know, so what's that like for you? You seem to have a track record here now of going to Cork and then.
Yeah,
Northern Ireland
we were delighted. Obviously, yeah, Young Offenders continues to do really well here, UK. It doesn't do massively well internationally still. English language countries, yes, but you know, it still doesn't. You'd think it would have more success internationally, but I think it's just comedy doesn't always travel as well. I think if we were making a crime drama, it might have done better internationally.
So what does sell better in TV?
It is crime drama.
Crime drama?
Yeah. It's comedy's always hard. Even Derry Girls, like I know it's a massive big success, but it actually internationally, if you look at every territory around the world, it's still not doing as well as some other drama shows that would be coming out of Europe.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, is there anything you want to kind of say to as a producer? Is there anything you want like writers and creatives to know?
If you have two commissioners, come to us.
But because I just want to just open it up to the floor now and just get some questions in it. That's okay. Unless there's anything else you guys would like to say about the show.
No, but I just to say what you said at the start, it was one of our most enjoyable productions. It just came, so many parties, like so many things could have gone wrong, but they didn't, you know, and came in on budget and a great show and great partners, and I think the quality, it just won an award over in New York, so.
It won an award?
Yeah. They want us to do an acceptance speech later.
I didn't even know that. No way. Oh, wow. What did it win?
The silver medal of some New York TV festival or something like that.
Cool. That's great. Congratulations. Thank you.
Is there money involved in any respect?
Guaranteed.
Okay.
Did we get a trophy
I was
or like a
hoping there
medal
would be a
or
trip to
something?
New York.
Yeah, same here.
Sure, you can bring us out, Cormac. Okay, so we'll open it up to the floor and just any questions. Yeah, cool. Ms. Lorraine.
Hi, I had a quick question. It might be complicated, but let's go for it. With the Republic in the north, is there a producer either side of the border, or how does that work, basically?
No, it was Three River who were the UK co-producers, so they were the UK production company, and then there was ourselves in Dublin.
And they were the ones that secured the Northern Ireland Screen funding before you came on board.
Yeah.
And sorry, I might have missed this actually. They approached you to come on board. Yeah. Okay, so it is possible.
So it is possible. Yeah.
But I think, and Yellow Moon, I think probably weren't a co-producer, but they were a kind of significant presence for Northern Ireland Screen.
Yeah, just by obviously geographically, and we were working with Yellow Moon and something else at the moment, so we were quite hands-on with the post aspects as well. So,
I'm so sorry. I'm going to keep going. I tried to put together a finance plan either side of the border for something. I did the advanced producers course with TU Dublin, and I was discouraged from looking at a cross-border co-production because of the 8-to-1 spend for Northern Ireland Screen. And it's great to see that it is possible. And no, it is possible. It was kind of tough at times to make it work. But no, we're glad we did it. We're glad, but it did obviously help. You know, Colin's obviously Northern Irish, and we posted up there, and we had significant amounts of cast coming from the north as well, and we shot a little bit up there as well. Amazing.
But yeah, you're right. On some other productions, it's challenging. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, and worth saying, I mean, Northern Ireland Screen are quite rigorous on that. You know, they've no problem saying no to projects because it doesn't meet. They don't feel there's enough in it for sectoral development in Northern Ireland.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
Is this on? Yeah. Well, first of all, Laura, thanks a million, because you got a few of us up to see you actually working behind the scenes on Dead and Buried.
Oh, yes, that's right. So we did a bit of a shadow program as well. So there was 4 of you guys from Wexford, wasn't it? So yourself, Roberto, there was Connor, Billie Jean. Who's that? Oh, Leah as well. Yes, and Leah as well.
Yeah, it was amazing to see it come together a little bit now, so I can't wait to actually watch it. But my question for the panel and all is, because I love to go to cinema, so I try to get once a week, and it's just getting emptier and emptier, and everything is going to streaming. And how does that factor in now compared to what would have been years ago? So do you actually ever even look at doing theatrical releases anymore, or is that dead in the water and it's all streaming now?
Yeah, it's definitely tougher and tougher for independent. We've a film that we co-produced with a Scottish company, N95 in Dublin, called Spill Milk, that just played at Dublin, and we're still struggling to get a distributor for Ireland, even though it's been winning several awards. We've got the Audience Award at Glasgow, and it's been playing festivals all over the world, but we still can't get a proper distributor here because they're just unsure of the target audience. Yeah, like I think distributors nearly just tolerate us having a theatrical release sometimes here because they know it's something that the filmmakers and the funders to an extent really like, but it generally doesn't make any money. Yeah, so it's unfortunate. Obviously, some films, of course, will find favour in the audience. You just never know. Like nobody would have known that Colin Kuhn would do so well. You just never know what's going to grab people's attention and word of mouth. But yeah, it's tough. It is tough.
I mean, I suppose it's we're BBC and BBC Northern Ireland. We are a broadcaster, and we're never really in that game of kind of festival release of projects. But in a funny way, it's not. I don't know if it's necessarily all totally bleak. In that increasingly now, historically, the BBC and RTE, when I was there, wouldn't have funded a project that had a festival release beforehand because it would have felt, well, that's a subtraction of their value of their investment. Increasingly now, the game's changed, so everyone just has a license for a period. So we've got feature documentaries, and we've a couple of quid in some films with some money in that. They May Face the Rising Sun. So historically, we wouldn't have supported a project like that because it would felt like, well, that's a different business, and we're not in that game. Whereas now, well, and by the time it came on the TV, you would have felt, well, it's not as valuable for viewers. I think of the way we look at this now has evolved. So a festival release in front of a TV transmission can be seen as a good thing. So if a project does its festival release, then it does a period on telly, then it goes off and is sold around the world. That feels like that's the world we're living in now. And if you can kind of find a place for yourself in that, and if we can find our place for ourselves as a broadcaster, there's wins for us. So we're probably doing a bit more of that business than historically, and it's starting to feel like there's a bit of seepage at the sides.
Another question? Yeah. Oh, hi.
Oh yeah, how are you getting on? I suppose this question could be looked at from two perspectives, from the script writing side as well as the funding. With a story like Dead and Buried set in Northern Ireland, you're lucky because you have both the English funding that you can get, but also the Irish and the Northern Irish. But say for something set in Wexford, would there be any benefit for taking one of your characters, maybe just throwing in a Finnish or a German lad to open you up to the European funding? Would that benefit not only the funding but the audience as well, So I suppose that would be my question, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably too much of that. I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of kind of, meanwhile in Antwerp, you're like, what? And sort of meet my new boyfriend, Oleg, You're like, what? So if you can, especially if you're trying to be funny. I mean, I was at one of these conferences years and years ago, where someone said, look, if you're co-proing a kind of a drama, you can work with European co-funders. You can get a bit of kind of Canal Bleu or whatever, coming in, and if it's about someone being brutally murdered, that's it. There's a kind of a market, a co-funding market there. If you're trying to be funny, the sense of humour might be more. There's a sort of a tighter, almost Anglosphere of comedy where I think people, it's a bit like Cormac saying, like, comedy is harder to sell, and the comedies most people like. I mean, name the funniest kind of German comedy that you've ever seen. Like, no disrespect. Like there's kind of like, but it's generally you'll watch a kind of a Colin from Accounts, or an American show or a Canadian, and in a weird way, Irish producers and creatives are in a really interesting space there because people are generally funny here, and they're interested in humour and interested in using humour in different spaces. So you're kind of there's and that's in short supply. I mean, but I think that certainly if you want to do something funny, I think that thing of kind of like like, you know, an investigating officer flies over from Denmark. It's like, oh, lads, you know, not really. And if people see it, you know, I mean, they talk about Euro puddings. Is everybody familiar with that expression? They talk about, often people will describe a project that just looks like it's that where, you know, it's like I say, you want a project you want a beautiful project that also has a beautiful pie chart. But if the pie chart dictates the project and starts to corrupt the editorial, and you're sticking in bits to kind of, you know, so it's a delicate balance. And I know, I mean, I'm saying that, and I'm the one who will say, well, I need something I need some Northern Irish portrayal. But so
it's great to hear you say that, though, as well. You know, not to let the pie chart dictate it. You know, sometimes I think, you know, we think of these people behind the scenes, and it's just all about where the money's coming from, and it's not. You know, there's not those considerations sometimes, you know.
Well, it's a bit like what you were saying just before we went to we finished. I think that you know, like I think what TG Cahir have done is a real, you know, has, you know, been a couple of game changers. I think Derry Girls and TG Cahir's work have demonstrated that you don't have to compromise. Quite the opposite. The deeper you go into the authenticity of what you're doing and the distinctiveness of your voice is what people want. Globally, and they will watch it with subtitles on, or they will kind of rewind if they didn't catch the accent, or they'll try and learn the words. People want to be kind of challenged. I think viewers have so much kind of like choice, but so much of it is bland as. So I think what people want, especially in the streamers world and the world that we're in, is a bit of almost like, you know, a mini break on your sofa. You want to step into a world that feels quite distinctive and authentic and real, that has its own rules, not a made-up place.
The Wire would be a good example of that, right? Yes, because, exactly. I mean, I had to watch the first episode of that maybe twice, and then I put on the subtitles afterwards, and then my ear adjusted to how they were speaking, and it was just so authentic. They were just like, oh, this is an incredible show. Yeah. And that's what you're kind of looking for as a director as well. You're just looking for that, you know. Very distinctive voice. I actually, sorry, we're going to go back to some of my do we have more questions from the audience? Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Hey, guys. This question's for Laura. Being from Wexford, how did you approach directing a story that's based in Northern Ireland with such a specific culture, and how did you deal with any doubts you might have had about that?
I spoke to Colin. I had to do some research, so I was really fascinated by especially the story thread of Sullivan that was brought into it. And if you can explain a little bit about Sullivan.
Well, Sullivan in the series is the owner of a bus or a transport company, but in his spare time he's like the pastor for a kind of born-again Christian organisation called the Brothers of Caleb.
Which might be based on something that's very similar that's in Northern Ireland at the moment.
Yeah, well, Northern Irish is a very sort of revivalist sort of, it's quite like America in some ways. It's that sort of hardcore Presbyterian nonsense. But that was something that I think we had to adapt it slightly, because we were deliberately murky about exactly where it was set. I mean, it was set sort of just over the border.
Yeah, I mean, it was set. I mean, for me, I had to be really specific. So it didn't matter that the audience had to be. I just have to know. I always have to know where it's set, and I don't have to necessarily say that to tell the audience specifically where it's set, but I just got to know it. So I think because we were dealing with originally it was all set in Northern Ireland, and it was the background of the Troubles. And I think when I came on board, that had been kind of dissipated a little bit, but then I read the original play, and I was like, we got to bring that history back into it without banging people over the head with it. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with banging people over the head with our history, but it's just, but it was still such an essential part of the story that, again, because of our funding situations, where the different parts of the money were coming from, then we shouldn't forget that's the origin, that's the heart of it. And I think once we kind of brought it back to that, with that in the back of our minds, then we were able to set it that, okay, Kathy is living in a border county. A lot of people live across the border and they commute across the border. So that's why we have Derry Bridge. Yeah. And so we have a lot of the driving back and forth. Colin Morgan has happened to, in our backstory, that he has happened to moved to that same town that she has just in the last couple of years. So the backstory is really, really important. That's, you know, like I said, we don't have to tell it all. We kind of we can allude to it in certain places. We don't, but we have to know it for sure. And so Sullivan, who is his father-in-law, is based in Derry, and so he's still. So that's what we had kind of decided on. So that's why we see Colin driving across the border. And you know, and then we use these beautiful backdrops from Donegal, and so we could kind of spread it around. And then we use Wicklow Mountains for.
But I don't think the Brothers of Kilb were in the original play. That was something that came with. Was the whole project sold on the basis of the first script? From memory, I didn't write the other 3 scripts until quite late in the process.
Yeah, I think so.
And I wasn't given, you know, I was given tremendous freedom just to go where I wanted with the story. You know, there wasn't a lot of prescription or huge amounts of notes. I was trusted just to run with it. And that doesn't always happen. Quite often in projects, you've got to spell out exactly what's going to happen in every script. And we went through that sort of process of like dramaturge, sort of script editor.
Yeah,
Mary Kate, which I personally found quite difficult because it's not the way I usually work, and it had good results and bad results, I think, but it certainly makes you think. Yeah. And I suppose that's the idea of it.
Yeah, I can't recall actually the Brothers of Caleb not being in it, but maybe you're right, they weren't.
No, in the original play anyway, they were but it was just the history. And then when you said, when you brought, I think Sullivan's father-in-law was in it, was it? When
I don't think he was.
He in there yet?
No, I don't.
In the first script. Well, I don't know because I read the first one.
Well, I might have been. God, we should know this stuff. But this is what I mean. There was a lot of freedom given to me to write and just take it where I thought the story would go.
And it's interesting when it comes to notes as well, because like I think Mary Kate had suggested to develop Kerry's character more. Sally.
Yeah, Sally. Yeah,
and so Sally is one of the guys. And of course, as soon as we met Kerry Quinn, who's just one of the most dynamic, amazing, beautiful actresses and people that I've ever met. She was in the room with Annabelle, and we were casting the role of Sally, and then she just made it really come alive. And because I was a little skeptical about developing Sally's character as well.
That's what I mean about the humour. If you get somebody who's from Northern Ireland, she understood straight away.
Nailed it. Yeah, but also just she is like that. You know, she just was that character straight as soon as we were looking at the audition tape. Sorry, I'm probably not answering your question here. So, I mean, look, I had to, there was lots of elements about it that I had to talk to Colin about it. We didn't talk a huge amount, and then I just did a lot of my own research. And then, Colin Morgan is from Northern Ireland, and so he brought his very Northern Irishness to it. Myself and Annabelle discussed the script at length. We went into really... I think Kerry was actually really, really helpful on kind of giving us that authenticity. So once the actors were involved as well, we did a lot of chatting through the characters, and no matter what, the characters are kind of universal. And then setting it in Northern Ireland, like I said, the geography was really important, but like I said, the characters kind of universal, and there's background history to it, but we could identify with all of those characters on some level or another, even though Kathy is so brilliantly written, because we get to see all of her kind of internal dialogue in with her therapist, but also she's lying to her therapist, so it's wonderful, and we all kind of identify with that in some level. I'm not saying I lie to my therapist, I don't have a therapist, so but I'm saying what we justify to ourselves. Like, I think life experience is really important as well. Is that it's like I love that David Chase wouldn't work with any writers under 40. Sorry if there's any, but it's like life experience is really important as well, and so that's why I love that script, because we've all been in that kind of place of denial, and so yeah, I mean, it's just through a lot of conversations, and also when you go into production, there's lots of things you haven't thought about, or there's lots of things you've got wrong. You're kind of going, oh, and I think it should be this, and then someone says, but isn't it in Northern Ireland we did? And they're like, oh shit, better get a researcher on. Let's look into that further and make sure we're thorough about it. And like I think a big part of it is being prepared to be wrong as well when you're giving notes and they don't quite work, or have your little victories when you're right, or whatever, So, but yeah, I think part of the process is because especially when you're going into production and you have a limited amount of weeks to prepare. The good thing was we had the scripts beforehand, so we had them in pretty good shape before we started, right? I thought they were in really good shape.
Yeah, there was very little rewriting went on during production.
Yeah. But another thing is that you kind of start to find things in the edit as well. I think they say sometimes that the story is. I'm not sorry for saying it's written 3 times. They say, but it's written by the writer. Then you're on the floor and changes happen on the floor because you're not expecting this. Sometimes there's magic that happens, like you're saying with Colin Morgan. He came out with a line and he ad-libbed a little bit, and it just really worked. Yeah. So it's like, do we go with this, or do I, say we must stay rigidly to the dialogue? No, well, it just really worked.
Yeah, I think I always look on it as the writer is the single most important person in the project, up until the director gets involved. And
thank you.
But
I think
but
you're
then
the most important.
No, you are. But the writer gradually steps away, and it's your baby from that point on.
It's my baby, but it's also my job is to make it everyone's baby. So it's like every single department feeds into you might have a creative vision as that is kind of stepping off point, and it gets everybody on board. But there is an evolution that happens with every single person that is involved, from your cast to your crew to your production designer to your, it's just, and if you can kind of inspire people to make it their vision as well, then all of a sudden, we have something that's, I've worked on enough shows now to see that as much as you might have it planned out on paper, there is an evolution that happens when you're on the floor and then when you're in the edit as well, and you can be really surprised by the results sometimes.
Yeah.
I felt we were making a really good show at the time, but when you're in the edit then, and also there's lots of things that don't work in the edit, and then we're like, oh, we really thought this was going to, not lots, 1 or 2 things that happened in the edit, where we're like, well, this could work really well. This will work really well on the page, and so maybe we had to, because you're a real pacey writer, and so there was all these strips, these really, which...
Yeah, well, sometimes I have to be reined in. I mean, there were...
No, but it's great.
But the scene, there was a scene in it where the funeral directors arrive at the house because Kathy's sort of setting Colin Morgan's character up and trying to annoy him, so she sends the funeral directors around. In my original version of that, there was 3 different sets of funeral directors arrived at the same time, and that whole street was clogged up with hearses and things like that, which to my mind was quite funny, but everyone takes the sensible approach. Well, actually, you don't need to do all that. You just need one.
I think you had something like 100 scenes in one episode, something like that, right? 110, because you were writing in these strips.
Yeah.
So this was really cool, because with Colin's way of writing this particular show, I don't know about any other shows, but it had this very distinctive rhythm that kind of ran through it, and at one point we were like, oh fuck, we're never going to be able to shoot this in our schedule, because something that might be like 3 sentences on the page or 1/8 of a page actually turns out it's like the army advances, that's 4 days of shooting. But each strip is kind of you didn't write that, but each strip means a kind of a new setup. When you're trying to recreate the rhythm that he's created in the writing by giving these kind of making these transition shots so that everything kind of cuts into each other and you capture the rhythm of your writing. Then we realized we were like, the editor was going, we've an hour over of footage, we've an extra hour of footage here, and myself and Owen McGurk, who's just an amazing editor, worked with him on Maxine before as well, and he's just wonderful. And he was like, tell everyone, don't freak out. We know we know we're going to use a lot of this. So in some cases, we would use the footage that we shot, and although we weren't going to use all the dialogue in it, we would then make that into a really nice sequence using the scenes that we had. So, Drew, our wonderful first AD, was probably right. We could have pared back on maybe our schedule a little bit if you had made cuts. But actually, if we had made cuts on the page, it would have totally disrupted the rhythm that you'd written. So we just had to, so look, I don't even know if I'm answering your question. I'm so sorry, but it's just, there is an evolution to this. The original, idea, me being from Wexford and it being set in the north of Ireland, I mean, that's just conversations and research, but you do make new discoveries in your work as you go along, because a different department say, have you thought about this? And you're like, oh, fuck, I didn't know. Sorry, excuse the language. But I said, no, I didn't think about that. And so that kind of, indicates, because there's a lot to think about when you've got like 6 weeks of prep. Or no, sorry, more than that, was it? 6? Probably 6. 6 weeks prep, yeah, for 4 episodes. So, to put that in context. Okay, any more questions?
I just have one from the YouTube stream.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, from our live stream. So someone wrote in, how about a film Wexford Festival? Is it a good idea that we can get off the ground?
It's a great idea. And I think, actually, Suzanne, do you want to answer that?
Yes, it's something that's been asked before. We would need to get some sponsorship and a lot of help with that. But yeah, that is something we do for Culture Night down in the New Ross Theatre, and we'll be doing it again this year. Anyone that's made a local short film gets to see their short film aired on the big screen in the theatre, which is amazing. It was a great turnout for that last year, and we'll be doing that again for Culture Night. And yeah, it's something that's on the list to look at, definitely.
Could be the next Cannes.
Yes, we can. Is there any more questions from the audience? Oh, yes. Sorry. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the kind of comedy and drama balance. Like, how organic was that, or how conscious did you feel you had to be about that balance?
I'd say it's completely organic. Basically everything I've written has humour in it. It's just something that comes naturally, I think. And it is the sort of Northern Irish, sort of dark humour, sort of gallows humour, and quite sarcastic. It's just always there. And I think that reflects how we do deal with things. Anytime there is any sort of darkness, there is a funny comment follows quite quickly afterwards. And it's just the way I write, and I'm too old to change it now.
From a directing perspective as well, I thought it was very funny, but I thought we had to be really careful about, because it was a thriller and there is a drama element and there is a truth and authenticity to it. So we had to be careful that we didn't lean into the comedy too much, because then you're getting into kind of moving into a different space with that. Because it was really funny. It was written really, it was very, very funny, but at the same time, it was trying to hold on to the truth of what the story was about. And I think, and again, that came out in the play, the original play as well. Yeah. And that made me understand it more, because you're using that gallows humor to mask this really deep hurt and pain and, inherent trauma and all this sort of stuff, So, and so that's why you kind of just had to remember that when we're shooting it, and then when you're having your conversations with your actors as well, is that it's come from there. So I don't think they ever really played the humor, but the humor came through just because we can identify with that, even, like the rest of Ireland, even though we don't have the same history of you guys.
Funnily enough, I came down to set a few times to see how it was all going, and I got a taxi from the base to the set with Annabelle, and she just looked at me and said, "You're really dark, aren't you?" And I'd never really thought about it, but if you look at actually what the storylines are for so much of what I've done, it is quite dark.
Yeah, Yeah, but it's instinctual, and
Yeah.
that's, you know, like it's a part of you as well, you know, that's what comes through. It's
Right.
twisted
Yeah.
part of
Well,
you.
I've been fine since I got out of prison.
I do remember though with the funding partners, there was a discussion about tone, and you know, one of them in particular didn't want it to be too comedy. They wanted to lead into the thriller. Like for example, the final sequence in the House of Ep1, there was a fear it was going to become a bit of a caper. And where is she? Where is she? Where is she? But I'm glad we kept it. But yeah, I don't think we diluted the comedy in the end,
No,
did
I
we?
don't think so.
No, but
No.
but it is a concern. You know, if someone's just wanting their regular kind of crime thriller tone, you know, don't know how's comedy going to fit into that.
Yeah, it's a fine balance, but also like I said again, we had an amazing cast.
Yeah.
And I think that's why casting is just like 80% of There's 80% the writing, 100% the writing.
Yeah. It doesn't go above 100%.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, and then there's 80%. But they say something like 80% the casting, because like once you have the show written, obviously after that, then it is the casting. It's so key, and you want to have actors that really understand that have a very deep emotional intelligence of how that works, because it doesn't always work like that.
And a good director.
And well, I'll take that. But I mean, most of my conversations, they're enlightening me. You know what I mean? That's the thing, is that you think like, oh, the director's going to tell you what to do. It's like, no, tell me, what are you thinking, and what, you know, and then just steer it in the right direction. You know.
And I mean that darkness and comedy, you know, it's quite a Northern Irish thing, you know, that like those two things aren't contradictory at all. They kind of inhabit the same space. You know, we did a documentary there recently, the Once Upon a Time in Northern Ireland, and there was interviews with kind of guys talking about.
It's an amazing, incredible documentary. I watched that too.
And in the interviews, like, there's guys talking about doing terrible things, and then they would flip and say something funny, and they were genuinely that very sort of, you know, dark, quite working class kind of more than sense of humor that is just like breathing for people. It's not like they have to think too hard about it. You know, it's like I know you're not allowed to quote Woody Allen anymore, but he has this line about how there's two types of people in the world. The people who think the world is really bleak and depressing, and life is pointless, and there's no reason to go on, and it's all very depressing. And there's the other type of people who think it's even worse than that. And it's so bad it's funny. So I think there's a bit of that emerges from, you know, a sort of a troubled, divided society with all sorts of trauma that manifests itself in all sorts of ways over generations. And then you just have to get on with your life and keep on living and live, you know. So, and some of that I think it's one of the interesting things about Dead and Buried is it's in Northern Irish without, you know, saying, okay, right, who's wearing the balaclava today, you know? There's something about kind of living in that space and living in this period of history and facing forward and getting on with your life and living, you know, and having a bit of crack, even when there's darkness somewhere, you know?
Yeah, well, actually, to answer your question about then, that documentary I was watching that at the time, and John Wallace, just to mention John Wallace, who's our amazing producer, who, again, was another person that kind of set the tone on set. But it was John had recommended that I watch that documentary as well, and that really did help to understand that more as well, you know. So, yeah, lots of documentaries, lots of reading. And of course, going up and wrecking the place as well. You know, like we had to go up and see where you know, what is the environment here. And, you know, you still see like elements of like as you're kind of crossing over borders of, you know, the different, the tricolour, and then, you know, you have the Union Jack, and you know, it's still alive there, really, you know, in many ways. And even though it doesn't feel that way. All I can say from living up there as well is that like it's a great place to live, but you still see these symbols and that are all around. That
it's a peculiar place, you know. I mean, like I left Belfast to go to college in Dublin when I was 18, and then I've only gone back up there in the last 6 years, you know. So that's a bit of a gap in between, and you would have thought. There's that sense, you know, when you go to Belfast, you know, go back to Belfast, everybody says, oh, it's great now. There's kind of, you can get a cappuccino somewhere, you know. It's amazing, you know. And you've got, like, the post-Good Friday thing, but a lot of that social division thing hasn't gone away, you know. It's actually just weirdly gone deeper and is sort of
underground kind of.
unresolved, you know, in that, you know, I mean, when after the Good Friday Agreement, you know, the first ministers initially were the more centrist parties, you know, kind of like the Ulster Unionists and the SDLP, whereas now people's voting intentions have gone more tribal or more extreme politically, and yet society ostensibly is much more polite and friendly, and we can all be nice to each other. So that's kind of tricky for society, great for writers, you know. That thing is sort of, and also I think some of that is, you know, we often talk about, you know, the sort of Ulsterization of kind of the rest of the world, you know, like so much of public discourse now has this sense of kind of tribalism, you know, social media echo chambers, people struggling to negotiate with each other, unresolved trauma. You know, I think in a weird way, Northern Ireland has kind of come on as a society, and the rest of the world is sort of falling backwards. You know, into that tribalism is a universal thing. It's not, you know, we didn't invent it. You know, so I think there's something there at that deep level that the project sort of speaks to, and it's, you know, there's something about that unresolved trauma echoing through kind of time and different relationships that you can see. That's not just a local, you know, interest in Northern Ireland, like other people kind of, that really speaks to other people's lives, I think.
So you're not allowed to go and watch the show. Is there any other questions? Oh, yes. Sorry.
Hi, how are you? I have a question for Colin. You know, originally this was a play, so if a piece of theatre is anything from 55 minutes to 90 minutes, I'm really interested in the process. Like you mentioned the first script and then you said 3 scripts, and I was just wondering, what were you first commissioned, or how did that work?
Well, I suppose it goes back to the short story, and then the play was commissioned, and that was maybe, well, it wasn't much longer than an hour. It was maybe an hour and 10 minutes, something like that. And then, I mean, the thing about a play is it's on for a limited period and then essentially dead unless it's going off. It did a tour of Ireland, I think about a year later, but then that was the end of it. And then it's just by good fortune it goes to the TV company and somebody takes an interest in it. And even at that stage, I don't think I ever spelled out what exactly the full story was going to be, and that's what I mean. I was given a lot of freedom to write what I wanted to write, and I could go in any direction.
But that's what I mean in terms of developing it. Did you say, oh, this is going to be a 3-parter, this is going to be a 6-parter, or this is...
I think it's never my decision as to what that would be, and quite often I think it's to do with what the market wants, or a producer will look at it and say, this is the way I think it should be. Maybe I think maybe 4-parters are quite hard to sell around the world.
Yeah, they are. But at the time, they were like the thing.
At the time, so if we were doing it now, it could easily be a 6-parter, and then I would have to think, well, how do I expand the story into 6 parts?
Okay, thanks, May.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask you all about trust. So throughout your panel discussion today, you've referenced different elements where it's somebody you've worked with before, or it's a team that you've dealt with before, or it's an industry expert that you know very well. When you're emerging, when you're starting out, how do you win over that trust? Are you always up against those former relationships when you're a writer coming in with something, you know, a new script and whatever? Is there an unconscious bias there in the industry all the time that leans towards, oh, well, I know her, I know him, do you get me? And that's for any one of you to answer, or each of you to answer if you want to. Thank you.
From my point of view, it's always hard to get anything made, whether you've got a track record or connections. It's very hard. I mean, I think I would probably be looked at as a successful screenwriter, but the last network series I had before Dead and Buried was 20 years previously. Now, I've been writing on scripts all that time, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 different projects every year across that, but none of them getting made. The good thing is that quite often you get paid to write the script, so you can make a living from it. But actually, what you want is to see your script on the screen. So it is hard, no matter what level you perceive yourself to be at. And I think just a good script is a good script. A lot of it, yes, does have to do with who you know, but as you start off, you know, the people you meet at a certain level rise with you, and then you have the connections. Or it could be someone who's read one of your scripts, and you've never met them before in your life, and then you build a relationship on that.
Yeah, I mean, from a director's perspective, starting out, the most difficult thing to do is to get the initial opportunity. You don't want to hassle people, but you want to. So I just kept working on my own stuff, short films, all that sort of stuff, and then eventually emailed someone who's very well known in the industry and asked them if I did my masters. Went to every masterclass that was going, every networking thing that you could go to, and then just had a balance between not hassling people and then just asking them if they would meet me. And that took a lot of years just to, you know, for them just to meet me. And then eventually I met with someone, Lenny Abramson, who met me for 1 hour. He said he looked at some of my stuff and he said, "What are you thinking of developing?" I said, "Well, I know there's a shadow program that's coming up in Red Rock, which Paul was the showrunner of and story producer there and writer, and that's how we met. And I got the opportunity to work on the shadow program. I shadowed someone for Colleen O'Scully, who was really, really generous. He gave me like 7 scenes to direct over the 5 weeks that I was shadowing him for. Because he gave me that opportunity, I then was asked I was asked to come back and direct 2 episodes, and that was the initial. So you have to gain the trust, particularly as a director, because you can't you can't have an expectation the producer's going to go, "Cool, you know, like that's cool. You've done a short film. I'm gonna, you know, that it just doesn't work at that." And I think I had that expectation until I was talking to like Paula Heffernan, who was in Element at the time, and she was like, "You know, we would love to work with you on your, you know, projects at some stage, but you got to get your flying hours up. You know, you've really only directed a couple of short films here, and we are really investing and trusting in you to do this." So, you know, I knew I had to earn that trust to start with, and it is a number of years before you earn, before they will, you know, fully kind of trust you. And of course, everyone is trusting you, but I can understand if there's a little bit of trepidation at first because it's so major. If you screw it up as a director, the whole show, you know, you can make or break a show. You could be a great writer, and a bad director will ruin it. So there's a lot of responsibility on you. So, you know, expect to have a lot of responsibility and expect to have to kind of prove yourself, I think, is what I would say. And then you will start gaining the trust from the people that we want to work with you, because then word of mouth gets around. And then I get a call from Cormac Fox and said, will you direct this show? And I, you know, but that took years, and I kind of understood that was the graft that I'd have to put in. Because I'm in a lucky position to be here, I suppose. Sorry, Lorraine. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so sorry, but the National Talent Academies have shadowing schemes now for writers, producers, directors.
Okay. Lorraine is amazing, by the way. So just say who you are then.
My name is Lorraine Higgins. I run the Crew West as part of the National Talent Academies. We've just recently launched shadowing for Crew. So anyone, DOP, sound, art directors, production designers, but there's also an above-the-line shadowing scheme, which is writers, producers, and directors. So, like what Laura was saying, it is a great opportunity to get onto set and be mentored in real time by a director, producer, or writer. Obviously, it's very competitive, but it's great to have the opportunity there to try and break down some of those barriers. You know, if you've done a short and you're getting a bit frustrated about getting the first feature or getting onto high-end TV, it's an excellent avenue for.
It's amazing, and that's like, you know, what we're doing in Screen Wexford is like we just use our connection, just us as working in the industry, to now be able to offer some opportunities of like, come on down to set. You know, they can't, like Roberto O'Connor would say, can you know, kind of come down to set and we say, okay, fine, do you need accommodation? We've got a little bit of, we don't have much money in Screen Wexford, but we have a bit of, you know, a few bursaries here and there so that we can pay for your accommodation. And that was key for me because, you know, I'd, you know, 2 kids and living in Wexford and then not having a full-time job because you're dedicating everything to your, you know, to building your own work.
It makes a massive difference. I run Crew West, so a lot of my region is regional, and to be able to pay people to have these opportunities, just so they're not completely giving up their wages while they're making the most of this. And as well, I think Suzanne said it earlier about networking. We run a lot of networking events, and they're particularly successful in places like Wexford and Cork and Galway, and Donegal has been massively successful in just finding out who's local.
Yes,
and just even there's something coming up in Mayo the weekend after next, and the amount of local people that work in the industry that are nearby, I still can't believe how many people are nearby in Mayo.
Yeah, it's amazing because, you know, like that's what, I mean, that's why we're kind of doing these events as well, is like to bring the community together. We know how it works. You know, in the Attic Studios way back in, you know, the Attic Studios was free in Filmbase. I don't know if you guys, anyone knows about Filmbase, but Filmbase was a place where, you know, I could go when I didn't have any funding for anything. Unfortunately, Filmbase is gone now, but like I said, we have the Crew Academies, we have all these other like amazing initiatives through Screen Ireland, which are just incredible. And that's why you got to get on the website. But Filmbase was just this hub, you know, where you could get together and you could meet people and you could bounce ideas off each other, and they do script readings and all this sort of stuff. And then, you know, there'll be writers, producers, directors. All those people I knew back then, that's 15 years ago, they're all working in the industry, like so many of them, you know, and working and earning a wage. And, you know, like, it is hard graft. But what we want to do is make everybody aware that there's all these amazing programs that are out there and initiatives. If you just go looking for them, you might not get them the first time, but keep trying. Yes.
Yeah, I think what I just want to say, there's amazing initiatives out there, which is great as well. But what I want to say is more about an attitude thing. Don't let I can't because I don't have this network be something that stops you trying. Just try. And I think that's just I see it sometimes that people, they already put a block in front of themselves before they even try. So the first thing that you need to do is stop thinking like that and just optimistic is what. Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's great. That's a really good point. Okay, guys, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, like, I think. What was the woman who was on earlier? What was she called? Chenade was
O'Brien.
talking about it, and it's not an industry, you know. And I think people, in the same way, I think people think there's a process to get something made. There's no process. Like, everything is sort of a mix of sort of happenstance and, you know, novelty. It's more like a story, you know, than a kind of a process. You know, your initial question there, that idea is, you know, is there an unconscious bias against people that are sort of outside the industry or outside, you know? Not really. I mean, most of the people who are on the panel or working in this are sort of perceive themselves to be outsiders who are lucky to be in the business anyway, and they're looking for that mixture of things that are kind of, you know, there's no such thing as reliability in this business. You actually want something that's novel and fresh and distinctive and new. So the idea that, you know, we all go back to the same tried and tested suppliers and tried and tested writers, often the industry is sort of, or, you know, commissioning decisions are often magpie-ish. You'll be quite excited by something that feels very distinctive and fresh and new, and that's often where people do some of their best work, is where they're kind of just, they're not encumbered by the sense of, well, this is how I should write this, or this is how I should make this. So, you know, it's a tough business and you need to be resilient, but I think it's probably more of a complex kind of people. Most people's journeys are complex, and even the making of this thing is complex. You know, it isn't like a kind of a stream you get into and you're on the escalator and the TV pops out at the end of it. You know?
And also when you're starting out as well, is that I think people's desire is to want to work with people that are, you know, I want to work with the guys that are on top, and that's great. But don't forget that you have a whole network of people that are here that you are the emerging talent. You are the people in 10 years' time who will be, you know, like sitting on the stage and giving people opportunities for shadowing, and you know, so you are that, and that's how you make your first contacts, and that's how you make your first films, and you know, and then you'll split off in different directions, but you'll see each other at events like this. You'll be like, hey, how are you doing? And it's like, yeah, great, we're doing a TV show, you know. So just have faith in that as well, you know. Sorry, yes, go ahead. Oh, there's my father. He wants to ask a question.
Hi. Comedy. This is not a joke. Comedy has not been getting very good press through this discussion. Doesn't sound as if it's financially very viable, etc. I'm just wondering what advice the panel would offer to a 13-year-old writer who has a knack for Monty Pythoning kind of fairy tales and stories and things like this. I have here a bag full of his scripts.
Aww.
When I was compiling 14 of them last night to bring here on his behalf, when I added them all up, it was 500 pages. And this is written by a 12 and 13-year-old. So is there any advice for where someone of that age may focus his work?
Is he from Wexford?
He is from Wexford.
Well, you know, there's the young, there's in New Ross, we have our young
there's the
filmmakers.
Youth
Youth
film
film
which
group.
is run by Teresa Dalton in New Ross. So that would be a good place to start.
And they're really, like, it's interesting because a few years ago then I was working with Therese. I came in to do a little workshop with the kids in there. And just over the years, even, it's just like just the sophistication of the shows and you know, like how much they've kind of progressed over the years is really interesting. And they're given a voice, and they're allowed to explore. You know, like it's not like, you know, there's kind of these rigid parameters between. You know, they're allowed to explore their creativity within that, and then also learn kind of a lot of different roles behind the scenes and everything as well. So, I mean, we know that exists. Does he know about that? Do you know?
I don't know.
Anyway, but they bring in great people. Yeah, but they bring great people into.
Eddie was telling me earlier on he's launching a new fund, 100% finance for under 14s from Wexford, and he was going to announce it today.
Yeah.
So optimistically.
Yeah, we should talk. You know. No, that's a joke, I think.
But actually, it is interesting. It's an interesting area, right? Because like in the schools and stuff, like there's transition years and stuff, and like we got to nurture this talent now, and we've got like Tara Studios coming down the line, and there's kids that are going to be leaving school, and you want those kids to be going in as trainees into the studios, and you know, and if they have that passion, how do we nurture it, and how do actually Screen Ireland, and you know, like how do we nurture the younger rising talent?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's all of it. You know, I'll refer you to the earlier conversations we've had here and all the key points. You know, I think a new distinctive voice. You know, comedy is all about being transgressive and saying something that no one's ever said before. So that's an asset. You know, like youth and energy and enthusiasm. There's all sorts of schemes and initiatives. You know, but in comedy as well. But there's less barriers to entry in a weird way than there were when I started working in telly. I mean, people can go and, you know, a lot of the people we were working with started, so we just did our first network co-commissioned comedy thing, Fun Boys, with a young-ish sort of troupe who were goofing around doing stuff on social media as Super Lemon on Facebook and you know, trying and testing and honing their talent in social media, you know, for years. So there's lots of, so I think stay distinctive, utilize the schemes that are there, don't wait for permission. You know, there's lots of kind of opportunities to let audience, there's now more opportunities to let audiences sample your stuff and kind of and test drive comedy. You probably need to also be aware of, like, you know, that the the mathematics of this. You know, that the making comedy, you know, it's about as risky as it comes. You know, commissioning comedy. I mean, commissioning drama is risky. But a bad, you know, somebody, I think it was Jane Gogan said to me once, like whenever people don't like a drama, they just switch it off. Or when they don't like a comedy, they get angry. So people have extreme reactions to when you put something in front of people and say it is funny.
Yeah.
And there's lots of projects that have their merits but aren't necessarily perceived to be hits. So it's a risky business, you know.
So if he learns about it right now, then he's probably best to learn about that now.
I know you've the BBC Comedy Festival next month. Is it something that would be worth him going up to?
BBC Comedy?
Yes.
I haven't been to it myself yet, but
no, we wouldn't bother. No, it's no, it's really.
I'm so sorry, guys. We have to wrap up because we've gone 10 minutes over.
Comedy Festival. Sorry.
Is there anything else?
Do come to it. That was
just saying it might be something interesting for him to attend the comedy festival.
Comedy festivals, anything like that would be great. Yeah. And sorry, just a very final word. So we'll be back here at 2:00, guys, for the second part, which is producing Beyond the Pale, which will be hosted by Paul Walker and Fiona Kinsella. And Dead and Buried 2, where are we? We're ready. We're ready.
Tomorrow's.
Thanks, guys. Thanks to our panel. Thank you very much. That was fantastic.
Hey, hey. 1, 2, 2. You just ask them to speak. Hello, guys. Are you there?
Cool, yeah, no, channel 13.
Good. Oh.
Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is Derby Hoodie.
Hinadul is Garan Shaw.
Hello. Hello. We're just about to start, so if there's anyone outside, could they come in as quick as possible, please? Thank you very much. My name's Paul Walker. I work with Laura and Fiona with the Writers Academy down here. We've been working with, well, we started off with a number of actors and we got it down to 8. And we've been working with them on and off for the last 2 or 3 years. So I'm going to talk to these wonderful guys from Ripple World, and I'll introduce you to them now. I think and we'll go through what they've done. What I'm going to try to do is just try to talk about the whole process of beginning to end, like from the first moment. The guys were just telling me about projects that they've worked on right from the word go, and I think that'll be beneficial to everyone, including myself, to see how that develops, okay? So, Ripple World, who are they? Well, they've done, like I was just saying to them, it's such an eclectic mix. And but there's a commonality in what they do. It's like, this is our world, and the worlds that they choose to work with are just that slight bit off. They're just that slight bit off, you know, it's real, but it's just slightly off. And I find it fascinating, and it was out when I was doing my research. I found it fascinating that when I started looking at all the trailers of the pieces that they worked with, in particular Never Grow Old, which they had a big hand in, from start to finish, there was that quirkiness that came through, so I was just saying it to them. Anyway, their works include The Last Rifleman, starring Pierce Brosnan, The Wisting Nordic crime drama, which was a huge success, Ivan Kavanagh's Never Grow Old, which I personally adore. She's Missing, which is very David Lynchian, is that a word? Ghost Hunters on Icy Trails, Retreat, Parked. I remember seeing Parked. This was back a bit. I remember seeing it in the Galway Film Fleadh, and I mean, I'd say it made it on a budget of 2p. But it was really powerful. Colin Meaney was in it, and he lived in his car, and it was just a really, really touching piece of film. Really, really was. So they have this ability to pick projects, and the one thing that I find with their work is the characters, and the journeys that they go on. That's what I love about their work. So, Dominic, Jack, would you like to introduce yourselves?
That's really nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, we all self-analyze too much sometimes, but that's never heard that, so that was really nice. We formed Ripple because we were going to make documentaries, and that didn't happen. So Dom's made lots of projects before we formed, and it was about finding what did we want to make, and that took a while. And at the time, you know, we were all keen to do European co-productions. Reciprocity was, you know, a new word for us all. I think Screen Ireland are here, and they helped us all build, you know, a body of work together as a country. That's become stronger and stronger, and I think it's just going to keep going, and yeah, we're all looking forward to what's happening.
Great, yeah. I think there is a really good buzz, actually, just in general. And by the way, Screen Wexford, this is fantastic, and it's great for people to come and network and talk to each other, because it can be such an isolating business. So having this moment and hang around afterwards for a coffee, chat to each other, get to know each other, because like in the previous panel, they said, that's how you learn, that's how you grow, you make these contacts and you start working together. It's very organic. Now, Dominic.
Yeah, and I think, going back to the thing you said there about, you know, picking eclectic projects and projects where the worlds are slightly off. I mean, you know, we did form in 2007. We did, you know, we had this idea that we were going to make these documentaries traveling around the world. But yeah, it's very much a case of our love is cinema, our love is TV, our love is drama, and our love is characters, you know, and that's really what drives us. And I think even, you know, all the best documentaries really are stories, and stories are what sing. So that's what we gravitated towards. And building that network, I think, around Europe, you know, with different producers that we've worked with, and with the financing community in the UK particularly, that's how we sort of built all the projects ultimately, and how they all come about. And I think we've done 30 plus projects at this point, you know, and a big range, as you say. So,
do you find working with, say, Europe different to working with the UK?
Yes.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, Look, I mean, we've done a lot of European co-production. We've done, really complicated European co-productions with like Hungary and Turkey mixed in, and it's tricky to do. Obviously, UK co-pro is a hell of a lot easier. Everyone speaks the same language, and it's a lot less complex.
Is there a cultural thing as well when you're dealing with different European countries? Does that come into play?
It does on all levels, like from, if you're co-developing a project together, you have to take into consideration the similarities and the differences between the two different cultures. But I think as we all, on story, we're all talking the same language in the end, so it kind of works out. And I think, the film funds are very good at helping, from the get-go say, well, this is what we need from you guys to help co-produce funding-wise. But just to go back to sort of the origin of a lot of our projects, they've come in so many different ways. One of our biggest projects that we've ever done, as in delivering to a studio, we were saying to Paul at lunch, there's a reason why we've done every project since we started. Building, we have to step the rungs as producers as well. And it was really interesting that project came about from an intern who came to us from Germany.
Okay.
So, it doesn't matter where your project originates from and who it is, everyone has a voice, and we genuinely believe that. So we love working with new people, and I think everyone in the industry does.
Yeah.
It's just about finding not just your tribe within the tribe, but finding, the right moment for a project and having a big enough slate and ideas and know when is the right time.
Like loads of things kind of have to fall into place. Like you could have the most wonderful script, but just people aren't interested in that particular thing at that particular time. And then 5 years later, it might happen that, they do,
Yeah, that's its moment, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I think, look, I mean, if we talk about feed, I mean, we can go into the origin of feed, because like every single project, it has its twists and its turns in how it finally comes to be made.
Okay, let's go into, let's actually use feed. I think it'd be hugely beneficial for everyone. Let's use feed. So, feed, I've done a little synopsis here. It's a group of 20-something social media influencers staying at a remote contemporary mansion, battle for their lives when they awaken the world's original female vampire.
It's very much a B2B log line. Tell it all.
Okay, so how did it start?
Well, Ireland, we've all got an understanding of the history of vampires and how it's connected to our mythology. And Ireland is well known for Dracula films and vampire films and horror films. And we don't make horror, but occasionally we come across something that we just can't say no to. But with this project, it was very much, we were working with with Marco, looking at ideas of his to find a project to do together that he could both write and direct.
Okay.
All his films are being snapped up, his scripts in Hollywood. We were competing for Mercy for a while.
Yeah, well, we should say, so Marco Van Bell, I mean, he's an Irish, writer-director who, has written a bunch of spec scripts. Actually, he used to work in kind of BBC factual stuff, but decided to become a writer. And we read some of his work, and we're like, this is absolutely amazing. We tried to get it, but these are sort of $20, $30 million Hollywood movies. And he's like, well, I'm never going to get to direct that. And we're like, well, we're definitely not going to get you,
But they were very difficult to be able to set here as well.
Exactly, yeah. So there were a few ideas that he had, log lines for, that we were going, well, we could do that one here, or we could do that one here. And then we got onto the subject of talking about horror movies and vampires and the Bram Stoker connection and all the rest of it. And
we were talking to Screen Ireland about him and projects that we wanted to work with him on, because this was at the stage of, applying for slate funding and what did we want to put on our slate. And so we commissioned him to write a treatment. He pitched us an idea about this group of influencers. They
Yeah, so
We should say we were lucky. It was the COVID, of course, COVID hit. We were lucky enough to be one of those companies that got Screen Island Slate funding. Thank you for helping us through COVID, and that allowed us to commission, a script from Marco based on his treatment, which was again based on this Irish myth of the Derg Dua, which is a female Irish vampire that may or may not have inspired Bram Stoker's Dracula. So that's how it came about.
Okay. Oh, wow. So he went off and he wrote the treatment. And then what was the next step then? Like, how involved were you in the creative process? Did he write the treatment, give it to you, you gave him back notes? How did that work?
Yeah, well, for years and years and years, we didn't actually work with script editors. And this was kind of pre-COVID, we started working with script editors. He wrote, I think the treatment was so detailed, the script came quite fast.
Okay.
And there's been very little changes to it.
Wow.
To the shooting script.
I think we should say, Marco's probably unusual amongst newer Irish writers because he's been through the Hollywood system. So he's very used to getting incredibly rigorous notes from, many executives and all the rest of it. So
there's a lot of self-analysis on his part as well in the project. But I think that a thing that we say often is we love working with filmmakers who do their homework. Those people who just have, they've come with visual material, or they've thought things through, or they've got lots of different ideas, and so the conversation shorthands.
Yes, yeah.
Quite quickly.
So
That's
they know what they want to do right from the word go.
And actually, if you're passionate about a project, that comes quite easily. And there's always a moment when you go, we have to put these people, this person or this group in front of writers, in front of some commissioners, because it sells itself.
Yeah.
And that's one way to do it as well.
Okay. So, how many drafts of the script would you say before you went?
it's always hard to say. I mean, drafts and polishes. Official drafts probably about 4 or 5, something like that.
Okay, that's quite. Would that be low or high?
Well, compared to some of our projects, that's very low.
Yeah, I know.
Being honest,
I would have said that was very low.
It's not taking into consideration. Perhaps some writers do other drafts at home themselves before they even give it to you in its first draft. I was actually going to say 2 or 3, but there you go. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I don't know of any writer who does
the treatment was really, really detailed.
Right.
It was really incredible, and it was one of those treatments where it's visual, like you read it and you can see it. It's not just this happens and then that happens. Yeah.
So now you spent 5 drafts. So the writer probably wrote about 10, really, because most writers
lots of polishes, tweaks, all of that.
Will do 2 or 3 drafts for their second draft before they send it in. You have to feel happy within yourself, and the worst thing you can do is don't skip over that scene. Like, skip over the scene and get to the end of it, but don't skip over the scene before you send it back and think you'll get away with it, because you never, ever do. It's the first question the producer will ask. Well, this scene isn't working. The rest could be brilliant. This scene it happens all the time. So that's
thank you, Paul.
But you do, yes. And I'm kind of going, shit, they spotted it. You never get away with it, ever.
But it's also fair to say that there's always work to be done when in the early stages, if everyone kind of sees the same thing, especially the writer, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right for it not to be perfect.
Yeah.
You don't have to hold on to it, and
No, like I've said to the writers before, no script was ever made after 2 or 3 drafts. So, you do the best possible draft you can do, but there's always going to be change. There's always going to be more, because things are evolving. A bit like what Laura was talking about and her relationship with Colin, and then the actors coming in. It's a collaborative process. I mean, the stronger the script at the start, obviously, the better. So 5 drafts later, you have this wonderful script that's really strong. What's the next step?
How are we going to make it? How are we going to fund it? And I think this morning's session was all about, putting applications together. So it's a joy to do, but actually, the process is really helpful to get everyone on the same page at the same time. And sometimes the goals shift. So you might aim for, a certain budget level or a certain HOD level or a certain location, but they all have to, you have to be open for them to move all the time. So we originally actually put this together as a Belgian-Irish co-production, shooting in ideally Galway, and that didn't happen.
So sorry, just to go back. So you have this script; it's your baby. And then, was this a Belgian company you'd worked with before, or how does that work?
I mean, this being an Irish project, Irish writer-director, we knew we were going to shoot the whole thing here. So it was always going to be about, okay, the way 481, Section 481, the tax credit works, you can only ever spend 80% of that here and get the tax credit on that anyway, so you might as well go somewhere else and spend the 20%. That's going to be post-production. Belgium is, well known for having an excellent tax shelter worth up to 40% and more. Some companies are even getting up to about 49% of the spend in Belgium. So it's an extremely attractive proposition for post-production. But Irish film, Irish writer-director, Irish story, almost entirely Irish cast. Screen Ireland is the first place,
Yeah.
we're going to go with this. It was backed by Screen Ireland during development, so the first piece of the jigsaw puzzle is getting Screen Ireland
Yeah, there's
secure.
also no guarantee that you go through the development process with Screen Ireland, and then that you'll get production
So did you
funding. It's a competitive process, and so
Yeah.
it should be.
So just to take a step back, so you've got the development fund, the state funding, and you've got the development funding. Now you have the script. So now you go for production funding. Is that right? And do you go to Screen Ireland for production funding?
Yeah, most territories prefer you to have your anchor funder in your local territory first before you start talking to co-producers. But everyone sort of does it all at the same time.
Yeah.
And in that process, you have your director or writer-director. We start talking about lists of cast and crew and locations, essentially, and that helps formulate kind of what budget we might actually need. So you're doing that all kind of simultaneously.
And critically, it has to be said, what is the market interest? So, that's when you start talking to your international sales agents. We're lucky enough to have known a lot of them for a long time. So, we didn't need to go out to a lot of people to get this read and to get interest. So we took it to Metro International Entertainment, who we've done, 3, 4 films with at this stage. It was exactly the kind of thing they were looking for. It's at a budget level that works for them. It being a horror film, you'd need to be making it on a relatively modest budget. So they said yes, and that becomes a critical piece of the jigsaw puzzle that you bring to Screen Ireland when raising the production finance.
Okay. So now you've got so you have Screen Ireland in your pocket. Well, not you. You've worked to get it there.
But you have to present a solid, proposition to any funder. So the conversations have to be had of, well, if we're doing it with Belgium, what HODs will work in each territory, or how
So
will
what's
that
in it
all
for
work?
Belgium? If this is an Irish film, what's in it for the Belgian company?
Well, if there's cast on screen, obviously, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Or if it's crew, it's, I guess, more of an industrial investment. And yeah, that's kind of
and it was always conceived that it would be an official co-production with whatever other country we worked with. So it was going to be, an 80% Irish production, 20% Belgian official co-production, and that means that they get 20% of the rights in the project.
Okay.
And then a back end share that is proportionate to the investment.
Because a lot of service productions, you don't get a share of the back end.
Right.
So we've tended to shy away from them. And the cough wasn't for emphasis. We've tended to shy away from them. And a couple of service productions we somehow managed to get points. So that was amazing. But yeah, generally, kind of you really try and use that network across Europe.
And but the Belgian thing fell through. Is that right?
Well, so the way that worked is we had a whole structure, I suppose, that we put together that was going to be shooting the film in Galway. We recce locations, we found locations, we put a lot of people in place ready to do the thing in Galway, and we ran the numbers. U-Media was the partner, proposed partner, again, a company we've got a long-standing relationship with. And they've done a number of films here as well, Irish-Belgian co-productions. So, they've got a very good system for doing post-production, but also even shipping over some crew and equipment, be that, I don't know, hair and makeup or lighting equipment with, with electricians and so on. Because there are always anomalies in the way the financing works, and Belgian people working in Ireland still get Belgian tax shelter or qualify for Belgian tax shelter.
Oh, okay.
So there's all these, everything is about finessing.
That's going fantastic.
I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know whether it's interesting to you guys, but you do, nearly 50, 60 versions of the budget over the course of, I think Cian's here, he probably has a more accurate figure overall for Ireland. But you have to be kind of up for that. It's constantly moving and changing, and depending on what people need and where it's going to be. And obviously, as a small Irish independent film, you try and max out as much soft funding as you can. We went to the RAP fund, and it's no guarantee that you'll get any funding for anywhere. But post-COVID, we really needed, that amount of funding. We were very lucky, though, at the time Screen Ireland were upping, the amount of production venues they give, so that helped cover a little bit of that gap. Because we discovered that, the RAP Fund even discovered themselves that there was no board above them for the Western Development Fund. So all projects that were submitted.
This is about how every project sort of has its twists and turns and finds its right moment to be made in a particular way, because we did effectively have the whole thing set up to shoot probably about nearly a year before, or certainly 8 months before.
We had done all the deals with all the crew, with the suppliers. We had our catering chosen, which menu we were going to have, everything.
Yeah.
Our trainees, I think, so it's...
So
we worked
ready to go.
We were kind of ready to go pending probably a decision from the RAP Fund, but because the RAP Fund was going through a transitional phase, and the board was due to change, it meant that we wouldn't be able to get a decision from the RAP Fund in time to meet the schedule for everything that we had
fit in
place. So we had to rethink.
But also some crew then we lost. Anyway, so we started trying to replace those crew to keep everyone warm, and we are going to jump off the cliff together.
Yeah.
And then, but also, we weren't guaranteeing the RAP Fund either. So we're like, okay, well, we're just going to have to make it for what we've got. How are we going to do that? And that was a conversation. Be very frank and transparent with all your HODs about everything.
Right.
Well, that's just the way we liked to operate.
It's nice that actually. I like that.
I'm sure we've annoyed people along the way, but you try and do it with the best intentions of being as transparent as possible, because problem solving, you just don't know where the solution's going to come from.
Well, I think one of the things about that, though, and a few of the producers I've worked with, and they have been really, really open, is that trust element that you were talking about. It is that trust element. I mean, and it goes back for the writers, this collaborative and being but it is the trust element, and the more open people are, I think, the bigger the trust.
Yeah, and I think that's completely true. I mean, you develop these relationships with people. We are all, there's always a period where people are working with you on a trust basis, that you're going to do absolutely everything you can to make it happen when you say you're going to make it happen. And many, many times, that is not quite how it pans out. And you've got to roll with the punches.
So everything's set to go in Galway. The sausages are on, the rashes are on, we're all ready to go. And what happens?
So then we decided, okay, look, it hasn't worked out in Galway. Wexford feels like a really...
in the UK?
Guess two things. One, we could make this, closer to home for us in Wexford, and we've been dying to make something in Wexford. So, because we have...
This is California for Ireland. Come on.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Okay, it hasn't worked in Galway. We're bringing it to Wexford. Somehow or other, we're going to bring this to Wexford. So let's do that.
So have you still the Belgians on board at this stage?
We've still the Belgians on board at this stage, but
But they
the
know.
UK,
They
the
know
UK tax credit changed. You know, the UK independent film
They were
tax
like,
credit
hang on a second,
increased
our industry
their
needs-
funding.
Okey
So we're now
dokey.
like, okay, now we need to rerun the numbers for the UK, which is exactly what we did. So we went to various partners or potential partners that we knew in the UK, knowing that we were going to do post-production in the UK.
But we also did the right thing by our Belgian co-producers and said, okay, we are now having to look at the UK. Can you match these numbers, or how, you know,
Right.
how could we, you know, because obviously this is an opportunity for the film. So
Great.
Yeah.
So then the UK comes in.
Well, so then you're going, okay, well, let's run the numbers in, you know, Northern Ireland, thinking about potentially Northern Ireland Screen, Yellow Moon doing post-production. But look, we were already in a conversation with, so part of the process, of course, is that you need to be talking to the independent film financiers, because you're going to need someone to cash flow your Section 481 tax credit and any pre-sales you have in order to cash flow the movie in the first place.
Okay.
So we were already in conversation with people like, you know, Headgear, and in this case, Creativity Capital. And Creativity Capital also have a company called Creativity Media, which is a post-production house in London.
Okay.
So suddenly, you know, they're like, we completely love this. They also know the team at Metro very, very well, as do pretty much all of those outfits in the UK. So that became something they really wanted to do as a one-stop shop. They were looking for horror movies. They loved the tightness of the script. They really liked Metro. They liked Marco and what Marco was, you know, coming up with here. So the numbers stacked up better. And I suppose the other thing we should say is that this being a relatively low-budget film, you're always looking for the opportunity to have as few partners as possible.
Yes.
Because every partner in a co-production comes with another legal fee, probably another financing fee, just more costs. And it very quickly escalates unless you're careful. So Creativity were, you know, very transparent, I think, about their numbers and how they were going to work in terms of the cost of borrowing the money to make the film, as well as all the post-production costs.
Right. And did you, apart from the director-writer, did you have any other talent on board to sell it as well?
yeah, we had cast on board over this whole period, and obviously
Great,
it
okay.
was, they were so kind of them to stay attached through that process. We did lose one cast member to a big TV show, but otherwise, you know, it actually just gave us more opportunity for doing the homework, essentially.
Right.
Which was helpful. But then Mercy came along, the shoot of Mercy, and Marco was needed on set as a writer every day.
Mercy, we should say is one of the things Marco had written that we didn't know anything about what was going to happen to that film, but we absolutely loved the script.
We were trying to option it.
We were trying to option
We were
it,
like,
and he said,
"But
"Well,
Marco,
it's
we
actually
really love it."
It's actually in discussion with some quite big players in Hollywood."
Yeah. Just yeah.
It turned out to be anyway. It ended up being a film made with Chris Pratt and anyway. By Charles Roven, who also won the Oscar for Oppenheimer.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
We were up against.
We're often up against Plan B with lots of
Right.
projects, but you know, you have to go for it. You just never
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
The industry is really strange. I think that's actually the approach we take with its casting on some of our projects. If you don't ask, you just never know.
Yeah.
So you aim big and then go down, and casting directors don't like it, but you know, that if you don't know what they're really looking for.
Yeah. And you don't know what the actor might be just in the mood to become a vampire. You know, you don't know.
Just to talk a little bit about the casting thing though here. I mean, Emma Gunnery, fantastic casting director. I mean, because this is was always conceived as a lower budget horror movie with, a relatively young cast. It's not the kind of film where you need big name actors. It's not something where you need a Pierce
you just need
Brosnan
good ones.
or a John Cusack. You just need good, talented people. And, a lot of actors, very kindly auditioned and self-taped and read. We looked at
it was a really hard
lot of
decision
tapes.
on whittling it down, actually. Yeah.
For all the key roles, and, Marco did, 3, 4, 5 meetings, this kind of thing. And we ended up with, the cast we have, which includes the wonderful Clinton Liberty, Daisy Jelly, Oscar Smith. There's, you know, some great up-and-coming Irish actors, and Grace Collender, who plays the lead in the film.
Yeah, and Neve Hogan and Charlotte Bradley and Molly McCann and Noella Brennan. So we have a really incredible cast, but we and Screen On, like, this is a project that from the get-go we knew like it's an opportunity to kind of put in place some, you know, great HODs and have a lot of trainees and mentoring, and that was always the intention with this project.
There's nothing better than learning on the floor.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing better.
But the culture in Ireland of this is just embedded now. It's fantastic. And so, you know, for example, you know, with the Section 481, you need to have 2 or 3 trainees and go through the formal process with them. I think we had 13 or something in the end.
Well, so we should, you know, so once we decided we're bringing the film to Wexford, we're like, okay, you know, who's the best person to do this within Wexford? It's got to be Fiona Kinsella as you know, line producer PM.
We couldn't have done it without Fiona, to be honest. Incredible.
So you get it to Wexford. She is incredible. Myself and Laura have had the pleasure to work with her for the last 3 or 4 years now, and she's brilliant. She keeps us all on our toes, put it that way.
But yeah,
so you get to Wexford.
Well,
is everything going well?
I mean, let's just talk about this whole thing, because you know, this is, you know, it's a quintessentially Irish film, albeit, you know, a UK co-production. That's really just for a UK co-production for post-production. But yeah, this was an exercise in a way of bringing all of the things that we can do for a relatively small Irish film into play. So Screen Ireland's nationwide fund, which is an absolutely critical part of the financing, and especially became so once we knew that we weren't going to have the RAP funding as an option. So it becomes an exercise in how can we maximize the people and resources that are going to qualify for the Screen Ireland nationwide funding. How many people can we find from Wexford or from outside the Dublin-Wicklow kind of hub to get involved in this film? And that's the real process that we went through with Fiona and Marco.
For the second time, because we did that in Galway as well.
Okay. Well, you knew what you were doing the second time around then.
Yeah, but this is where Fiona came into play, and it was incredible finding really talented people from all over Ireland, actually, not just in Wexford. And yeah, everyone, it's because you're building a team of people who because we were on location, they're going to live together. It's a, you know, confined shoot. Where we were shooting was quite a confined space. So they all had to gel and work.
There's a whole ecology going on there, isn't there? You're going to be stuck.
And there are other things that happen as well. When we decided we were going to bring it to Wexford, one of the aims that we had, you know, we're all aware that, you know, Tara Studios at the Borley Manor is a fantastic thing that is in process and is coming. And we're like, we could be the first film to shoot in Tara Studios. You know, and we met with John Gleeson and we talked a lot with Ivan Dunleavy about doing that. And we walked the grounds, we looked at the buildings, we explored all of the options because we thought we could actually, in the first instance, we thought we could base the film here, we could shoot lots of the film here in the beautiful woods they have there.
Yeah, there's economies of scale of keeping everything close together when you're shooting on location.
But at the end of the day, we were a little bit too early because, you know, they hadn't broken ground. You know, there aren't offices up and running and things like that. So we were lucky enough to find the Hatch Lab in Gorey, which is, you know, a kind of state-of-the-art, you know.
Well, this is where Screen Wexford and the Wexford County Council came in and suggested things and were really helpful, not just with crew, but with locations and facilities and everything. And yeah, we couldn't have done it without, like, we ended up in like this amazing Hatch Lab. We've pitched it for the next project as a potential location, actually.
That's great.
But production office, art department in there, wardrobe in there, all with kind of state-of-the-art, you know, really nice office space, you know, right next to a good hotel, all of those things. And
not a dripping derelict porta cabin at the back that you usually end up in.
Yeah, we try and avoid that because, you know, I think giving people a nice bed and good food, you know, you just have to do that because otherwise you just can't. work the long hours that we all do.
So, and then, then it becomes about, okay, for a film like this, it's, it's all taking place in and around the house that they go and stay in. So once we found the house, and again, we explored in an area surrounding Borley Manor as much as we could.
Okay.
And the further we got away from Borley Manor, the more we realized, oh, we're not going to be able to do it at Tara Studios. Because we saw a lot of houses, but we never found quite the right one until we found the right one, and it was just that bit too far from Tara Studios for that to be the base. But thankfully, it was attached to a farm, and there was another farm nearby that we could use for the whole thing, which meant we didn't have to move the catering truck once.
Brilliant.
Which is extremely unusual on a 4-week shoot.
That's fantastic.
But these sorts of things are absolutely essential if you're going to maximize every cent on screen.
So just on the coming down to Wexford and doing, did you find there was, when you got your crew and everything, there was a different energy that you get from different? It's just, I've had an experience of it where I'd worked in kind of a jaded area with a group.
Yeah, we don't work with those kind of people anymore.
And then
Life's too short.
then you go to a different area that are actually delighted that you're coming down to shoot, and they bring a whole different energy.
But there's
to the
always
floor.
one chip in the potato packet,
Okay.
and you try and identify them before you even kind of get going.
But I think it's fair to
Or
say
help
though, that the house that we found and everyone in the surrounding area, the house, were very excited to have us.
Good.
And all talking to each other about the fact that we were there and this film was happening, and telling us, for example, that, at the bottom of the hill, just out the back of the farm, there's actually a rumour that there's a vampire buried. Like, really?
Brilliant.
This kind of stuff. So, there's a lot of really nice things that happen when you go to a new place to make something where something hasn't happened before. Filming hasn't happened before.
So, and how did the shoot go there? So, are you all set up and you're ready to go? Is there any other twists before you started?
There were absolutely no problems on the shoot whatsoever. It was completely perfect all the way through.
Okay.
Yeah, smooth sailing.
Well, I don't
nothing
believe
happened.
you now, Nick.
Yeah, no, we don't talk out of school, to be honest. So, yeah.
No, but you got it done in the 4 weeks.
Do you know what?
Well, I put it that way,
Something
then.
big, or 3 or 4 big things always happen, and you can prepare for as many kind of hiccups and speed bumps and whatever.
Yeah.
But it's never going to be those. It's going to be something that you just didn't even think of. We had snow and we didn't need snow, things like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and it's all hands on deck. And I think when those kind of issues or problems or crises happen, it's the crew, you'll see they'll all just gather around and actually find the solution to it and solve it. Or, yeah, it's kind of critical.
I think it is. It's weird. I mean, because, whenever you make a film or a TV show, that crew does become a kind of family, or needs to become a kind of family really, really quickly, and figure out a way to work together. And there are always, of course there are, like with any family, there are always arguments and fractious moments, but
also it's a pressure cooker.
It's a massive pressure cooker, because it's, I mean, this is a 4-week shoot. Many of these TV series, the 4-parters or whatever, are 6, 8, 12 weeks, whatever it happens to be. It's a lot of money being spent over a very short period of time with, 50 plus people working closely together for 10 hours or 11 hours a day. I mean, it's stuff is bound to happen.
I remember talking to an old lighting guy. He used to work on Red Rock. I can't remember his name now. This man was huge, like huge. He barely moved. But he referred to the film and TV crews as the last. We're the circus people. That's how we saw it. That we just travel around, and we're the last of the circus people. So the film is now shot and is in post.
That's correct. Yeah.
Was there any other little jigs along the way?
Well, it's a horror movie. There's quite a bit of VFX to do, so we're in that period at the moment where we're picture locked. We're in VFX.
Music scores happening. Yeah, there's a lot of decisions for Marco at the moment, and yeah, so we're just reviewing stuff as and when it happens.
Okay.
And
Yeah, which is why he can't be here. He's in London.
in a dungeon in London.
Okay.
At the moment, poor guy. Yeah.
But and it's, Cannes about to happen, so, Metro International Entertainment will be taking a promo reel to Cannes to show to buyers. A certain number of pre-sales are done. A lot of buyers have been tracking the film, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And, we'd like to say that this film will be out Halloween.
Okay. Yep.
But who knows whether that will actually come to pass.
So from the very start, when you said to Marco, okay, give us your idea. This is my idea. And he goes off and write a treatment. When did that start?
That's 2020, I think. Yeah.
So that started in 2020.
Yeah.
And now we're in 2025 and we're in post. So it just goes to show how long
it'll deliver.
it will take.
It'll deliver in the middle of the summer kind of thing. So it's quick, actually. 5 years.
Yeah, we.
Oh yeah.
We
tell
never
me.
grow old. Took us 10 years. This keeps happening to us. I don't know why, but we got development funding from Screen Ireland for 2 writers to write a Western in, I think it was the 15th of December, 2007. We'd been going 8 months. And then literally 10 years later to the day was our first day of shooting in Connemara for that film. It was bizarre, which again, snow turned up on that shoot as well. We didn't
follows
need
you
it.
everywhere.
But yeah, like it can be a long process. And I think that's why I don't want to use the word struggle, but you have to have quite a big slate developed at different stages so that you're ready to go, because the market moves so quick.
Yeah.
The market's already moved since Berlin. It's constantly evolving, and
when you're saying
so
the
when
market
people
moves,
say no to you, it's not no really. It's just no, not right now.
Okay, we don't want vampires this week, but we might want them next week.
Well, there's segments of the market as well, obviously, but I think
it's a bit like the question that came up in the previous session to Colin, I think, about, was it conceived as a 4-parter? And then the discussion ensued about, well, there was a moment when the market was looking for 4-part TV series. And Colin said, well, if it had been written now, it would probably have been a 6-part. Because that's the way things are. And you can't really second guess that entirely.
No.
You just have
it's
to
kind
go
of chasing the dragon, isn't it?
Occasionally
You're never
get
going to
those
get there.
really weird phone calls where an exec from Sony rings you and say, do you have anything at this budget level in this genre ready to go now? And you're just like, I wish we did.
Yeah.
It's kind of bizarre how the models work and how it filters down to us through the market, obviously, and through the film funds.
Okay.
But yeah, I think finding your kind of pool of what you like to write and can live in is really important.
Yeah. So I mean, as a small production company, I mean, we have a bunch of projects on the slate at various stages, both film and TV.
So do you approach people, or do people approach you, or is there a bit of both there? How does it work?
A combination.
Combination. So often there's no one way actually. Yeah. So we come up with ideas sometimes and commission people, or we start writing it and talk to distributors ourselves, and then work out who might be the best people to attach, whether they're here or somewhere else. As in Irish writers, because we tend to focus on Irish talent, and or we come across projects through interns or through people we've met, along the way, or people, and you can make friends in the industry and not have a project to work on together for 18 years, and then you find that one project that you're both just so passionate about that you want to make. So yeah,
it's a tricky world out there. I mean, we're aware of, and on the film side, I mean, there are whole numbers of kind of fantastic scripts sitting with sales agents, with money attached and great cast attached that can't get made. And we've read a lot of those and gone, because people have said to us, could we make this in Ireland? And you go, well, we could. But it's not. It doesn't quite fit what we're about.
But likewise, there's a few Irish projects that Irish producers be aware of that still haven't been made and will be made because they're great projects. And whoever has them at the moment, you know, that they will be made. It's just when, you know, because the market has to be open to it for all that finance to fall into place.
Okay. Will I open her up? How are we doing for time? Yeah. Well, I'll open her up to the floor then. Thanks, guys. That's wonderful. Anyone got any questions? There you go.
Hi, Dominic, Jack. We met in Screen Leaders many years ago. I think you had just finished Parked maybe a year ago, and it's lovely to see you where your production company is now and everything you're doing. I'm Marisa with Media Factory. I was interested in finding out, you mentioned very quickly that you're also doing television as well. Are you finding that there's more work in developing and producing a television show or a television series compared to a feature film? And where are you starting to move towards? Where's the market starting to move towards for you?
Just get out my crystal ball. No, our slate's kind of 50-50 actually at the moment. I think a lot of producers are the same. I think we were talking about this earlier, like the production values and also the options of where to go to make TV drama has changed all of our lives, you know, how we watch and what we watch. As to the workload, I think it's kind of the same because you still need to think through things. I think it's a different process. It can take different amounts of time.
Yeah.
It's a tricky question to answer, really.
There's a few things, actually. That, in so many cases, you know, a film is a 90-minute piece, probably written by one writer. I think when you're talking about longer form TV, you know, so often there may be one writer, but, you know, there's a couple of projects we're involved with where there's certainly multiple writers, you know, and a writer's room, you know, and that's a complex thing to set up, and that's going to take time, and money, you know, and getting hold of money to set up writers' rooms is not an easy thing to do. So that's part of it.
But I'm also finding it's really interesting that I think the newest people in the industry, writers, and the oldest writers that we're working with have the same, similar, they just keep working. They don't wait for the money. They just it's really bizarre. There's like this bit in the middle that I'm finding is kind of really strange, you know.
How do you mean? In what way? How do you mean?
Well, projects take so long to go through the process of, like, if you're going for, you know, European funding money or, you know, and you're like, we just need to tweak these things, and then we can also, because obviously TV drama can be slightly different depending on who you're pitching it to.
Yes.
So, you know, to do all that, you need to have, you know, deep pockets or, you know, support from local funding, or, you know, it's really bizarre.
It's weird because when it comes to the writers' rooms, like an awful lot of the writers' rooms wouldn't start to get developed until a broadcaster or a streamer has bitten on the original idea. The thing I've noticed, change-wise, is you nearly have to have written the whole script. Well, you're probably better off writing a couple of, if you're doing episodes, writing a couple of scripts.
It's definitely an easier pitch, yeah.
Because you're, like, most times when I'd applied for Screen Ireland funding, I've actually probably written the script already, and that means, and then I go back to writing the treatment, because it's kind of like a journey, really. And I think there's an awful lot of that going on. Like, I know one writer in particular, and he just had a pain in his hole. He'd say, oh, fuck, I'm sick of this, I'm sick of it. Rejection. I did this pitch, it took me 3 months, and he just went, right, I'm going to write the whole series. And that's what he did, and he wrote the whole series. And he then did a pitch document based on the series, and he said it was the strongest pitch document he'd ever done. So it kind of varies, but you're right.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, you actually know what it is and what you're even pitching. Like, it's really hard to either to raise finance to develop something or to pitch it to the market to see, you know,
where it could
I think
work
there's another thing about
without knowing what it actually is.
Yeah.
You know, I think many of us are probably aware of the way in which the TV world is gravitating towards film structures because TV finance has become a lot more complex. So all the TV financiers, studios, broadcasters are now doing co-production, whereas they weren't, 5, 6, 10 years ago. So they're becoming more like independent filmmakers or independent producers. And then equally, most of the film companies, or many of the film companies, are consequently moving into the TV space more. So there is a kind of merging that's happening of the skill sets, which I think is fascinating and a great opportunity. But one thing I would still say about a key difference that feels to be true about TV and film is that film, you can sit on a film project for a very, very, very long time, and there's always somewhere else you can take it. It will find, if you keep at it and you really believe in it, it will find its way to get made. TV's different, because TV's all about slots. And if you pitch the thing to all of those slots, there's a point where you're going to run out of them. And that is kind of heartbreaking if it's something you love.
Yeah, yeah. Particularly now, you have to put so much work in just to get this, like, 10-page treatment or a one-pager is almost harder to write than the script. You're better off nearly trying to get as much of your script done. Also, it's actually good for practice just to keep on going, writing scripts. I hadn't written a script in a while, and I just went, fuck, I have to write one this week. I have to start again because I haven't done it in a while. But then you have your script, and then you can get the treatment, and then you can bring it to like these guys. But you know what you're talking about when you go in the room. So, well, the character does this because of that, and that. So I think getting back to your question, I think they're blending. I think like there's a blend. I'm mainly from TV, but I've started to move into film now, and there is a blending. Different styles, completely different style of writing, but there is a blending of creativity.
You organically know, like, how, a bit like when you talk about the slot question, is there enough story?
Yeah.
Then it's a TV drama.
Is there the engine?
Story? Yeah. Can it come back for 3 seasons?
Another question, anyone?
I just have one from the live stream. Yeah. So why does the panel think that the film industry embraces horror stories much more than the TV industry?
That's actually changing. Horror is becoming, not so much horror, but psychological horror is starting to make its rise now on streaming. Like if you look at even something like Wednesday, that's kind of going into the darker areas, and there are other stuff that's coming on stream because horror has been so successful in TV or on film. The TV guys are not going to miss out. They're going to jump on it.
It's also about, think of the audience, that, streamers, obviously, it's a different way of accessing mainstream. You wouldn't want preschoolers coming across a horror, on RT in the afternoon. So it's there's a reason for that as well. And there's our 9-year-old watching Stranger Things, and we're like, yeah, and they're loving it. They're analysing it as they watch it, and they're like, oh, who's that guy? Oh, he was back then. So it's kind of interesting, how that's happening.
Yeah.
But I agree. It's probably the psychological.
Yeah, the psychological stuff is really coming up now. Sort of the South Korean stuff from the early 2000s is starting to filter into TV now.
But Ireland's really got a great reputation for horror. It's not just a way to start into the industry to make a horror film because it's.
But we've always been great storytellers.
Yeah.
I mean, the Banshees have always been around. They've been around for years.
We've got scary fairies. We're not. They're not Tinkerbell.
They're evil, evil leprechauns.
I have a couple questions more about the specifics of pre-production. The first one is, so you were talking about, when you're looking for budget, but you're also looking for crew and actors and whatnot before you might have the budget locked down. So when you have those conversations with actors and crew, is it more just, hey, are you interested? There might be budget coming in the future. And then if it comes, it comes. And if it doesn't, it doesn't get made. Or how do those conversations go before you have funding?
you kind of have to know what your budget's going to be and what there's. I don't know if you guys have talked about budget bands, you know, in Ireland, and that's something that will come. But you essentially kind of know what your band will be, and you don't really start locking in crew unless you know you're not going to waste people's time. And those conversations were probably boring you all earlier about, you know, things shifting. It's really horrible to have to say to crew, actually, no, we're not going, you know, because people are putting their schedule together for the year of what projects they're going to work on. But
yeah, I think, I mean, again, there's a lot of projects out there, you know, or we get pitched a lot of projects, or we've read a lot of scripts where you go, I absolutely love this script, but, you know, okay, with the best, you know, with the greatest respect, with this director, you know, we're going to need big names to get the money to make this script, and those two things don't add up, you know, in a particular scenario. Or so one of the first things we have to do is go, right, well, who's it for? What is the probable cost of this film? And to make it, who do we need to talk to? As in, do we need big names? Do we need the Pierce Brosnans, the John Cusacks, the whatever it happens to be, to get this over the line? Or can we make it with, you know, less amount, you know, and not having to pre-sell, because pre-selling is incredibly difficult in the current market. So
I think when it comes to, I think what part of your question was kind of like, when we approach crew, was it?
Yeah, like crew and actors, because, you know, when you're submitting these proposals for budget, you know,
all at the same time, essentially.
Yeah, so how do you do that when you don't have budget yet?
We clone ourselves. No, we don't. You just have to. You just start going, you know, we think we're going to go, you know, the next spring or in the autumn. If there's a gap, you kind of have to schedule around the actors' availability and then hope that the HODs that you're wanting to work with for this particular project, because they all do have different styles and approaches to things, you know, will be available for that amount of time.
And it is particularly tricky with cast, of course, especially if you're looking for name cast, because, you know, getting stuff read without them knowing exactly who the broadcaster is or the studio or the distributor or any of that stuff is incredibly difficult. So, you know, unless you have, you know, you're not going to have all the money unless you have the cast. The money is always subject to the cast. It's a chicken and egg situation, and one that we grapple with all the time. And there's no quick answer to that. You know, you put your best foot forward with everything that you believe that you can bring to the table. If this actor were to come on board,
you obviously don't have to have all of the cast in place. You need to have the key cast in place when you're talking to any financier. Obviously, because they have to know sort of, well, how is the sales agent going to sell this, and who is going to buy it, and then how is the audience going to watch it? What are they going to watch it on? So it's thinking all of that at the same time helps sort of your approach.
Any other questions?
I have a quick question. It's a little left of field, but hopefully it doesn't throw you too much. Hi.
Is that Lorraine Higgins?
That is Lorraine Higgins.
Yes.
Will she ever get off the mic? I had the pleasure of working with you as producers, and I found you really nurturing as a crew member. And something we're trying to push as part of the NTAs and with Raising Films is job sharing, so that we can keep crew in the industry that want to keep working, but their life circumstances have changed. Either they've become parents, or they have responsibilities, or they just don't want to work a 50-hour week. As producers, are you open to that sort of flexible working? Have you ever had job shares?
Yep. Yes.
100%.
Yeah. When we set up this production feed for Galway, we were going to have PMs who were going to job share, because one was just back to work after having a baby. And then on this production, we also had a couple of people who job shared in the production department, I think. Fiona, was that right?
There was one in makeup department, I think.
Yeah, we had a couple, and we had a back-to-work mum in the makeup department on this production. And I think the good thing is, because of all these incentives and talking about it, it's becoming more common. You know, like, it'd be great to have creches.
I have to say, I mean, we've done
things, because we bring our kids all filmmakers, you just bring your kids, you hide them in the caravan, you
We've-
bring them out. You know.
We've done a lot of work with Scandinavia, and I mean, it's just their whole attitude to life-work balance
comes
is
first.
totally different, and
inform
we'd
the
love
way
to
we
do more
work.
of that here.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we learned that from the Scandies early on. Our second film was Lapland Odyssey. We did Parked and Lapland Odyssey back to back, and the way they approached things was incredible. It was just family first, and and then that kind of filtered into the way we did our other projects. And Never Grow Old, we had kids turning up. School holidays, the crew brought their kids. The people are responsible adults, and as long as you have your insurance in place, it's not really a problem. They're guests, and then hopefully inspiring a really younger generation to take part. Yeah.
So the answer, Lorraine, is yes. More of that,
More of
please.
that, please. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you want to ask a question?
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. Just wondering, it was mentioned earlier on by Chenade that true stories are quite in at the moment. Do you think that's going to be the case for the foreseeable future, or is it going to have its time and then it'll move on?
I think it's here to stay. Have you heard about The Man and the Bear in the Forest? I think true stories is definitely going to be... I even heard, I can't remember which sales agent it was, said, yeah, it's not going away. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that we can't all keep developing them, Didn't they put an ad up recently for new drama commissioner and a comedy commissioner? So, maybe things will change. Who knows? But, I think there's a time and a place for every project. But as a genre, yeah, I don't think it's going to go away.
There's somebody up the top.
Hey, so Screen Wexford have a database of crew, and I'm just wondering, how conscious are you in hiring crew that are local to a specific area?
I know that database very well.
Okay, that
I've been
answers the
through that
question.
multiple times.
So what, just ballpark percentage, would you say Wexfordians worked on the movie you made in Wexford? Wexicans.
I don't know exactly the percentage, and Fiona might know better, but I will say that there were definitely not as many as we wanted. We scoured the database. We also put out sort of,
crew calls.
Crew calls, looking for people in absolutely every department because, when you go somewhere, the first thing you want to do is get as many local people involved as possible. That's always the aim.
Actors also?
Actors also,
Were there
absolutely. But, that's a much trickier thing unless you have... This was a very, very limited thing where we literally only had, 5, 6 cast. I mean, if you've got a bigger thing where you've got, 30, 40, people, a lot of day players and extras, stuff like that, definitely.
We have a young actress in our film from Wexford, Sive Mullins, and she's incredible. She'd been an extra on several things before and made, trips, long journeys to be an extra. She's so passionate. And her show reel was, she did what was asked of her, the sides, and then she just talked to the camera and showed her personality, and that's actually what got her the gig, not her audition. And I just think that was a really nice way of doing it. But yeah, I really enjoyed looking at who was here on that database, and there's some really interesting, productions that hopefully will scoop everyone up. But I think there needs to be more people. You need to form 1 or 2 crews here and start making stuff together. There's no other way to do it. I think that's.
Can I just say about the crew hub as well? It's that we've put together a bit of a marketing team, which is why we have such a good crowd here today. And that's really something that's just kind of kicking off. And just say thanks to Lara, Aiva, and Robert, who have really pushed all of our events. And that's, we're test running it this month. And we know that the marketing needed to improve in order to get the word out there. So we're hoping that you guys, through word of mouth, anyone that you know that's interested in film as well, will then, you know, encourage people to sign up to the Crew Hub. And even if they like just want to be, you know, like they don't know what area they want to work in, but they want to be a trainee in something, just you know.
Yeah, and being a trainee is not like you get really involved. On Feed, we had moments where it was the trainees on the floor in the main set with the camera crew, and the HDs were doing other things. Like
trainees are paid as well, right?
Oh God, of course they are.
And also
they're paid and they're contributing creatively, and they're a key element because you're an adult. You know, of course you can. You know, you should be given the opportunity to do things. And if you do it well, you move really fast up the ranks, if that's what you want to do, or you go, actually, I prefer that job.
I would say the shadowing programs as well are really, really useful for getting experience on set. I mean, we had a few people doing shadowing on this, and it's great. You know.
No, it is great, and I think it's one of the big things it brings is it just shows you as much. This can be you as well. If you can see it, if you can get out there and you just see, you become part of the team, you meet the rest of the crew, and it makes it feel more accessible for you. And can I just say as well, on the lower budget things, being a trainee on that is probably a lot better than being a trainee on the bigger budget things, because you become a bigger cog in the machine. You learn more. We need you more.
Totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, just hogging the mic. Also, I just want to say what you're talking about the young actress that you were working with. It's Sive. It's when I was starting out, because I had, you know, my parents came from a theatre background, but there was no way I ever thought I could get onto set. And the only way that I did it was I was an extra. And then as an extra, exactly the same thing. So the very first introduction to being on a set was as an extra. So, and I hear lots of casting directors saying, no, don't do extra work. I think that's rubbish. I think you gotta, like, if you don't know what a set works like or what's expected of you, you get to watch amazing actors perform, and you can, you know, if you get on well with one of the ADs, you're like, can I look through the monitor from a distance, you know? So just get onto a set and see what it's like, and you don't have to fully know exactly what you want to do, but if you're passionate about it, then you'll find your way through, you know, you'll find what works for you. Yeah.
So just getting back to the number of Wexford crew that we have on Feed, I don't know the exact percentage, but one of the things I found when I was crewing up was you bring a lot of it, like the knowledge of people I actually know, but then there was also other trainees that we found through other crew who are based in Wexford that I never knew about in departments like sound, makeup, and that's what you do as well. What I do when I'm going from film to film, you pick up your little tribe of people and you bring them onto the next project as well, and you keep building up that database, and then I'll loop them into Screen Wexford and to that database as well.
Sorry, very good. I'm just working on a show. I just want to give you an example. I'm working on a show at the moment in Spain. There's an amazing locations assistant who was the production assistant on the previous show. So he came in as a trainee, as a production assistant. And actually, it's really nice in Spain because they tend to, if you have a passion for it, if you're a real hard worker, you're really enthusiastic and you think on your feet and you use your initiative, then you can kind of work in any department, right?
There.
And want to be there.
Just want to be there,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, and be really useful. Yeah, well, that's important. But so I'm just saying, just get in there in the first place, and just the first thing that you get into, maybe it's not your department, but you know, I'm just saying, the guy that we're working with at the moment, like we have a locations manager go, I love this man, I love him, he's amazing, and he's found nearly, you know, half our locations, and he's brilliant, you know, but he doesn't have really the experience except training under Mickle, who's our locations manager over there, so, you know. Sorry, let's wrap up, yeah, sorry.
Okay, just one more quick, any more questions? One more?
Sorry, yeah, it mightn't be a quick question, though, so I apologise if it's not. I know you're kind of working on it with Feed at the moment, but I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about your process in finding a composer and working with someone writing the score for your productions.
Well, we've worked with a fair few of the Irish composers. There's a lot of composers out there. There's great composers in Ireland. I mean, in this case, in the case of Feed, it was always going to be a UK composer because it's UK spend and it's a co-production. So it depends on where we need that spend to be and where we need that particular head of department. Effectively, the composer is a key component in a co-production structure, in an official co-production structure. But yeah, we listen to
a lot of
reels,
music. Yeah,
listen to reels. Talk to the director, talk to other composers, talk to everybody about the kind of music we're looking for. You know, is it going to be a full orchestral score? Is it going to be electronic? You know, what is the style and tone we're after? That's all the stuff that we explore.
Okay,
thank you.
We're gonna wrap it here because we're way over. These guys must be starving.
Can I just add one thing, just for composers? It is like when you think about it, a lot of co-productions, that 20% we were talking about earlier, which you co-produce with other territories in Europe. You know, those, you know, being kind of in touch with those territories that often co-produce with Ireland, you know, producers over there, and sharing your work with them. That's sometimes how you find, you know, crew in those territories you want to work, and the same applies for composers. I just wanted to add that.
Okay, we're going to have a 10-minute break, guys, but can you put your hands together for Dominic and Jackie, please? Well done, guys.
everyone. Oh God, there's a lot of people. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the last panel of the day. So this is a panel called Producing from Beyond the Pale 3. I spoke a little bit about it this morning, but just in case you weren't here, this is the third kind of iteration of this panel. The first one we focused on producers. The second one we had more of a crew focus. And this one I wanted to talk to funders and trainers and commissioning editors to talk about creating a sustainable film industry outside of the main traditional, or what it perceives to be the main traditional film hubs. And also I also have a West Cork Film Studio here who, one of the things I think that makes it happen, and it's similar to what happened here, is when people see a need in an area, see an opportunity, and they are really passionate filmmakers and they want to bring it into their local area, and you get something like West Cork Film Studios, you build a studio. So I'm going to talk to these guys a bit about that as well. So I think my motivation for the Producing Beyond the Pale panel was I accidentally moved back home to Wexford in 2020. And that was a game-changing experience for me because it allowed me the space to kind of support and develop my career in a way that I wanted to go. So I moved away from commercials and I started to work on the thing that I always wanted to do, which was to produce television and feature films. And I suddenly started doing it. And in the last 4 years, I've produced, line produced 4 feature films, and I'm just about to start one in West Cork in the end of this month. Oh God. Which I'm actually getting a co-producing credit on, and 4 of those films have all been shot outside of Dublin. So I've shot in Clare, Wexford, Laois, and Cork. That's 4. Okay. So I'm just absolutely passionate about kind of developing an industry outside of Dublin, Wicklow. Anyway, without further ado, I'm going to introduce our panel. So joining us on Zoom, yay! We've got Gara O'Brien-Collins, who's executive of the RAP Fund and probably better known as Mr. Eve Collins O'Brien. Dervla Nicurgan, who's commissioning editor at TG Cahir. And then here in person, we've got Eddie Doyle from BBC Northern Ireland. Cian McElhone, who's head of policy, legal and business affairs at Screen Ireland. Lorraine Higgins, who is from the Crew National Film and Television, is National Film, Crew West. And Stephen Parks and Aidan O'Donnell from West Cork Film Studios in Skibbereen. So I think, first of all, I just wanted to talk about the different initiatives that are already in place that are designed to help build the industry outside of Dublin. And I'm going to go straight in with one of my favourite ones, which is, it's kind of a recent development from Screen Ireland, which is the Nationwide Additional Production Fund. So, Cian, could you maybe talk a little bit about that?
So yeah, the Nationwide Additional Production Fund is also the fund that Dominic and Jackie were talking about earlier on as well. I suppose just for a bit of background, if you're not familiar with it, there used to be a regional uplift which was an automatic uplift on the tax credit, which is introduced, I think, in the Finance Act in 2018. But it was introduced as a tapered relief, so it started off at 5 and it tapered down to 0. It was extended for a year due to COVID, so it only zeroed out, I think, in 2024. But I suppose, and our nationwide fund came about then as a result of that tapering. The fund itself had a demonstrable impact on production in the regions. But then you could see the figures for expenditure and for crew kind of started to dip as the relief tapered off. And I suppose in the hope that there would be a new regional uplift at some stage to follow on from that, we decided to introduce the nationwide fund as a kind of a short-term measure to kind of so that we wouldn't lose all the good work that was done in the regions. And then we very quickly realised that was quite popular, and we needed to put it on a bit more of a permanent footing. So we revised it in the end, I think, of 2023. And it's in the form it is in now. So it's for everywhere. We use the radius of. It took us a long time to figure this out, well, longer than it should have done in hindsight. But at the map, trying to figure out how you decide what areas, the regional uplift was based on a state aid map, which is getting technical. It's called the regional assisted regions. It's a RAG map. It's based on state aid and economic reasons for certain areas. Cork, for example, would have been excluded in the first map. That map has now changed, different criteria. So we came up with the simplest one we could come up with was a 65-kilometre radius outside of the Dublin GPO. So that kind of covered Dublin and Wicklow. And it was a radius that the crew were already used to, and the producers through the union agreement has a 64-kilometre radius. So far that's worked out pretty good, I think. And it is available. We have 3 strands. We have Strand 1, which is the domestic production, which is what Feed would have availed of. Then we have Strand 2, which is for shorts, short live action shorts, and then Strand 3 is for incoming productions, live action incoming productions, and it's calculated based on 481. We haven't had as many of them as we have had the domestic ones, obviously, but we've had a few. We've had one in Limerick last year, and it's worked out pretty well, and we've got another few coming. There's Irish production companies have to be able to receive a production funding from Screen Ireland. There's a 2-to-1 spend ratio within the regions. So, for example, Feed would have had to spend twice, a minimum of twice what they were looking for from Screen Ireland in terms of the award. We can get it. There was like pretty strong support for the regional uplift when it was around, and again, there's support for any sort of regional assistance. So we probably get away with pushing the producers a little bit harder on what we get out of it, for the money, which has been great. I think it's worked out really well so far. There's loads more on it, but don't want to hijack.
Well, I think one of the great things about that, as opposed to the original Section 481 regional uplift, is, I mean, when you're crewing up or when you're looking for suppliers, obviously you start locally, but what you're always going to find with the best will in the world is sometimes you need very specific skill sets that may not be available necessarily in that local area. But with this fund, it means that you can reach out to other crew or suppliers who are based outside of Dublin Wicklow, and you can hire them in, and they still qualify under that scheme. But what that means is you're helping to build the industry in other areas and provide employment for crew who have to travel anyway. So it was smart.
The first score and criteria in the form is it in a region that's outside of the normal production hubs, which are Dublin and Wicklow. So, obviously Wexford or Galway, where the guys started off, maybe it would tick that box. But yeah, I think it's worked out well with the talent academies, which is another Screen Ireland initiative, and the crew hubs, and the various schemes that they're able to offer as well, and the county councils and the film officers and everything. I think even the guys talking about coming back to the Hatch, I think it was. We have other ones in up in Donegal, which is hard to get to at the best of times, but it's been busy, and it's worked. The crews are, they're producers there now, and they're on their second or third film in Donegal, and they're planning the next one because it's working out quite well, and we tried to do some set visits to get out and see how they're going, and the majority, there's 50% of people were from Donegal and speaking Irish on set, these kind of things, which is great to hear. Like, so hopefully it's doing something, I think.
Yeah. And then, of course, up in Donegal, you've got the force of nature that's up there, that's Aideen Doherty.
Yeah.
You were talking about the talent academies there, so I guess that's kind of be a good segue to Lorraine. So do you want to talk about the talent academies and your role there?
Yeah, I'll talk about the full 6 academies and try and like paint it in as clear a picture as possible, because it's a little bit convoluted. But there's 6 of us. There's 3 crew academies, and we each have a region. So I run Crew West. And then there's also Crew South, which I was just speaking to West Cork Studios. They deal a lot with my colleague Rachel in Crew South. And there's also Crew East. I think Brian is still here. Yeah, he's up the back there if you want to accost him. He takes care of the East with Jay Travers, and we take care of training needs for below the line crew. And we also facilitate opportunities like mentoring and shadowing, which is extremely effective. So we're kind of on the 3rd year now. We're 3 years in, and we have kind of a good system in place in terms of the practical training for entry level, training for upskilling needs, and then the shadowing to kind of see how it's done, and then the mentoring when you actually are in your first HOD role when you get that far. So it's all kind of making sense at the moment. We obviously get huge numbers of applications for the entry level courses like Passport to Production. But we also have like set etiquette, AD boot camps. There's a whole range. So do feel free to approach me and see. It's also all on the website if you don't want to talk to me, which is also a valid course to take. And then there's 3 other academies, which are Film and TV. They take care of writers, producers, directors. They also have shadowing and mentoring schemes, which are crucial for career development and growth. Then we also have the VFX Academy, which is the newest academy, and Animation Academy. So the Animation Academy take care of above and below the line for animation, and are also doing shadowing, mentoring, all those exciting things. So yeah, very chill, relaxed.
One of the things that you do with the work placement with the it's a true Passport to Production, the work placements, that you give people bursaries then so that they can afford to travel.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so the way that works with Passport to Production, it's a 3-week work placement. And there is a grant paid to the production that takes the placement, and they're paid through the production company. The placement is for 3 weeks, and that course is certified. Then on courses like Set Etiquette and AD Bootcamp, in the last maybe year and a half, we've also facilitated work placements, which I believe 2 AD Bootcamp participants were placed on a production in Laois, was it?
Yeah, Restoration at Grace
Restoration,
Manor.
that was it.
They were great.
And they are now working as ADs. So that's exactly what you want. So when they are a few years into the role, they might come back to us and look for movie magic training or scheduling training, and then hopefully very far down the line, they'll come back and look for shadowing opportunities for firsting. So that's how it's all meant to work, I think. But it's great.
The Grayson one was a really good one, the one in Laois.
Yeah.
The report, everyone seemed to have bought into that on production, it just was really positive.
Yeah, I think having the skills before you land on set for the first time, the simple things like knowing how the walkies work, which anyone who works on set kind of takes it for granted. But it's really daunting if you actually don't know what someone's talking about on the walkie. But, getting exposure to walkie lingo, the call sheet, what everyone's role is as well. We don't necessarily just stick to what your role is as an AD, and the same with Set Etiquette, which is a successful course as well, which covers kind of everyone's role, as well as how to be on set, which is really helpful. I actually think we have a participant from one of our Set Etiquette courses here. Hi, Lorraine. And she said it to me. Obviously, she might not want to tell me the truth, but I do think it was helpful. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So many actors that come on set and they actually don't know how to read the call sheet.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. That was my favourite bit. I actually was a hanger on that day, just to get on. Yeah, yeah. But we're also, sorry, actually you hit on a point there. I'm doing, I have a Gaeilge in context course up at the moment, but the aim is to do more courses to develop Irish language. And we got such a massive response to that course. And I had a call with Commissioner Mon just to kind of reiterate that the interest is there and the hunger is there and the levels of knowledge they're varied, but they're definitely worth investing in and investigating, further learning. So I'm really excited for that piece.
I love hearing Irish spoken on set.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Is that course for crew?
That course is, we've just opened it up as a registration, so we're not trying to create any, what's the word I'm looking for? Like prohibitations to restrictions, thank you. I was like, words. But I was also just speaking with West Cork Studios about, because they work a lot with Rachel Power in Crew South, and you've had some of our placements, and I also got a bit of good feedback from me, so it does seem to be working.
This work? Sorry. Yeah, no, it's an excellent. It's good to see these schemes come in that are actually helping the industry, like with what Green Island's done with the 40%, and yeah, the vetting progress. I'm lost for words now.
Sorry.
However you vet the trainees that come in, they're excellent. They really are, and we're able to keep them on actually. So we're coming into our third production now, and we're getting them back. So it is working. It's not like a flash in the pan thing. I think it's the future. These schemes are brilliant.
There was one thing that I did think of, right? Because my experience with we had 3 work placements on restoration at Grayson Manor, and we brought one of the guys back with us onto the next project. But one of the things that I think could potentially be prohibitive to crews who are not based near the film set is accommodation and travel. So I was wondering about if a next best step would be giving them a bursary like you do for their next feature, so they get their second credit, and then after that let them go.
I think that's a really good question, and it's something we discuss a lot, because obviously we cover accommodation for the placement that we place them on, but it's something actually Crew South speaks about a lot, that getting them their first job is obviously very important, but it's just, it's not just kind of abandoning them, and obviously we can't mother them too much either, but just so they're not completely lost. And the accommodation, Crew West, which is me, and Crew South have that particular problem, because we'll place someone from Galway and Donegal and they get on great, and the producer wants to bring them on to the next job, but then they are met with that same problem that they're not local. So it's, how do you overcome those hurdles?
I think the accommodation and travel and per diems is probably the 3 biggest things nearly for those projects shooting in the regions. I think it's like 8 to 15% or something. It can be really, really high.
Yeah, no, I mean that if you're getting 300,000, about half of it plus is gone on accommodation and per diems and travel. But then you just have to look at the benefit. It also, what it does open up is if something legitimately has a reason to be shooting outside of those areas as well, it helps with those productions too. So it's the balance.
Yeah, it's not going to cover all of it, I suppose, as it is, but it's going to encourage them to give it a good shot to shoot in the regions.
I think I'm going to go on to Dervla now, just because we were talking about Irish and Ross na Rún, and that's kind of a good segue.
Hope I'm not blooming over you all. I don't know how big I am on that screen. Yeah, Ross na Rún is it's an excellent training ground for new writers and you. They're looked after, they're paid well, they can pay their rent, they can put a dinner on the table. It's not a fortune, but they can live same as our own interns here. You know, they're paid a wage that can keep them sustained while they are working here in Galway. And Ross na Rún, it's one of our longest. It is the longest, I suppose, drama series, but there is a very good crew there. They're very good writers, It's a hub for writers starting off. They learn the nuts and bolts of how stories are created, arcs are created, scripts are delivered, and then how they're shot. So Rossaroon is an excellent training ground for Irish language writers and crew.
Are there any specific initiatives that you have in TG Cahir for emerging filmmakers in the regions that you work in?
Yes. So ourselves and Chenade have this scheme called TOOS. So if you're an aspiring writer filmmaker, TOOS, they're 15 minutes long. And then when you've one or two of them done, you go on to the next initiative, which is Céimile. And those are between half an hour and 40 minutes. And then when you have a couple of Céimile done, Seneca. So we'd really try to look after writers, because if it's not on the paper, it's not going anywhere. So developing, encouraging new writers with development money so that they have the time to sit down and concentrate on their TOOS or Céimile or eventually Seneca. It's very important that the writers have breathing room and money to work, because if they can't concentrate on what they're doing to bring it to fruition, if they're dependent on some other 3 jobs to put a dinner on the table and pay the rent, we need to look after the writers properly. So we do our best to do that with development money, and so far it's worked out extremely well. I mean, there's 2 Cine Cahirs just finished. Ewacha is going into cinemas tonight, I think, and then there are more in development.
That's brilliant. And in terms of, for writers, so we have a lot of writers in this room. So if those schemes, they're open to Irish-speaking writers only?
Yes. So, I mean, you could work with an Irish language writer if you have a good story. Like, there is a way in, but the script must be in Irish. And believe me, we can spot Google Translate a mile away and bad translation. So if the thing is written in English, leave it in English. It's a different style writing in Irish, and it's a different nuances in the word, nuances in the dialogue, and stories that are rooted here make the best stories. And the other thing too is there's a bit of echo. I hope you're not hearing it, but we don't see the pale. We don't see it. Like, there is a massive creative economy in the west of Ireland, and even though things may be green lit here in Galway, in TG Cahir, they're being shot all along the west coast and in Ring in County Waterford. So we're everywhere. TG Cahir Gachach, like, we are everywhere, especially along the west coast. And I'm just like, Aracht was Connemara, Finky was Glasgow and Donegal, Rosh Frank, Ring, County Waterford, Tarach, Dooncheen. So we're everywhere. Cra, Doongal. So we are everywhere. And as somebody was saying earlier on, it's extremely difficult to get accommodation, and catering's not a problem, but accommodation in high season, which is why a lot of TG Cahir's productions, you'll see them kicking off in October, November, January, because then the hotels, they don't give a hoot They will, you know, you need a serious deal maker to get that accommodation down. And like if you have somebody like Sally Diver on the production, she is the ultimate deal maker, Sally is, but you need somebody like that that'll say, now, we're going to have 80 people in there for 10 nights. Can you not give us a discount on the bed and breakfast? You know, because it's just those nuts and bolts eat into the budget. So, but generally, we're all along the west coast. We're in Ring, County Waterford, Doongheen, in the north as well, because we partner with BBC Northern Ireland and with the ILBF. So we have productions happening in the north too. And Dunyan was really, really successful on quite a low budget, but it really it worked. And Aintus is nearly finished now or in production. So yeah, there are ways of getting things done, especially if you have the partners that are interested in the project. And in our case, because it's Irish language, it's Commission the Man, it's Fee Shadon, it's BBC Northern Ireland, and it's the ILBF. So, you know, those pots together, we come together on something. And when we have the ambition to provide first-rate content in the Irish language, should that be a programme or a feature film, our motto is Uil Vienacht, ambition. And but as I was saying in the beginning, if it's not on the paper, it's not going anywhere. So we need to look after our writers. And I'm glad to hear so much training happening as well, because we need to up the ante with training. You know, because all our crew can work in whatever language they speak, but they are bilingual. So, you know, they can work in both languages. But there is a shortage of editors. There's a shortage of really good researchers. There's a shortage of women directors that can direct in the Irish language. So we're bringing the women to the front of the room as much as we can, and also encouraging writers, because without them, nothing happens.
Thanks, Dervla. And I will say, ambition is something that we always associate with TG Carr. For a small broadcaster, you punch so well above your weight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But we are a national broadcaster as well, so you know, we're not just for the Gaeltacht, we're for worldwide.
No, I remember Maureen Gunlan a couple of years ago, or last year, Maureen Gunlan saying like that your ambition is on producing Oscar-winning features, and you've done that.
Well, we got there, and you know, we were up against the behemoth that was All Quiet on the Western Front, I think, was it? I think if that hadn't been in that year, we could have got the gong. But we'll be there again. We'll be there again, because it's not, I mean, of course, it's lovely, but it's not the be all and end all. And winning at the Berlinale or in Lucerne, or they are as important to us as the Oscars. I mean, the Oscars makes a big fuss, you know, and an Irish language film at the Oscars, you know, grand. But to win in Cannes, to win at the Berlinale, to win in Lucerne, like to win in Venice, like these are where we should be looking, because that's our gang.
Yeah.
You know, we're not Hollywood. You know, so.
Brilliant. So I'm going to come to Eddie now. Just, I think that's another bit of a segue there.
Top that. Okay.
Could you talk a bit about BBC Northern Ireland and like where you fall in the whole kind of, because we spoke about it a bit at lunchtime, and you said it so much better than I was about to say it.
Well,
Yeah, I might have peaked too early there. Yeah, I suppose you could look at what's regional, what's what's small and what's big. Like when you're sitting in Northern Ireland, it's there's a particular perspective on that, and if you're charged with supporting creativity and voices and sectoral development in Northern Ireland, you're at a funny little kind of it's quite any answer there gets very proximate to politics fairly quickly. Like, are you kind of you could, I think one of the books about the Troubles, David McKittrick, talks about it being a problem of perspectives, that like people in the island of Ireland feel they're in the shadow of a big neighbour in England, and Britain. In the north, some people on the island of Ireland feel they're in the minority against a big neighbour south of the border. And then the minority community, the nationalist community in the north feel they're in the shadow of a bigger, Protestant loyalist unionist community. So everyone feels a wee bit put upon, and everyone feels, well, so is it, when I left RTE, I remember somebody said to me, like, what's it like going back to Belfast? I hadn't been there since I was 18. And I said, well, like, it's bigger and smaller than RTE simultaneously. To a certain, one conversation which is about a very small project, which is definitively, which wouldn't historically have shared the ambition that TG Cahir have and have demonstrated. So I think historically BBC Northern Ireland's output might have been small, but local content for local people, and almost a wee bit inward looking. So you'd have one conversation about a small inward-looking project, and then the next conversation you're involved in a big BBC network play with the Director General on the call, and suddenly you're into this kind of 6 million people kind of world. So it's an unusual place in that respect. We're in transition in the that model where you had big BBC from London and wee BBC in Northern Ireland, or the wee federated bits of the BBC in Scotland and Wales. That's kind of that's very much built on a linear model, where you'd stick up your rabbit's ears in kind of, Limavady or whatever, and you'd get like our fine content from BBC Northern Ireland, which is great. And you'd get like sort of Strictly Come Dancing, and then a wee bit of something local, and then something else. We're different from TG Cahir and RTE, where they're sort of sovereign. They run their own schedule and populate their own schedule with their own programmes. We take a big, BBC Northern Ireland historically has taken a big schedule from London, and then sort of stepped in and out of the dance at key points, accessorising the big BBC with little points of kind of very undiluted Northern Irishism, which is for the fans only. That's all over. So linear is sort of done, and increasingly now we're all living together on this wee spaceship, which is the iPlayer, and it's quite crowded, and everyone's jostling for position. So we need kind of projects which editorially speak in a Northern Irish accent, or reflect the lives and concerns and potential of people in Northern Ireland, but lives on the big stage. So we're pivoting. So that's sort of upended everything. Everything historically, we're pointing a different direction now. From where we were even pre-pandemic. So that sprint into the digital environment has upended our business. We're trying to evolve and shapeshift quickly. And in doing so, we're looking at the examples of some of the people who've done this best. So, in fairness, I think TG Cahir are kind of there's a couple of projects and organisations that I think have shown the path for us. Dairy Girls is a game changer. It's almost like the best thing that ever happened to BBC Northern Ireland was a Channel 4 show. That demonstrated the potential for a Northern Irish sense of humour and a voice that didn't have to sand the edges off, like the local portrayal, the local sense of humour, all the complexity, and we're wonderfully complex creatures in the north. We fascinate ourselves, so that Derry voice has gone global. TG Cahir have demonstrated year after year that if you go, again, as we were saying earlier, if you go deeper into the distinctiveness and the uniqueness of voices and stories Oscailga, then that there is a global, that doesn't mean there's a low ceiling for the appeal of that. It's that content can be distinctive and a distinctive voice and a distinctive eye, but can be and globally ambitious. So that's quite an exciting place to be. We're moving into that space we're trying to move into that space quickly in Northern Ireland, at BBC Northern Ireland, working with colleagues in network, trying to find other partnerships. Say we're working on Cra and Dinion and the Intas. We do a bit of business with Virgin, and we did Dead and Buried and Video Nasty with those guys, and we've got a few bits and pieces coming with RTE. So you have to work in those sort of film finance sort of partnerships roles to be part of to be part of something bigger. But again, for me, I would say for this conversation, it's super interesting. I mean, nothing succeeds like success, I would say. So if you want to support, so BBC Northern Ireland of itself, Northern Ireland is considered is within a structure in the BBC called the Nations and Regions. So we are regional we can't not be regional. We can't help ourselves even when we don't want to be. But it was interesting for me going back to Belfast, haven't been away for years. We did when I was still in RT, we co-produced a thing, the Dave Allen story. Like a one-off, and I went up to the set visit. Aidan Gillen was playing Dave Allen, and walked on the set, which was near where my school was when I was growing up, and like no one I went to school with would ever contemplate working in the movies or working in drama. It just felt like there's no it's just so unachievable or dreamlike. And I walked on the set, and there were these sort of like bossy kind of like 20-year-olds in cargo pants and clipboards, just tell me where to go. And I was like, Jesus Christ, when did this industry emerge from nothing? And in fairness, I think the Northern Ireland Screen were amazing in supporting that, and chiefly Game of Thrones just made the weather there. It changed things dramatically and supported the industry. And the success of that, the enduring success of that, the returnability of it has built an industry. And now it's up to people like me to play a role, to be an asset in feeding that beast and keeping people going.
You mentioned Northern Ireland Screen there. How do BBC Northern Ireland and Northern Ireland Screen collaborate? Carefully.
Well, our agendas are the same. We're the same, only different, So they're very, very sector. We're very portrayal. We're the North. So again, they'll put money into Game of Thrones. Fabulous show, but sort of dragon porn. No disrespect. It's a brilliant show. I love it. But it's not. There's nothing Northern Irish about that, really, other than all the crew. And bizarrely, when you say it to anybody, like at a bus stop, they go like, "Oh, great, it's so Northern Irish," and you're like, "What?" So there's something, especially in a funny society like Northern Ireland, people can stand in the absence of kind of like emblems of success or flags that everyone can stand behind. The success of an international TV franchise is something that makes people feel weirdly proud of the place or of the trees or the castles or something. So, but there's something there that's quite potent, But those guys are primarily there to support. I think Northern Ireland Screen's agenda is quite particular. Speaking for them, they're fantastic. But I would describe when I'm introducing anyone to Northern Ireland Screen, I say, listen, you can boil this down to a sentence. These guys are there to will an industry in the screen arts into being from dust. In a kind of a territory which has had phenomenally terrible historical unemployment issues, where the heavy industries of the past, shipbuilding, etc., are dead and buried. So they're very much they're super smart and very front-footed about supporting projects which can which can speak to some of the themes we're talking about today. Can you support creatives, production talent, emerging talent, and to the extent that they can stay where they're from and pay a mortgage and bring up kids in where they're from without having to emigrate to kind of LA or London, but have eyes and ears on their content globally. So that's super admirable, you know, and I think that they're very focused in that respect. But at times their agenda, and often at times their agenda aligns with ours, or we overlap. You know, we're a public service broadcaster, so we have skin in the game of, we're more focused, I suppose, first and foremost on the editorial piece. It's probably editorial first, sector second, or it's a dance between, you know, telling the cultural story of Northern Ireland, responding to audience appetites in the licence fee area, which is like Northern Ireland and the rest of UK, and also kind of plugs in, you know, is additive to the sector. So sometimes, we've got those sort of three wheels, you know, sector, audience, and culture, local culture, and sometimes we endeavour as much as possible to be good partners for Northern Ireland Screen. Sometimes there's things that we'll do that they won't support, and other things that with the best will in the world, that we can't come on board because it's not really, if it's not Northern Irish enough in terms of how it reads to audiences. But no, we're kind of, they're kind of critical friends, you know, they constantly slag me senseless all the time. And I'm not Northern Irish thing, so I quite enjoy that, you know, so I quite like getting bossed around by them. But yeah, like it's a very healthy relationship, but, you know, it's a grown-up relationship, you know, they'll be very quick to tell me to say no, but that's okay.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Gar now, and I'm just going to go back to initiatives. And I think so. Gar is he's an executive at the RAP Fund. So, Gar, do you want to talk a little bit about the RAP Fund first of all, and just maybe explain what it is and how it came about?
Can you hear me okay over the headset?
Yep.
Great. So the RAP Fund is an initiative of Ardon, which was at the time the Galway Film Centre, and the Western Development Commission, WDC, along with the local authorities of Clare, Sligo Leitrim, Roscommon, Donegal, Mayo, Galway City and County Councils, and Údarás na Gaeltachta. It was set up to, I suppose, incentivise the creative industries in the region. We spoke a little bit about Section 481 uplift. We talked a little bit about the costs of shooting outside the pale and so forth. This was something directly to incentivise film, TV, animation and video game production in the region. Since then, we've done 20 projects, 10 feature films, I think 7 seasons of TV, a feature animation animated series, and a company. And in that time, from a spend of about just over 3.5 million, we have, if you're counting on Section 481 terms of boots on the ground, about 46 million, spent in the region based on that. If we sensitise that a little bit and take away maybe non-regional cast, non-regional crew, and just look at the regional crew on that, it's about 26, when you're looking at we can put in a maximum of 200,000 to a project. You're looking at about a 9-to-1 return on that in terms of local spend minimum, or up to 15 if you kind of look at the Section 481 way. It's something that's very important, because I took a note there of something Dervla said and something Eddie said. Dervla said about stories rooted here, and Eddie said about people need to stay, or should be able to stay where they're from. And that's something we're very passionate about, because we've noticed in our other work with something along the lines of the Western AV Forum that there's a kind of drift regionally. That's a feedback loop of a problem, what Cian was talking about and what yourself was talking about, Fiona, about the actual problems of the per diems, the travel, the accommodation once you get outside that, because you have to bring those crew in and HODs, and then we train up a lot of people here through the colleges to do great work at the NTA. We get stuff funded maybe through RAP, especially through things like the Nationwide Fund. And then if they want to keep working, there needs to be a continuity of work. There needs to be a continuity of production. There needs to be like ideally returnable TV shows for people to kind of grow and become HODs and be able to stay where they are instead of having to go over to the Pale, for example, let alone LA and London. And the problem is there's not enough still. And it's a capacity issue. Like, we need to build a critical mass of momentum on that so people can stay there. And it's not just about having enough people to stay there, so we don't need to bring crew in as well. It's important from a cultural perspective. Something like Cartoon Saloon isn't just successful despite being based in Kilkenny. It's Kilkenny-ness is what's part of it. TG Carr, the same, being in the heart of Connemara. The great stuff you guys are doing down in Wexford, it's not despite that, or even Nemeton and Waterford. What the guys are doing in the studio in West Cork, it's not despite being outside these places, because we're there. And that's something we're very passionate about, that the storytelling and the storyteller should be able to, express the culture of where they're from. So something like the Rap Fund is very useful in terms of bringing productions in, letting them spend and do that. But it has limitations. There's about 54 regional film funds in Europe, and we're one of only two that has an expectation of recruitment. That's due to the source of the funds being the Western Investment Fund as part of the Western Development Commission. That can't do state aid or soft money. So it has to be an investment based on market principles, which means that RAP is hard to access and getting harder to access as the market changes. Tariffs are going to make that even more difficult. So we do need something like the brilliant thing, and I don't think Screen aren't getting enough credit for the NTAs, the work they do with the NTAs and the Nationwide Fund. That's been a lifesaver for a lot of, genuinely a lifesaver, I think, for a lot of companies who have depended on film. But we need more. We need a return to regional uplift. We need more regional supports, because Dublin's nearly at capacity. If not, the studio space is at capacity as far as I know until sometime next year. So we need to build on all these things, and I think ambition is a great word for that. There's so much good things here. There's so many great locations, so many big crew. There's brilliant things like the Westford Studio that they built it and people came to it. But we need really strong strategy and initiatives. And I suppose kind of wild ideas like the Rap Fund when it came about in the first place was, let's see if we can kind of blend, enterprise and investment with film and TV, and we kind of need a lot more of that, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely a shortage of studios, and I'm going to come to Aideen and Stephen now, and just can you talk a bit about how the studios came about and why you decided to go ahead?
Yeah, hi everybody. And first of all, thanks a million for having us here. And second of all, Wexford has always been leading in innovation and in how they're communicating what's been going on in film, and it's always been very generous with their information. And I had the pleasure of working here on small things like these not long ago, and it was such a pleasure to be in New Ross, and the local community were outstanding, and I want to come back. So after that, West Cork, Steve and myself are filmmakers, so we work in the industry. I've been working for 30 years mostly in the art department, scenic painting, bit of designing, and more recently that's kind of become location scouting and a bit of production. And Steve works in the construction area and builder and a bit of art department work, and we're both location scouting at this point. So we met each other working on Holding, the Holding, which is the Graham Norton adaptation for ITV a few years ago. And Steve had built me a big kitchen set to paint, and we'd nowhere to paint it. So I painted it in a Scouts marquee at the side of what turned out to be my father and brother's furniture factory. So they gave us a bit of tarmac to put up a Scouts marquee. I was painting it on an August evening, and the next freak storm comes down, marquee collapses, MDF set explodes, marbleizing in bits and the whole lot. So we looked at each other and thought, geez, we really need a studio. And we were right beside this huge sinking furniture manufacturing facility that was really struggling to stay afloat, making hotel furniture. So we approached my father and brother with the idea of, can we adapt a section of this into a film studio? They said, are you fucking mad? And we had a few more pints, and they were on board. It took a leap of faith, especially for my father, but he said, I reinvent myself every 20 years. So he went for it, and we myself and Steve, 4 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, with nothing, no income coming in and no support. We couldn't get the councils on board, anybody on board with it as an idea. And a lot of naysaying at the time. But we had a blind faith, and Gar told us, because he's from Clonakilty, keep doing it. Go for it. And we had a few local people working in film saying, geez, it'd be incredible to not have to drive to Wicklow and Dublin for work. So we went at it. We painted this facility to look like a studio, and we started to, we launched it at the Fascinate Film Festival, who have had our backs all the way. Massive support. They're a great festival. And straight after that, there was the writer's strike. So everything was sort of on hold everywhere. It was quite frightening for a little while, and there was an uncertainty in the market. And myself and Steve, we stayed steadfast with the other O'Donnell piece, the furniture manufacturing people, who came on board, and we formed a directorship and we had an absence then of nothing happening, a couple of films promising and disappearing, and it was a reality check that the industry is fickle, even at the best of times. And there was insecurity after COVID as well, you know, but coming up to taking a leap of faith into West Cork. And then Edwina Forkin and John Norton brought us a Hallmark, which was like a machine that turned up at the studio, and it was like immersion. And like you were saying, Ross na Ruin, it's just, you're just into it. We had a lot of trainees, a lot of local people on board, and we got it over the line. Crazy 3-week shoot, 27 locations, and we got there, and it was a marvelous experience. I think it was kind of the christening of the studio and a baptism by fire. And then since that, we've had local filmmaker from Bantry, Damien McCarthy, made Oddity, and he's now, he just made Hokum with us, and it was a fantastic film, big set. We got to do an enormous build, a few locations locally, and we had in the region of 25 trainees between National Talent Academy and Skills on Screen and local interns and placements. So we had an amazing opportunity to train locally and bring people on board that had never worked in film that had that idea. And it was a tremendous success. But I'm all about, so is Steve, all about training. It's so crucial. I have 2 wayward teenagers. I'm looking for, you know, reason to keep them in Ireland, because otherwise there's a whole slew of talent in West Cork, all over Ireland, that we need to harness this creativity and keep it here. And I think film offers, especially neurodiverse young people that are struggling a little bit, amazing opportunities. There's so many different types of jobs on every film set, and we're working on that at the moment. We're talking to other colleges in Cork City about partnering up. So we have a partnering placement scheme with Kerry College, UCC, so that we can keep this ticking over all the time. MTU, yeah, keep this ticking over all the time. But we see the whole Western Seaboard as one big film studio. I think, like we worked up in Kerry on a lovely film called Whitetail, and it's not far from us. You know, it's just up past Glengariff, and you're into another whole incredible range of locations. All the way up the Western Seaboard is totally unexplored. I think many regions there that offer incredible resources for filmmaking. And like you were saying, Fiona, that we need more studios. We need to, we're working on a model, and we'd love to share it with everybody and have one in every county going up the seaboard. But we have, I think, because we're filmmakers, we work from the ground up. We're not coming in and adapting a space. You know, we worked from inside out, and we see the need to have creches. We have databases of crew, databases of accommodation. We accommodate dogs. We accommodate camper vans. We accommodate. We have a locations database. We're constantly scouring, looking for new people to come on board as trainees, as providing accommodation. We're looking at the Cape Clear, which is an Irish-speaking region, build up more rapport, more Irish-speaking films coming down there and get it noticed as a Gaeltacht area. And we have a lot of very ambitious, going back to ambition, a lot of ambitious ideas. We have local caterers who farm organic. Our catering mightn't be typical film food, but it's representative for West Cork. We're very authentic. I'm covered in paint 90% of the time, answering the door. Hi, I'm your studio director, and you know Steve's covered in sawdust a lot of the time. So it's not normal, but it's and the Hallmark executive producers from the States were a little bit like, oh my God, who are these guys? But we win them around eventually. So, and we're really looking to Fiona's film is really smashing script. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm moving in a couple of weeks, so. And I have to say, it is a really amazing facility down there, and so far the crew that we've worked down there have been really great, particularly around the area of accommodation as well. We're working with Gail Smith, and she's really locking that down for us. You said, since in the last few years, have the city councillor or local enterprise come on board?
No, we haven't had any help whatsoever. It's really hard too, and it's really, and I can see Screen Island actually really did, like Desiree really wants to help, but their hands are tied. But with what they're doing now, that is going to help us, you know. And Like when we, because Aidan and I, we're going over to Canada, we're like, yeah, we're a carpenter and a painter trying to approach producers and try and sell West Cork. Whereas marketing's not our background, you know, and I think Aidan, but we are authentic. We are the real deal. We're doing it for the right reasons. Do not build a studio if you want to make money. It's, you know, Aidan hasn't been paid a cent. I've been paid probably 10% of my work, you know, for the 4 years. We are doing this for the community and we are doing this for the kids. And what you mentioned before, I can't remember who did, about bringing on the writers. Is so, yeah, it is so correct. Yeah, and there is so much talent in Ireland, and so many stories that haven't been told, that are being told everywhere. And now it's up to everyone in the room who wants to be in part, just to be the best crew and be the best department, be the best in their department, and that's how you get re-employed, you know. So, yeah, serve for excellence, you know.
Yeah, there's that amazing course in Kerry College where they're bringing on a script writing immersive course where they are providing the participants in the course with accommodation and a stipend to try and hothouse young writers coming up. And I think we need more content and we need more actors. We need something similar, more acting schools, I think, in colleges around the region. Yeah.
And accountants, don't forget accountants. We still need accountants. We really need accountants. Just before I open it out to the audience, I'm just going to go back to Dervla. So one of the reasons that we're here today is because of the Wexford Screenwriting Academy. So we've developed an anthology series that we're trying to, our next stage is it's in with Screen Ireland at the moment. We're trying to get development funding to move it on to the next stage. But after that, we'll be looking for production funding. So as the commissioning editor behind Ross Naroon, have you any advice for us shooting a TV series in a region outside of Dublin? Oh, sorry, you're mute.
I don't think it makes any difference that it's outside of Dublin. The further away from Dublin, the better in a lot of cases, because you'll get better deals, especially if you go off season to a region like Foscu, who second film was made in Cornamona. Now you drive through Cornamona and you think, there's nothing here. Well, they came out down from the hillsides, and then the entire village was involved in Foscu, a completely Irish-speaking region and a completely Irish-speaking crew and film. And I mean, I never saw a rap party like it in Peacocks, because they were determined that this was not going to be the last film made in Cornamona. And Foscu was based on Donal Ryan's book, The Thing About December. And I don't know if you've read it, but he came to the premiere, and the ending was slightly changed, and he liked our ending better. So, but I mean, you can take a work and adapt it. Like that's what happened with and Colleen Cooing, which was based on Foster. So you can start from scratch and tell a completely new story, like Tom Sullivan did with Arach, which is a masterpiece in the Cine Cahar catalogue. And the Cine Cahars are available on the TG Cahar player. So if you've missed any of them, open the bottle of wine, take your pick. You know, you can watch them there. But I think align yourself with a robust company in the West. Like if you're a writer and you have a story, but there's a lot of gaps in crewing and acting, align yourself with a robust company from the region that you're going to. Should that be in Northern Ireland, Donegal? We know where they all are, and you know they will help you bring it to the next stage. And also, I don't know who said accountant. Have a Rottweiler of an accountant and a deal maker. You know, because if you have somebody who can sweet talk a hotel into giving 20 to 25% discount on the accommodation, it's about saving, making those wee savings all the way along. It's the not that, you know, the stories are brilliant, the casts are brilliant, the crew are ready to go. It's about the nuts and bolts and, you know, a seriously clued in accountant and deal maker. Yeah.
Brilliant.
But go wherever you need to go. Go wherever you need to go. Dublin and Wicklow is not the be all and end all of all. There's really good trained crew in the West, and they're working on projects all the time. They're working on Sunny Cars all the time. There's a lot of crew cut their teeth in Rosnaroon. People who directed on Rosnaroon sets, who wrote Rosnaroon scripts, who are in the art department there. So everything you need to make a TV program is there. So, and they take in a lot of trainees, and they give a lot of people their first start. So like there's people working in Los Angeles that started in Rosnaroon.
Yeah. That's brilliant. Thank you. I think I'm going to open it out to the floor now. So does anyone have any questions?
Can I just say that the audience have been amazing today for questions? I know I was... don't ask me. No, I'm only messing. It has been really good. It's been really engaging. It's so nice when you have that audience engagement. No pressure now.
Just while they're thinking of questions, just on what Dervla was saying about getting out and about. When we first started the regional fund, some of the projects you could see there's a massive difference in, say, bringing a line producer from Dublin and Wicklow, bringing them up to Donegal, as opposed to hiring a company who's based locally and is getting up off their feet, and you know, but they know all the deals. Or West Cork Studios know all the accommodation and services. It's encouraging those the kind of, I don't know, the sustainability of those local companies rather than just swooping down, shooting for 4 weeks and leaving again. Yeah. Your deals are better. You're saving money by engaging these low. And then the next project they're able to do, they know how it works a bit more, and they've learned from doing something bigger, are able to run their own IP, run their own projects, apply for funding for their own stuff. It's a really obvious stepping stone, I think, for some of the smaller companies.
No, absolutely. And I mean, one of the things we're going into West Cork now and bringing Gail on board, who worked on the previous production, like that, the shorthand there, it saved us so much time and energy in booking accommodation, and she already knew all of the places, so that was really great for us.
On a much
deal maker. Yeah.
A deal maker as well. She takes no prisoners.
On a much smaller scale, we shot. I've just started producing. We shot our focus short in Arklow, and like the scouting process was loads of fun and everything. But once we had a local crew member, it was such a game changer. They knew Bob, they knew Tara, they knew who to speak to, and it was. I've been really lucky. Most of the jobs I worked on when I was crew were regional productions, and there's the energy is. But I've never produced anything until the focus short, where I actually saw firsthand the massive benefit of having someone local just tell you about their dad who had a tractor or something that we could roll around in a field. It's a massive help.
So does anyone have any questions? Roberto?
Hi, this one's actually for Dervla. Dervla, just regarding you were saying about writing in Irish or someone sending something maybe in, and obviously, well, a lot of people mightn't be Irish speakers themselves, but you're saying teaming up with someone who'd be able to do the translation maybe. Is that kind of seen as cheating, or would you actually think that that's acceptable?
No, Roberta, we don't see this cheating. I mean, ideally, we want the script in Irish by an Irish writer. But for the new schemes like Tús and Céimile, if you have a really good story, then instead of submitting that in English, collab with an Irish language writer that knows what they're doing. In that way, the dialogue, which is where you see a lot of problems if they're not being written by a fluent Irish speaker, the idea can be there, the tone can be there, the image can be there, but have an Irish language writer in complete collaboration with you, so that when it comes to giving us the script, that we're not reading it thinking this was written in English.
That's perfect. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Thanks,
and you know, I mean, it's also a way to encourage Irish language writers to take that next step. So I think we need training programs for Irish language writers, Irish language editors, Irish language researchers. We need more training, and we need to collab together as well on how we do that, because it's different in the Irish language than it is in the English language. So Danu Media are very good at it. They run Rosnaroon, so a lot of the writers go through there, but they're constantly developing talent. They're constantly looking for talent. They're constantly looking for new Irish language writers. Being an English language writer doesn't cut you out completely, but you do need to team up with an Irish language writer, you know, the likes of Shanti O'Malley or Peadar Cox or Anne Laramont or Louise Ní, like these top of the range writers in the Irish language. And then, because like that's what happened with one that actually won a European prize. It was written in English, but Tom O'Sullivan took that script under his wing. It was called Assault Conry, set in Achill Island. Now all these things are on the player, so you can go in and watch them. So yeah, there's ways around it, but the script that comes into us must read as an Irish language script, and that we're not going, don't know about that particular, you know. So yeah, we see it straight away, and story is everything. The story is everything. Where is it set? And also another thing I said to writers on another conference that I was on, let us not be the first gang to read that script. You know, show it to a script editor, show it to somebody who, because when you're writing it, sometimes you don't see the wood for the trees. So do the first draft, show it to somebody who knows what they're doing, do the second draft, and, you know, until you get to a stage where, yeah, we're happy to send this in. And we know good script editors, Fishada knows good script editors. I'm sure the trainers there know good script editors, but somebody that will tell you out straight whether this character is surplus to requirements or whether this needs more development, or, you know, ask.
Great, thanks, William. Perfect.
Okay, it's somebody up here.
I'm just wondering, for the work placement, is it a case that you find it, or do we have to go and search for it? Because I know for myself, like trying to start out, and it's kind of the hardest part is knowing where to look.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a role on set now that they work very closely with the producers and production companies, skills development officers. So the crew academies work with the skills development officers and producers. That's one of the vital parts of our job, is to maintain those relationships so that we find out about production, so that when we run an AD bootcamp or passport to production, that we're getting people into work placements swiftly. With passport to production, we give the participants an opportunity to name their top 3 departments, and it's our priority to get them into their number 1, but they also have to be open to accepting their second or third choice. Yeah, so we find the work placements with mentoring and shadowing, it works a little bit different, but you should be a lot more established in your career by that point. It'll just be a case of we're kind of just sort of facilitating it more so than exclusively finding the opportunities.
In Screen Wexford, so I think Suzanne mentioned it earlier as well, but we have bursaries. So if you were to go out and you were to, contact myself or anyone that, that you meet today, producers, and you say, I'd love to get a work placement. I can't give you one at the moment because I'm not working in Ireland, but I could put you in touch with somebody. And I think, that's why the networking events are so important. But we also have bursaries. We don't have a lot of money, but we have like up to €500 of a professional development program. So let's say if the Talent Academy are doing a course, and that's down in Galway, or so wherever, and you can't afford that accommodation, you can't afford the travel, then just put in for, just apply for the bursaries. It's not a complicated application. We have 2 every 3 months, isn't it, Suzanne? Yeah, so 2 awarded every quarter. And so if you don't get it the first time, just try again. I know it's not like an ideal situation, but it's just that little bit of something, because we understand that you might not have that petrol money to go somewhere as well. So, just want you to know that that's available.
Hi there. My name is Louise Devlin. I'm a unit nurse. I think some people in this room might remember what a unit nurse was, because it was a role that existed years ago, but it's back. One thing I'm finding difficult, or not I'm finding, is that the actual health of the industry is not good. I entered the industry 4 years ago, and 4 years ago we had the challenges of COVID and the challenges of what it is to work on a film crew, which is like working in a very heavy industrial environment with lots of risk and creativity, but it's how it is. And if you can't take the heat, find another job. Now we've got a lot of people working in crews who, I've never met anyone who hasn't had anything less than a 60-minute travel to their job, even if it's Dublin or Wicklow, because they can't get cheaper accommodation. No crew have admitted yet they're sleeping in their car, but that is going to come someday. And I know it's horrible, we don't like to talk about it. I find out about it because I'm a medic on set, and I've people falling asleep on set, getting sick because they're run down. They're eating well because they're on set. But when they're off set, they're too tired to even eat and to actually care for themselves to come to work. And it is something that's getting more and more hectic. The season is starting earlier and earlier. Before, it used to be St. Patrick's Day, so you got a break from Christmas to St. Patrick's Day. Now the job starts in January, and people stop on Christmas week. And a lot of young people come into the industry, and then people with life experience come into the industry. And because there isn't yet the norm of job sharing, it's not sustainable. And we don't want to lose. Like, trainees are wonderful, and trainees are amazing. We need them for the future. However, if you have 3 experienced with 4 people who have 10 years each experience, that's 40 years of experience, and 4 of them could do 2 jobs, as opposed to, and we know this, but that's one thing I'm just thinking, and I think we're in for worse because accommodation is now such a challenge in Ireland. I would love to see, and I don't know if it's an option in West Cork, they're now changing the legislation for planning for families to build a home so you can turn your shed into a bedroom. We nearly need crew villages around the country next, from an accommodation point of view. An acceptable standard of accommodation. Before it used to be, yes, it's great for the economy. Now it's like €100 a night. It used to be €120 for the week just to crease the sheets. So it's kind of looking at that. So one of my questions is, has we considered having crew villages around yet?
Do you want me to answer that?
Go for it.
Have you tried to get planning in Ireland? I mean, the economic area, and the job share is great, and in an ideal world it'd be perfect. But then, is that splitting wages and trying to live off half a wage? You know, and I don't mean to be that person to say, yeah, it is a tough industry. It really is. There is ways that we can do it better food. You know, in West Cork, I think that's one of the biggest things that we appeal to a lot of production companies, because 10 minutes from work is 10 minutes from work. You're not stuck in traffic. You know, and I've done Dublin. I used to drive up for 10 years, 4 or 5 hours up, work all week, and then drive 6, 7 hours home, you know, just because of traffic again. And I don't think that's why we're doing this, because I hated that lifestyle. And then you're getting to work, you're doing your 12 hours, and then your hour, like you said, you know, they're 14-hour days. It is wreck. It's not good for your family. It's not good for your health. It's not good. So I think that's a real positive for setting up in the regions, because it is a more holistic way to make film or TV. So
Can I also just say that I do feel that the industry is changing, and there are probably, I would hope, less producers and line producers who would have those kind of conditions on their set. It's not something that I would tolerate, and if anyone was sleeping in their car in a production that I was working on, first of all, like I would like to know it's not a situation that should be happening, and we try to set up our shoots in a way that it's not happening and to support crew. So, and I would think that, well, I would hope that there were more producers like that. I would assume that there are. Like, I'm sure, I don't know if Jack and Dom are still here, but yeah, that's not something, like, we from the beginning, we try to help people and support them. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody wants that. But, you know, I have heard that it happened to one particular sound engineer because there was no accommodation available for him, and he slept in his van the night before the shoot.
Yeah, it's not great to hear. Yeah,
I was raging. You know, I wasn't in charge of that production, but you only know if people tell you.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's a thing that sometimes happens. Sometimes I find people can be afraid to tell us things, and you shouldn't feel like that. And if you're on a set where you feel like that, that's wrong. That shouldn't be happening. It wouldn't happen in any other, well, it does happen in other industries, unfortunately, but it shouldn't be happening. And it's up to us to change it.
Sorry, could I come in there for a second? Yeah, I worked for 6 years in the States 20 years ago, and I could see, the hours were 12-hour days, and it was getting more intense, and I can see why crews have burnt out over there. And it's getting more and more difficult to make films in the States because the crews have died or burnt out. And I don't think we're going to repeat that mistake here. And I think, as you were saying, there's less travel time in the regional studios. You're not getting up 2 hours before work to get there on time. And yeah.
And why would you run crews like that? Because it's just counterproductive.
Totally.
When you go past 14, 15 hours days, people are not thinking straight, and everything takes longer, and you're getting into more and more, well, financially, which is, it is a consideration, but you're getting into more and more overtime.
Yeah.
But you're not actually creating anything. Everyone's just looking at each other half asleep.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work or make sense.
I think Dom. Sorry, Dom.
I was going to say as well. I mean, yeah, Fiona, you're absolutely right. I mean, we had a lot of conversations about, look, okay, how far are you traveling? Can we find you accommodation locally? What kind of arrangement can we make with you to make it work for you so you're not traveling more than, sort of 15 minutes to the set, something like that. That's what we always try and achieve. And the other thing that this points to is the thing that we're all engaged in as producers, or should be engaged in as producers, which is making sure that those lines of communication do stay open on set. So when there are problems of bullying, intimidation, anything at all like that, we spend a lot of time talking about what structures we set up to make sure that those lines of communication are open on the set. And if things do arise, they're addressed quickly. And as quickly as possible, because the worst thing that happens is if you don't address them, they fester, they become a real problem, and that's when accidents happen, proper fights break, bad things happen, and we never let that happen. We do everything we can to avoid it.
Could I add something to that? It's something I've heard anecdotally as well, not necessarily people living in cars, but the amount of people have to travel. I've heard on one project that was shooting in Galway, they were looking for a crew member who was actually based about an hour away, and they offered them this job, but they turned it down, and they said, "Oh, okay, why?" And they said, "Well, I've taken on this other job in Dublin." They were like, "Well, we'll pay you more." They were like, "Oh, you were already offering more. I'm taking the one that's less pay." And they were like, "Why?" Because if they had said no to that job in Dublin, they were saying no to the next three that were lucky to come in over that year, and there might only have been one in Galway. So that person ended up basically commuting back and forth, like you're saying, kind of like what Steve was saying he had done before that, up and down. And it's something we say, like what they're saying, if there's a studio based in Cork, you have the crew base there or have the HODs there, and the same in Wexford. That's hugely important because it's very important where the producer wakes up in the morning. We had tried to work with the guys in Ripworld on Feed and bring that to Galway, and they are an example of someone who's not from the region, who did everything possible they could. They had tried as much as possible to get entirely the crew from the region, entirely all the HODs as much as possible, and did a really good job on that. But that's not always the case. A lot of times people will bring other people with them, and the same then back and forth the other way. So like problems like this, and not to put across the point that like it's awful people having to sleep in the cars and the welfare crew, but like having regional hubs and having places where people can have a full kind of crew within the area they work in and the culture they're from is hugely important on so many levels.
I'm just going to say, just from personal experience, it's like, you know, we're here now and we're working in this industry, but my early days as an actress, it was, you know, you had to pretend you were from Dublin. And the reality is that they would cast somebody from Dublin because they weren't going to pay for your accommodation. And that's exactly why we're setting up things like Screen Wexford and bursaries and all that sort of stuff. And even though it's not, you know, like even though that is not the culture now, it is still something that it definitely was the culture. and there could be a kind of a trickle effect that maybe there are still production companies that do that. But the reality is that I would never go to a producer. I would never get that message through to them because I was just told, you know, I just would feel like I'll be causing problems for myself and they just won't hire me. So it's great that producers like you exist and you know, and yourselves as well. And it really is only in the last kind of five years that this is really, really changing, and that's why these events are really important, because people then, that gives them more agency then to go forward and just say like, by the way, you know, and actually now it's embarrassing. It gets embarrassing for a producer to say, oh, fuck 'em. You know what I mean? Exactly. So, yeah.
Can I just say that was a really important question, by the way, and a good one. So thank you for that.
Can I just clarify on the job sharing and us trying to engage in that initiative is because in the last 3 years of the NTAs, obviously we're getting new entrants in and we're figuring out the best way to kind of prioritise training, but we're also seeing a massive amount of people leaving because they've had children or they have caring responsibilities or they just want to look at other ventures, but they don't necessarily want to leave the industry. It's just they can't commit anymore. So we're not forcing people to share a job. It's more, this is a way of potentially keeping very talented people that want to remain in the industry and kind of keep their toe in, but also, you know, take care of their children and so on.
And is there, so it strikes me that it'd be kind of two people looking at a job and thinking, oh, well, this is to our personal circumstances. And would they be able to approach the producer? Or is there like a networking thing and say, well, I'd love that job, I'd be perfect for that job, but I'd happily share. Is that what you're doing?
So we did a job share program last year. We are in the midst of our job share program for 2025. We've had 2 online sessions. We've an in-person day coming up on June 14th. We also are working with Raising Films Ireland, who are now facilitating the crossover day. That's the first time I've done that. I'm really regretting it. But the best way to do a job share is someone does Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the second person does Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And the crossover day means that you have 2 brains that are working together, problem solving. It doesn't necessarily, depends on the department, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a full day. But you work with the individuals that are doing the job share. But yeah, people are approaching us about job sharing, and we're Either, you know, we're having an event so that they can match make themselves, or we're just making it more normal. Because actually, when we first started talking about it, people didn't want to be named as job shares because they didn't want to potentially, stigma, exactly. You're very good with words.
Yeah, it's big words. I just, on the health question, you'd hope that that kind of thing isn't happening as much anymore, like with Cork studio, like with people with repetitive.
The change in the industry was Limerick.
Yeah.
I feel the change in the industry on a whole was Limerick, and that was a region.
And like there was 3 series of Smother, and they trained up loads of crew first time, you know, and they got loads of experience over 3 series. But when it finished, then there was a gap, and they had to go to Dublin and Wicklow for work, I suppose. But you're on project number 3 or 4 at this stage. There's TV in Troy. Troy, I think, is full this year. Donegal is, you know, all these kind of. We're doing as many regional productions now as we are doing. We're not. The majority of our Irish features are regional now, or we're doing Cine Cara schemes with TG4. You'd hope, like, even it's not even in the producer's interest. Like, I think there's one of them to. Well, I don't want them traveling that far, and because he couldn't live with the idea of the risk that they're tired and exhausted and going to have an accident or something on the way home. Like, it's not in their interest anymore.
And just picking up on that solid question up there on the area of health and mental health on set. I know when I started in the industry, I would have been one of the only women in a very male-dominated department. Definitely the only woman in about 60 carpenters and other painters, and it was really tough, and unspeakable stuff happened to women all the time in the industry, and that's definitely changing, and that's coming from Screen Ireland's initiatives down and the anti-bullying, I think, and being safe to report stuff now that we weren't safe. You would have lost your job if you reported it in the past, and I think there's a big shift, and preserving our integrity as women on set is really important, and I'm currently working on an all-female painting crew in West Cork.
Brilliant. Can I just... And I'll just follow that. I think when you create more opportunities for women in all roles across film sets, you change an atmosphere. And I think, I hate to be sexist here, but I think women tend to bring other people up with them, and they tend to think that way in a more inclusive way. So I think that's part of the reason, is that there's probably more women in key roles as well. And that's not just with my WIFT hat on, that's just as a human being. I mean, it's just a fact.
And I think as well, like I noticed it with the interns at TG Chenade, they have a totally different attitude, the young ones. You know, they wouldn't even, like, they treat each other as equals. And they work really well together. They don't have that toxic stuff that we put up with. I mean, it's refreshing every time a new gang of them comes into the house, because they're like, this is the way people should work together. And that toxic environment, as far as I can see, is becoming a thing of the past.
Do you have any more questions?
We have one from online. It's for West Cork Studios. It's 2 parts. Sorry, just reading here without glasses. What are some of the responsibilities of running a film studio? Are you just renting the space or facilitating locations, accommodations, etc. for the client? And then second part is, do you negotiate rates with the clients, or do you have a flat fixed fee? So it's 2 parts.
Okay. So I think we're evolving as we go, but we started with the idea that we had a facility adapted as a film studio. But we have become, I suppose, the fixers on the ground that would supply any incoming producers with databases, with connections locally. So like you were mentioning about having, and Dervla was saying it, about having local people on the ground. We have a couple of really sharp local people that have been brought up in the area and that are adapting into the industry, like accountants and drivers, actually. We need to still build on that, because we're still bringing drivers from Dublin. And it's building all the time. So we would like to facilitate whatever you need, really, when you come into a region, if you haven't spent time there before. So whether it's locations, we even have a database of cars locally that hire. We we have a relationship with the local medics. So, and actually our medics in West Cork always drop job share, so they can still keep their job in a hospital and then do 3 days a week on set. And it works really effectively, and neither of them get tired, you know. So does that answer that first bit of the question?
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically what Aideen is saying, is we make it as easy as for production, because we're still trying to pull as many people. We want everyone to have a really good experience starting from the top down. So we make that transition, if they are coming from other areas, as easy as possible. Like, we haven't had a fight yet, Fiona. You've been there a week. It's very good.
No,
But
it's been great.
It is going to be great.
Yeah,
it is going to be great, and it will see its way through. Like, we've never had that issue or falling out with people, or, you know, we really want this to work. So we go over and above. Now, with the pricing of it, there is a base rate that we have to charge. Like, we're not in charge. We are part of it, and we are owners or whatever, but we don't. If we were in charge of the finances, we'd do everything for free. And we'd go under next week.
Unfortunately, they're not.
So there is a certain, there is you know, there's a lot of bills that have to be paid. Like, the rates are very high. The insurance is very high. It's not.
Rates are ridiculous.
Yeah, and then
you don't have a rate for studios here like they do in the UK. So
you're
lumped in with an Aldi or a Lidl, really, like in terms of.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Space. You don't have
yeah, and then sound and building it in the first place is really, really expensive. So there's sort of a ground market, but then where say production companies have to pay out so much money, we hope that they're getting a lot more in return as well. So it does even up, you know.
We would do a lot of preliminary work to facilitate the project coming in, but also we have a savvy accountant on our little team, which she deals with numbers. Steve and I don't.
Thanks so much. So if anyone's watching the stream on YouTube, you can ask questions in the chat, and we'll try and ask them here. So that was one from the chat there. Thanks so much.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. Is there anything like that you absolutely cannot, like, from what I hear, like for some of the shoots in Donegal, they just can't get action vehicles, and you're talking about vehicles, Aideen, is it and they just can't avoid shipping them down from Dublin or Wicklow?
Yeah, but you might do four movies without an action vehicle. Yeah. So it's a big thing for someone to set up. So I think that's a niche market for a company.
Specific thing.
It's not a big country. It's not Australia. You know, it's okay to bring in. You know, you have to factor that into your budget if that is where it is. You know.
I mean, and then I think there's other things like, I guess, like facilities, like facility vehicles and things like that, the camera equipment, the lighting. So, well, unless you go with, I think there's one particular company in the West Apollo, but if they're over capacity, then you're back to Dublin Wicklow for lighting packages.
We're hoping that'll build in time. I think there's like film is such a cluster industry. It develops all these clusters around it, and like, I think a second catering company is probably going to pop up in the next year, and we're hoping that we can attract in lighting, camera rental places locally. And
but even
there's a satellite one, or setting up a satellite outside of Troy, I think, for some of the electrics as well, I think. And service like VFX, you have, is Odyssey in Limerick?
Odyssey's moving to Wexford, I think, aren't
okay.
they?
Oh, yeah. That was a coincidence, I didn't know.
So we have the training course for model making here in Wexford with WETV, again as part of those interviews were made through Wexford Screen Writers, and you probably know a little bit more about it.
Not so much about it. I think there's two.
Oh, there.
we're going to be building editing suites in as well, and post-production suites. They're in motion at the moment. So.
Yeah. So basically, Mark is from Wexford. He's from New Ross. So he's been running a training course. I don't know if any of you guys have been on this course, but it's up in, yeah. Oh, amazing. How it was 6 weeks, was it, or 6 weeks? 3 times 6 weeks. 3 times 6 weeks. Yeah, maybe you'll just tell us just a little bit about Odyssey, because just, if no one else knows. Just what that was like, Rachel, yeah?
Yeah, so with the sculpture course, it was a 6-week course. We had a teacher travel in from America, but we'll skip over that bit because he was, yeah, anyway. Skip thing on. However, it doesn't matter. Like what we all came, like there was 15 of us in the class. We all helped each other. Like a lot of us had never sculpted before at all. And then we had Paul and Emma come in then and do all the production of the sculptures and the casting and all of that stuff. Phenomenal. Like, it was absolutely phenomenal. It was like, it just flew by. And then I went on and did the props and the miniatures. And the skills that like everybody brings from all different sectors was amazing. And then the skills that you learn, you know, there were people on the course that didn't really want to be in the film industry, but that were doing like teaching miniature other things. You know, like it was brilliant. And I know that there was a couple of people that were on that course that then got placements on films like in Wednesday and yeah. And so it really worked well. I mean, I think there's probably a need for more work because we're churning out 15 people every 6 weeks or 4 times a year. And there's just probably not enough placements for the amount of people that are being churned out. And certainly, I think the feedback that came back every time at the end of the course is like, we'd love there to be a level 2 or, you know, just to have more training in it and to get more specific, because I certainly wouldn't feel confident going straight into the industry with the skills that I learned. I learned amazing skills, but I was walked through it. Yeah. So, you know, I wouldn't be able to come in and go, oh yeah, this is the next bit. Like, and that chemical will go on fire with that chemical, you know. So yeah, no, it really was. It was fantastic. It was amazing people to teach.
Oh, okay, she got to go. Okay, Dervla, go ahead.
So I have to leave you all. You can get my email from the TGCAR website if you have any further questions. And also, there's a room full of writers there. And I sincerely hope there's some comedy writers in there. Because for people that's full of crack, there's very little crack on screen. So comedy, you know. So even a 6-parter for online only. Create a character or create, you know. So a lot of these things kick off online. So if there's any comedy writers out there, I'll be listening to you.
I think there is a question in the room for Dervla.
Just to follow up on the WWETB, so they are running a number of kind of film courses as well, and actually Nicola Long, who is on our steering committee and Screen Wexford, and I suppose with our great marketing team, which we now have Robert here as well, and that hopefully more people will learn about these courses, because they're finding sometimes the uptake is not as good.
Sorry, just Dervla, before you leave, we have a question for you. Would you mind just staying on really quickly to answer that question?
No problem.
Okay, sorry to cut you across you, Laura.
Gora Mila, is Misha Claire Dervla? Tammy and Ahoney, Tyrone, August, but I'm originally from the north, but a lot of my work, I lived, worked, and a lot of my creative stuff is in the south. This is a question. I like the way that I have both you, Dervla, and Eddie in the one room, because I was like anxious to get the both of you here. But I find that whenever I go to make work, there's often an assumption that I should only be telling stories from the north or going through the northern funding bodies. But the work that I make, I like to think it reflects more of a borderless identity and creative community. So what advice would you have for a creator like me who wants to avoid being pigeonholed by the geography? And also, like, who should I be speaking to ensure that my work is accessed both north and south, and I have the support from both sides of the border?
I think that it depends on the content. So we need to see it first. And TGCAR and the ILBF work really well together. So if something, like we've done Be'ina Hamara together, we've done Dunyan, we've done Kra, you know, there's ways. The border doesn't exist for content, you know, for funding, yeah, maybe it does. But we do work well together. So Claire, Brahan go humlan céin sort ábhar atá tú a cruthú agus dá chéin lucht fechanna. Ach, we have to see it first.
Cearclór Gramila.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess, I suppose, I mean, we probably end up doing a lot of stuff on the border, you know, and certainly from BBC Northern Ireland's perspective, we don't say it has to be, you know, it has to stop at kind of Newry and can't go to Carlingford, you know. Like there's also, you know, Dead and Buried traverse the border, you know, with Cra sort of on sort of bordery territories. I mean, but that's, I don't think that's something that we would push. Certainly, I think as alluded to there, Northern Ireland Screen might be focused on employment in Northern Ireland, you know, as we were saying earlier in terms of sectoral development, but like editorially, I mean, like we're cool, you know. I'm not saying I love the border, like, but you know, but but no, I mean, like, I don't think that would be a barrier for us, you know. And if anything, we've been doing lots of things that sort of straddle the border, you know.
Anyone got any more questions?
Hi, how are you? Not really a question as such, but if it's okay, could I highlight, please, on behalf of the Writers Guild of Ireland, they have a petition going around at the moment to try and get everybody working in the industry to contact their local politicians to try and ensure that the digital tax is implemented to the streamers so that that fund is ring-fenced and used locally to create local productions. If you look at the Writers Guild of Ireland website, the forms are all there, they're laid out. All you need to do is fill it out, put your name on it and send it to your local politician. And it is working in France and it's working across Europe. It's been EU ratified. We just need our government to pick it up.
You mean the content levy as opposed to...
Sorry, the content levy.
Absolutely. Thanks for highlighting that. That's a really important point. Thank you.
Hi, Nurse Louise again. Just want to put in a positive out into the room, if I may. I am glad to hear that the medics in Cork are job sharing, because I just found my job share partner 6 weeks ago, and I'm currently training him in. It takes time, because nurses don't adapt well from emergency departments to suddenly a film set. It's like working in a completely different world. It's like a giraffe decides to join the ballet. But I want to throw this out to the room because we've got a lot of young minds in this room. I worked with a Northern Ireland crew only 4 months ago and found from working with different crews, we all have our different cultures, quirks, things, but we also have knowledge. Found the crew disgusting catering Facebook page that goes the whole of the UK that thankfully we never even make near. But I want to put to the room, there is an idea in the UK and they call it crew rooms. And I believe it's actually a website because obviously we're very lucky in Ireland. Most of us get to go home to our own bed at least once a week. If you're Northern Ireland, 9 times out of 10, you're travelling to London or Manchester or Liverpool and you're living in a hotel for weeks. And going home is a novelty, not a Friday. So in the UK, they have a thing called crew rooms. We have that opportunity in Ireland. I don't have the time. Somebody in this room could surely come up and put together a database of people who know how to entertain crew, which is good Wi-Fi, a clean bed, maybe your laundry done, and they don't talk to you when you walk in the door. Because I know this much from dealing with crew, there's almost times you feel like saying to people, the room is soundproof and all you have to say is good evening and up the stairs. And you're not looked on as antisocial, odd, weird, on all the other matters, because you want to be invited back again. But there is this misconception out there that we're all millionaires. We've all got money coming out our ears just because we work in the movies. We can bring you home cake every night of the week and make you diabetic, no problem, because I'll give you my share. But there is this misconception around crew. And there's also this misconception that we're all get to retirement age, you're happy to go to your condo in LA or France with your wife, if she's still stuck around, or your husband, if they still talk to you, or if your family, if your children even cooperate with you. And we want to change, and it is changing, the face of film, which is We all want to go home at the end of the day, not a broken person, maybe just a little bit tired, but creatively inspired. So that young person in the room, please make a website called Crew Cots or Crew Beds or something. It's there. The need is there.
I know that like there was kind of, I know it's old school, a Facebook group and things like that, and I know people were talking about it, but I haven't actually seen it. But I agree with you. There's a website called Theatre Digs as well that I think sometimes get used, but I think there is a place there for a crew one, which would be great. Yeah.
You could also add a cold beer at the front door as well if you.
Okay, one more from.
Yes, we have one more from online. Can we ask Lorraine's view on crew and the future growth and support needed, and what's working now?
I love crew. What else?
Well, I'll give it again. Can we ask Lorraine's view on crew and the future growth and support needed, and what's working now?
What's working now? I think in terms of the National Talent Academies or in the industry in general?
They're directing
They're
at
not
you.
specific. This is a massive question. I think, well, obviously it's busy. That's really helpful. I think there are still barriers into the industry, which we're trying to remove, particularly in the... Oh, his cat, Gar. Lift him up. Woo! I know.
Sorry, Lorraine.
I thought you were going to be here, Gar, and now you're just hanging a cat above my head. I love it. Upstage, yeah. I think the industry being busy, there's still barriers there, but I think the NTAs are, obviously I work for them, so I'm going to say that, but I think what we're doing in terms of networking and trying to remove the enigma or the kind of otherness of actually getting your first job, I think is helping. And then I think what Fiona said earlier about, or was it you that said about the bursary for the second job or something, some sort of support so that you can go from your first opportunity into your second and there isn't like massive gaps between. I think that's working really well in terms of, I mean, when you look at the HODs that we work with, they're working internationally and they're in high demand internationally. So obviously something is working on the pipeline to that international success. But equally, if you're a HOD and you want to work in Ireland, you can, and you can work in Wexford or in Galway, because I was very lucky to be able to move home. And you don't necessarily have to stay in Dublin. And I think all of that is massively positive direction to be moving in. You have like initiatives and energy down in West Cork, in Limerick, Donegal, and Aideen. You can't say enough about Aideen Doherty. They like just having people like that that are putting their head and shoulders above the fence to, goes without saying, Wexford. And I was very lucky to be involved initially, very, very briefly. But that was probably the most exciting thing I did in my time in Screen Ireland, was working with the local film offices, and we did a local film office day. But all of that resources and having everyone here today and so engaged, and that's really important. And I think that's definitely something we're doing correctly. I think the thing we need to work on is accessibility, making sure that people aren't burning out, making sure that people are able to work in the way that is suitable for them, that they're not completely leaving the industry because they just can't make it work for them anymore, because then that's such a loss to the industry, and we need to keep that talent for all the shadowing and mentoring and everything to work. We need to keep the talent.
I might actually open that question out to everyone, because I think it's a really great question. So Aideen, do you have something to say?
Yeah, absolutely. I was involved in a very interesting panel talk in UCC led by David Putnam, and he had an initiative called Get Your Foot in the Door. And it's really going back to transition year students. So now you have the new film option as a subject after junior cert in the schools. But a lot of the teachers that are teaching it don't know how to teach it, and they're appealing for support from the film community. So there's no package for them to learn, and they're learning on the fly. So I did a really quick lecture of 3 hours in Glanmire, and the teacher there said, I've done 2 hours training to teach this course next year. So they're out, there's nothing put in place for them to teach the film course. And then there's also the other section that I think we're missing a trick here is when you've chosen your film course is you don't know how to do the next step into the industry. And on this panel was Coleman Farrell from, and he talked about, as well as get your foot in the door, it's also, I think his phrase was, get on the bus and don't worry what seat you get. So once you come in as like an extra, or you start off in the acting, or you start off as just volunteering on locations, and then you see all the departments. And that's one way, without having to go through a degree, pay for a degree in film. And then also, I think career guidance teachers in secondary schools haven't a clue that film is an option as a career choice for people.
Yeah, and I actually think as well, one thing that the film industry here in Ireland has in droves is experienced HODs and people who would be willing to go into schools and talk about it, because we who would want to share. So it's just a little bit more joined up thinking sometimes, I think, is what's needed.
But maybe there's that link. Oh, sorry, Kean. Sorry. Maybe there's that link, you know, where people are job sharing, those experienced people that can't do maybe that's the link, you know, that they are going into schools as a career choice, you know, that's more flexible.
I was at a report. It was years ago. It was before lockdown, but not that long ago. And the report kind of interviewed writers and directors and asked them what got them going. And nearly all of them said it was their secondary school had some sort of drama club, a drama school. Not all schools have it, I suppose. But one of the cool things from the nationwide fund, and we push them kind of hard on it, the interaction is we're pushing them toward, like, doing the masterclasses with, they're going into the secondary schools, they're bringing out the TY students, they're going into all the local education, and we're kind of forcing them to be specific on their interaction. Like, you know, yes, we're engaging with the SETU, you know, they're engaging with all the colleges, we're forcing you to do it. We're squeezing as much as we can out of them, getting the directors into the schools, getting the kids out on set. That it is like my career guidance was business affairs in Galway, and or business studies in Galway, and that was it. That was like 600 lads going to the same course. There was nothing else, you know. So we're trying to get them into the secondary schools and do more of that, and kind of make it's a viable career now. You know,
young Irish filmmakers are doing great work.
Yeah.
Over in
Brilliant
Kilkenny.
We had them on the panel, the last panel.
And gone is the day that we're being told there's no careers in the arts. You know, we need, yeah.
Gar, do you have anything to add to that question?
I think what's working really well is the things you just said. I think things like the NTA are proving like really successful at getting people a foot in the door. They're also doing a really good job of transitioning people from other areas, be they kind of older people or people from different classes who might have never felt this was for them, but would have skills that are transferable. Our third level colleges are bringing out really good people, and some of the people here on stage are commissioning or making or helping to make incredibly good work for them to work in it. But what I think we need is a long-term strategy then. There's all this great stuff here, we just need to harness it a bit more. We've got an annual funding model in Ireland where Think Screen Ireland gets their budget annually, for example, in performing arts, and we need I think a long-term strategy around this to ensure it's sustainable and workable, because no more than the Section 481 uplift kind of being papered while it was doing good work, and then we kind of lost that, or what Cian was saying about Smother, which Rap was really happy to be able to support and build up that crew in the Hinge. We need to sustain it, we need to keep things going, we need to keep productions and things going down in West Cork Studios or in Troy or in Wexford or all these places, and we need a long-term thinking about it. And no more than secondary school teachers not really knowing how to speak about it, not having enough training on it. I think there's a certain amount of translation needed when speaking to government. I think we've got a good new minister who's over this. He was very passionate about regional as well. So I think let's be ambitious and let's look for long-term kind of strategies to harness all this good work that's being done.
Thank you. And Eddie?
Well, I suppose we are, we're probably a bit more I think, as I said earlier, I think you asked me earlier how do we get on with Northern Ireland Screen. This is one area where we kind of lean heavily on those guys and try and find ways to kind of collaborate to help drive skills development. One of the shows I might have mentioned earlier, so we commissioned this thing, Hope Street, which is a returnable, quite gentle daytime drama, co-commissioned with BBC Network Daytime, and Northern Ireland Screen are quite present in that as well, and they're in it solely for the skills development. So that's it's sort of borrowing from models from Red Rock and Rossleroon that have been referred to earlier, and I suppose the idea there is that's and we're in it for that rationale as well. It's content for us, but it's also part of the early stages of a journey for us in trying to be active in building the engineering of the steps and stairs of development, so that you get to a certain point and then you can start somewhere and then kind of get real exposure and move on to the next stage and step up further. And I think that's probably an area of focus for us at the minute, is trying to find ways in drama development and comedy development as well, so that you're not stuck in a development hell. You get to one stage and then there's no next step, or the next step is so high that you're sort of stuck there, So that's, I suppose, conceptually how we're trying to think about it. Is are there areas where we can kind of build steps for people to have a coherent journey? But yeah, a lot of that it's in that space with Northern Ireland Screen, first and foremost.
Great. Gar, do you have to go? Sorry, there's the text coming up behind your head. Sorry, I couldn't read that. Did you say you have to go?
I'm going to have to nip off in a few minutes as well. That's okay.
Okay. Sorry, Cian, were you going to say something?
It's slightly a plug, but not a plug, but it's kind of an encouraging kind of plug. We recently kind of closed on a thing called Perspectives, which is it started off as for those who normally don't have a huge amount of access to the organisation or to the, for a first break, a first get in, but we received over 400 applications. And we're only funding, I think we had to increase it, but we're up to about 20 or 30, I think, for the first
31.
round. 31, sorry, okay, there you go. 31, but we received 400, and they're for people we don't, like, that's on top of the existing beast of amount of applications that we have, and these are all new. These are new writers, new directors that we have had zero to little interaction with in the past, which is unbelievable. Like, it was a huge amount of applications, like, and they're now going to end up in main project development, I suppose, where numbers are going to go up from in the main way. But it was 400 down to 30, and they'll be whittled down to phase 2, and then they'll go into production like POV or something. But yeah, it's encouraging that there's so many out there, like,
No, it's amazing.
So you weren't here in the morning, so I'm going to give it a plug now. But we have our writers program, and we've just applied for development. So we spent the last 2 years working with the writers, 8 writers, that had never been paid before. So this was a jobs pathway program that we devised. Unfortunately, it kind of like, because we all work in the industry, unfortunately for our writers, like, we kind of stopped starting. We have a new masterclass. So this morning was the end of it was like kind of our final masterclass with our writers for their masterclass series. So yeah, just keep an eye out for our development application for the series. It's an anthology series, but it was inspired by the Red Rock shadow program that I was on in the beginning. It's all the work that Paul, that they were doing, and exactly, it's not just about our writers getting their first step into becoming professional writers, but also that ethos goes across the whole crew. So yeah.
Red Rock must have been amazing. I worked on the legal end of it, but people still preach about Red Rock as a training or as a learning initiative nearly, all these years later. It must have been fantastic.
Sorry.
But Rossleroon was kind of, an awful lot of people came up from Rossleroon, and the whole idea was that everyone gets trained up, and everyone did, and that's similar to our program. Everyone got trained up.
Yeah, same for our POV and the Catalyst kind of schemes as well. They're all supposed to be kind of new, kind of first entrance.
Yeah, I think there's nothing better than learning on the floor.
Yeah, it's the only way to learn, really. Yeah.
We put them through the ringer on POV. They all shot during lockdown and level 5, and can't have been any more stressful environment for them. So if they're able to do that, they're.
I think unless there is maybe time for one more burning question from the floor, and then we might just wrap up and let poor Gar go, and everyone else. But does anyone have, is there any other questions? Or
any bus that anyone wants to give me. And I live in Wexford.
So I don't think there's any more questions. So I just think a big thank you to all of our speakers on all of the panels today for taking the time out of their busy schedules to join us today. Thank you so much. And also just thank you to our sponsors and funders, Screen Ireland Stakeholder Funding, Screen Wexford, the National Opera House, Women in Film and Television Ireland, and Wexford County Council. And on that note...
so we have a networking event upstairs. So we've got lots of canapes and a bit of wine. And so we hope that everyone will come up and join us upstairs. And also we have like Michael Duggan, who is taking photographs. I just want to say, like, guys, I heard you talking about maybe not having the engagement with your local council, county council. We've been incredibly lucky to have an incredible county council, an incredible arts officer, Liz Burns, our amazing director of services, who is Elizabeth Hoare, who will she be here later? Oh, there you are. Yeah. So I mean, it just makes all the difference. The journey. You know, can you stand up, please, just so that everyone can see you? Because. You know, we have ideas, but we can't do anything without your support. And, you know, so here you go.
Well, I just wanted to say, you took the words out of my mouth. I just want to say, well, I think Wexford County Council are very lucky to have, Wexford County is very lucky to have you, Laura, because I started my job 8 years ago and you were knocking at my door. And it was a no-brainer to start working in film with the Arts Office. And it was also a no-brainer to start arts, ties into economics, ties into tourism. So it was brilliant to work with Liz Hoare and the whole team. And it's a whole team, and it's all the elected members. And it's her Cahirlock is here today as well, Pip Breen. And we have Councillor Leonard Kelly up there, and I think potentially a few other councillors I may not have spotted. So it's just great to see that support. And we have wonderful people like yourselves pulling this together. So I just want to say thanks to Women in Film and Television, Fiona Kinsella. I'm so delighted you moved back. Laura, you're powerful people, and all the panel who are here today. It's brilliant. And Suzanne McKenzie, in particular from Screen Wexford as well, Suzanne. It's wonderful to have you come on board and really drive Screen Wexford. So thank you very much. And there will be, Pip is going to welcome you all officially upstairs. And top of the house, La Vista Cafe. So do come up and have some drinks as well.
Okay, thanks everybody. Okay, we'll see you upstairs. Thank you.